before. It has, incidentally, been alleged that the US has been opposed to Israel's Latin American ventures, for example, that Carter opposed Israel's aid to Somoza, but this is hardly likely. There is little doubt that the US could have prevented any intervention of which it did not approve, and it sometimes did so, though not in Nicaragua, where the Human Rights Administration in fact supported Somoza to the end of his bloody rule, even after the natural allies of the US, the Nicaraguan business community, had turned against him. Israel's services have extended beyond the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America, to Asia as well. Thus, on one occasion, Israel supplied American jets to Indonesia when its arms were depleted in the course of the massacre of Timorese, and the Human Rights Administration, while doing its best to provide the armaments required to consummate this mission, was still reluctant to do so too openly, perhaps fearing that the press might depart from its complicity in this slaughter. 54 Taiwan has been a particularly close ally. The Israeli press speaks of the Fifth World, Israel, South Africa, Taiwan, a new alliance of technologically advanced states that is engaged in advanced weapons development, including nuclear weapons, missiles, and so on. 55. With Reagan's efforts to inflame the Nicaragua-Honduras border and Sharon's trip to Honduras, the Israeli connection became so visible as to call forth some official denials, duly reported as fact in the New York Times. Noting that Israel is enlarging its military training missions and role as a principal supplier of arms to Central America, Leslie Gelb writes that from every indication, the Israelis are not there, as are most of the others, Americans, PLO, Cubans, East Germans, as participants in a form of East-West confrontation or to engage in revolutionary or counter-revolutionary intrigue. These indications turn out to be statements to this effect by Israeli and American officials, none of whom said that Israel was in Central America to do Washington's bidding or to help out in countries such as Guatemala, where the administration is barred from providing military aid because of civil rights abuses. Naturally, one would expect Israeli and American officials to proclaim any such arrangements openly, so their failure to do so suffices to prove that there is nothing to this canard. A State Department official comments that we've indicated we're not unhappy they are helping out in places like Guatemala and Honduras, but I wouldn't say we and the Israelis have figured out together what to do. 56 Elaborate figuring out would seem to be superfluous, given the shared perceptions and interests, not to speak of the extremely close relations at all levels, including the military itself, military industry, intelligence, diplomatic, etc. It is striking that Gelb assumes as a matter of course that while Israel might be pursuing its own interests, as it no doubt is, one of these being to render the origins of the special relationship. 217. Services to U.S. power. This could not be true of, say, Cuba, which surely has no reason to feel threatened and therefore could not be trying to break out of its isolation, as Israel is, he reports, by supporting friendly governments. One might have expected Gelb, perhaps, to be sensitive to this issue. He was the director of the Pentagon Papers study, which contained the astonishing revelation that U.S. intelligence, over the 20-year period surveyed, was so completely indoctrinated by Cold War propaganda that it was unable to conceive of the possibility that the North Vietnamese might have been motivated by their own perceived interests, instead of simply acting as lackeys of the USSR or China. 57. American liberalism and ideological support for Israel. As noted, the view of the Prussians has generally won out in internal policy debate. But the story is more complex. American liberalism has led the way in constructing the blindly chauvinistic and narrow-minded support for Israeli policy that General Bell deplores. On the same day that the US and Israel stood alone against the world at the United Nations, CP 198, the National Conference of the Democratic Party adopted a statement highly sympathetic to Israel's recent attacks in Lebanon, qualifying it only with an expression of regret over all loss of life on both sides in Lebanon. In contrast, the foreign ministers of the European Community vigorously condemned the new Israeli invasion of Lebanon as a flagrant violation of international law as well as of the most elementary humanitarian principles, adding that this unjustifiable action posed the risk of leading to a generalized war. 58. This is by no means an isolated case. In fact, the front page of the New York Times on that day, June 27, encapsulates U.S. Israel's special relationship rather neatly. There are 3 adjacent columns. One is a report by William Farrell from Beirut, describing the effects of Israel's latest bombardments: cemeteries jammed, people buried in mass graves, hospitals in desperate need of supplies, garbage heaped everywhere in stinking piles, bodies decomposing under tons of rubble, buildings little more than shattered hulks, morgue refrigerators full, bodies piled on the floors of hospitals, the few doctors desperately trying to treat victims of cluster and phosphorus bombs, Israel blocking Red Cross medical supplies, hospitals bombed, surgery interrupted by Israeli shelling, etc. The second is a report by Bernard Nossiter from New York, reporting how the U.S. blocked UN action to stop the slaughter on the grounds that the PLO might be preserved as a viable political force. The third is a report by Adam Clymer. 218. The Essential Chomsky. From Philadelphia on the sympathetic support of the Democratic National Conference for Israel's war in Lebanon. The 3 front-page reports, side by side, capture the nature of the special relationship with some accuracy, as does the lack of editorial comment. American liberalism had always been highly sympathetic to Israel, but there was a noticeable positive shift in attitudes in 1967 with a demonstration of Israel's military might. Top Israeli military commanders made it clear not long after that Israel had faced no serious military threat and that a quick victory was anticipated with confidence, that the alleged threat to Israel's existence was a bluff. 59. But this fact was suppressed here in favor of the image of an Israeli David confronting a brutal Arab Goliath. 60. Enabling liberal humanitarians to offer their sympathy and support to the major military power of the region as it turned from crushing its enemies to suppressing those who fell under its control, while leading generals explained that Israel could conquer everything from Khartoum to Baghdad to Algeria within a week, if necessary. Ariel Sharon. 61. The rise in Israel's stock among liberal intellectuals with this demonstration of its military prowess is a fact of some interest. It is reasonable to attribute it in large part to domestic American concerns, in particular, to the inability of the U.S. to crush indigenous resistance in Indochina. That Israel's lightning victory should have been an inspiration to open advocates of the use of violence to attain national goals is not surprising, but there are many illusions about the stance of the liberal intelligentsia on this matter. It is now sometimes forgotten that in 1967 they overwhelmingly supported U.S. intervention, more accurately, aggression, in Indochina and continued to do so, though many came to oppose this venture for the reasons that impelled business circles to the same judgment. The costs became too high, out of proportion to the benefits that might be gained, a pragmatic rather than principled opposition, quite different from the stance adopted toward depredations of official enemies, the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, for example. In contrast, the central elements of the peace movement opposed aggression in both cases on principled grounds. These facts have been much obscured in the subsequent rewriting of history. Thus, the appeal of Israel's efficient and successful use of force was, in fact, quite broad. It was only half-jokingly that people spoke of sending Moshe into Vietnam to show how to do the job right. At the same time, the challenge to authority at home was regarded with much distress. A dread image was conjured up of Viet Cong, Maoist fanatics, bearded Cuban revolutionaries, rampaging students, Black Panthers, Arab terrorists, and other forces, perhaps on the Russian leash, conspiring to shake the foundations of our world of privilege and domination. Israel. The origins of the special relationship. 219. Showed how to treat third world upstarts properly, winning the allegiance of many frightened advocates of the virtues of knowing one's place. For some, the military might that Israel displayed induced open admiration and respect, while others disguised these feelings, appealing to the alleged vulnerability of Israel before the forces it had so decisively crushed, and still others were deluded by the effective David and Goliath legend. See Note 60. Individuals have their own reasons, but tendencies of this nature are readily detectable and go a long way towards explaining the outpouring of support for Israel as it demonstrated its capacity to wield the mailed fist. It is since 1967 that questioning of Israel policies has largely been silenced, with effective use of the moral weapons of anti-Semitism and Jewish self-hatred. Topics that were widely discussed and debated in Europe or in Israel itself were effectively removed from the agenda here, and a picture was established of Israel, its enemies and victims, and the U.S. role in the region, that bore only a limited resemblance to reality. The situation slowly began to change in the late 1970s, markedly so, after the increasingly visible repression under the Milson-Sharon regime in the occupied territories, only partially reported here, and the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, which offered a serious challenge to the talents of propagandists. The immense popularity that Israel won by demonstrating its military efficiency also offered a weapon that could be usefully employed against domestic dissidents. Considerable effort was devoted to showing that the New Left supported Arab terrorism and the destruction of Israel, a task largely accomplished in defiance of the facts. The New Left, as the documentary record clearly shows, quite generally tended to support the position of Israeli doves. 62. It is interesting that one of the devices currently used to meet the new challenge is to extend to the press in general the deceptive critique applied to the New Left in earlier years. Now, the insistent complaint is that the media are antagonistic to Israel and subject to the baleful influence of the PLO, motivated by the reflex sympathy for Third World revolutionary struggles against Western power. While this may appear ludicrous given the evident facts, neither the effort, fateful triangle, CP 1, and further examples below, nor its not insignificant success in containing deviations toward a minimal degree of even-handedness will come as any surprise to students of 20th century propaganda systems, just as there was no surprise in the earlier successes of those who were fabricating a picture of New Left support for PLO terrorism and contempt for Israel precisely because it is a democracy advancing towards socialism. One of Irving Howe's insights. 63 We are, after all, living in the age of Orwell. One can, perhaps, offer a more sympathetic psychological interpretation. Those who are accustomed to near-total dominance of articulate opinion may. 220. The Essential Chomsky. Feel that the world is coming to an end if their control is threatened or weakened ever so slightly, reacting in the manner of an overindulged child who is chided for the first time. Hence the wailing about the reflex sympathy of the press for the PLO and its immutable hatred of Israel when, say, there is an occasional report of the bombing of hospitals or beating of defenseless prisoners. Or the phenomenon may simply be an expression of a totalitarian mentality. Any deviation from the orthodox spectrum of support for Israel, which includes a variety of permissible critical support, is an intolerable affront, and it is therefore barely an exaggeration to describe slight deviation as if it were near total. As an illustration, there are many. Consider March 1983 newsletter of the American Professors for Peace in the Middle East, a well-funded organization that is concerned about peace in the Middle East in the same sense in which the Communist Party is concerned about peace in Afghanistan, sent to its 15 regional chairmen and its many campus representatives. It warns of an organized, centrally controlled, information plan on the Arab side which is not matched by anything representing the Israeli position. Their concern is aroused by a list of speakers who are being toured through the university circuit to present the Arab point of view, giving presentations that smack more of propaganda than of education. In order of frequency and virulence, the speakers are Haytham Hosseini, Edward Said, Noam Chomsky, Fawaz Turki, Stokely Carmichael, James Zogby, Hassan Rahman, Chris Jayanu, MD, Israel Shahak, and Gail Pressburg. As any observer of the American scene will be aware, these nefarious figures almost completely dominate discussion of the Middle East in the United States, and the Israeli point of view virtually never obtains a hearing, though, the newsletter adds, there are doubtless many speakers who espouse the Israeli position and would speak if only there were an opportunity for them to do so. Even if there was some truth to the paranoid concept of an organized, centrally controlled, information plan, or the belief that these speakers are part of it, or that they present the Arab point of view, it should be obvious that this. Among them are people who have always been harsh critics of all the Arab states and the PLO, for example, the third in order of virulence, and others as well. But it is true that no one on the list meets the approved standards of civility to the Israeli government propaganda system, so they might be considered pro-Arab by someone who takes this to be the criterion for distinguishing education from propaganda. From the record, virtually every talk I have given on this topic has been arranged by some tiny student or faculty group, as any sane person familiar with the United States would of course know without being told. The origins of the special relationship. 221. Would be a phenomenon of marginal significance in the United States and could not begin to compare with the massive pro-Israel propaganda system, of which this organization, which alone surely dwarfs anything on the Arab side, is a tiny element. But the frightened little men of the atom probably believe all of this. Perhaps they are aware that this information plan and its agents have virtually no access to the mass media or journals of opinion, but they are right in noting that no way has yet been found to prevent them from responding to invitations at one or another college, a flaw in the American system that still remains to be addressed. As the invasion of Lebanon proceeded, the list of those who were deliberately falsifying the facts to place Israel in a less than favorable light grew quite long, including the European press and much of the American press and television, the International Red Cross and other relief agencies, American diplomats, and in fact virtually everyone except spokesmen for the Israeli government and selected Americans returning from guided tours. The general tone is conveyed by Elo Ben-Elazar, chairman of the Knesset's Committee on Foreign Affairs, who received the most applause at the convention of B'nai B'rith when he said, "We have been attacked, criticized, dirtied, besmirched. I wouldn't want to accuse the whole world of anti-Semitism, but how to explain this violent outburst?" 64. A similar perception, widely shared, was expressed by Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon. Today we are in the arena opposite the entire world. It is the people of Israel, a small and isolated people, against the entire world. 65. This horrible thing that is now taking place around us in the world is no doubt a result of anti-Semitism, not the Lebanon war or the Beirut massacres a few days before. We return to some details of this intriguing story. The truth of the matter is that Israel has been granted unique immunity from criticism in mainstream journalism and scholarship, consistent with its unique role as a beneficiary of other forms of American support. We have already seen a number of examples and many more will appear below. Two examples noted earlier in this chapter offer a clear enough indication of this immunity. The Israeli terrorist attacks on U.S. facilities and other public places in Egypt, the Levin affair, and the attack on the unmistakably identified USS Liberty with rockets, aircraft cannon, napalm, torpedoes, and machine guns, clearly premeditated, leaving 34 crewmen dead and 75 wounded in the Navy's bloodiest peacetime international incident of the 222. The Essential Chomsky. 20th century, see notes 38, 41. In both cases, the general reaction of the press and scholarship has been silence or misrepresentation. Neither has entered history as a deplorable act of terrorism and violence, either at the time or in retrospect. In the case of the bombings in Egypt, the Israeli novelist Amos Oz, writing in the New York Times, refers to the terrorist acts obliquely as certain adventurous Israeli intelligence operations, the standard formulation, in a highly regarded article on the beautiful Israel of pre-begin days. 66 The nature of the attack on the Liberty was also evaded not only by the press fairly generally but by the government and by a U.S. Naval Board of Inquiry, though high-ranking figures had no doubt that the official report was a whitewash. Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Admiral Thomas H. Maurer, for example, states that the attack could not possibly have been a case of mistaken identity, as officially claimed. 67. Can one imagine that any other country could carry out terrorist bombings of U.S. installations or attack a U.S. ship, killing or wounding 100 men with complete impunity, without even critical comment for many years? That is about as likely as that across the spectrum of mainstream opinion, some country, other than our own, should be depicted as guided by a high moral purpose through the years, while its enemies are dehumanized and despised, and history is reconstructed to preserve the desired illusions. Richard Smith, see Note 41. He notes that the only comparable incident in recent years was the Japanese attack upon the U.S. gunboat Panay in 1937, in which 3 were killed, and contrasts the strangely callous Israeli attitude with the far more forthcoming Japanese reaction, both at the personal and governmental levels. His conclusion is that nations have no friends, only interests, but he overlooks the fact that Japan could not count upon the American intelligentsia to cover up the incident, a privilege that Israel correctly took for granted. 14. Planning for global hegemony. As World War II came to an end, U.S. ideas concerning Latin America were clarified by Secretary of War Henry Stimson, May 1945, in a discussion of how we must eliminate and dismantle all regional systems dominated by any other power, particularly the British, while maintaining and extending our own. With regard to Latin America, he explained privately, I think that it's not asking too much to have our little region over here, namely, Latin America, which never has bothered anybody. 1. It should be noted that U.S. officials had a ready explanation for the distinction between control by the U.S. and by other powers. As Abe Fortas explained with regard to U.S. trusteeship plans in the Pacific, which Churchill regarded as a cover for annexation, when we take over the Marianas and fortify them, we are doing so not only on the basis of our own right to do so but as part of our obligation to the security of the world. These reservations were being made in the interest of world security rather than of our own security. What was good for us was good for the world. On such assumptions, naturally regarded highly by U.S. officials and ideologists, quite a range of actions become legitimate. In keeping with Stimson's conception, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, through 1945 and early 1946, insisted that non-American forces must be kept out of the Western Hemisphere, which is a distinct military entity, the integrity of which is a fundamental postulate of our security in the event of another world war. 3. In January 1947, Secretary of War Patterson added that the resources. This chapter first appeared in Turning the Tide, U.S. Intervention in Central America and the Struggle for Peace, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1985, 62-73. 224. The Essential Chomsky of Latin America were essential to the U.S. because it is imperative that our war potential be enhanced during any national emergency. Patterson gave an expansive interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine, consistent with their Wilson corollary. The doctrine meant that we not only refused to tolerate foreign colonization, control, or the extension of a foreign political system to our hemisphere, but we take alarm from the appearance on the continent of foreign ideologies, commercial exploitation, cartel arrangements, or other symptoms of increased non-hemispheric influence. The US must have a stable, secure, and friendly flank to the south, not confused by enemy penetration, political, economic or military. The prime concern was not the USSR but rather Europe, including sales of arms by the British to Chile and Ecuador, by Sweden to Argentina, and by France to Argentina and Brazil. From January 1945, military and civilian officials of the War and Navy departments argued for an extensive system of U.S. bases, curtailment of all foreign military aid and military sales, training of Latin American military officers and supply of arms to Latin America by the United States under a comprehensive military assistance program. While laying these plans for our little region over here which never has bothered anybody, the United States was in no mood to allow others similar rights elsewhere, certainly not the USSR. Secretary of State Burns in fact objected to these plans for Latin America because it might prejudice U.S. initiatives elsewhere that he regarded as more important, in particular, in Greece and Turkey, which are our outposts on the borders of the USSR, which had far more serious security concerns than the United States. The outposts were also intended to buttress U.S. ambitions in the crucial Middle East region with its incomparable energy reserves, then passing into American hands. Commenting on an array of material of this sort laying out U.S. plans, much of it classified and recently released, Leffler notes that these moves were made while U.S. officials were paying lip service to the United Nations and worrying about the impact of regional agreements in the Western Hemisphere on Soviet actions and American influence in Europe. The problem was the one that concerned Stimson, how to extend our own regional systems while dismantling all others, particularly those of Britain and the USSR. The same problems were rising in Europe, where the USSR observed the unilateral United States and British takeover in Italy, Belgium, and elsewhere with equanimity, later using this as a model for its brutal takeover of Eastern Europe, to much outrage in the West, justified, but not lacking in hypocrisy. 4. The geopolitical conception that underlies Kennan's nutshell presentation of U.S. foreign policy had been elaborated during the war by the War and Peace Studies Project of the Council on Foreign Relations, whose thoughts on the suppression of war aims and on elbow room were cited earlier. Planning for Global Hegemony. 225. These high-level sessions took place from 1939 to 1945, producing extensive plans for the post-war period. Their concern was to elaborate the requirements of the United States in a world in which it proposes to hold unquestioned power. It was clear by the early 1940s that the United States would emerge from the war in a position of unparalleled dominance, initiating a period in which it would be the hegemonic power in a system of world order. In the words of an elite group 30 years later. 5. The group developed the concept of the Grand Area, understood to be a region subordinated to the needs of the U.S. economy. As one participant put it, the Grand Area was a region strategically necessary for world control. A geopolitical analysis concluded that the Grand Area must include the Western Hemisphere, the Far East, and the former British Empire, then being dismantled and opened to U.S. penetration and control, an exercise referred to as anti-imperialism in much of the literature. As the war proceeded, it became clear that Western Europe would join the Grand Area as well as the oil-producing regions of the Middle East, where U.S. control expanded at the expense of its major rivals, France and Britain. A process continued in the post-war period. Specific plans were outlined for particular regions, and institutional structures were proposed for the Grand Area, which was regarded as a nucleus or model that could be extended, optimally to a global system. 6. It is in this context that Kennan's proposals should be understood. The memoranda of the National Security Council and other government documents in subsequent years often closely follow the recommendations of the wartime planners, not surprisingly, since the same interests were represented, often the same people. They also accord with Kennan's principles. For example, NSC 48-1 in December 1949 states that, while scrupulously avoiding assumption of responsibility for raising Asiatic living standards, it is to the U.S. interest to promote the ability of these countries to maintain the economic conditions prerequisite to political stability. Thus, in accordance with Kennan's precepts, we should not be hampered by idealistic slogans about the raising of the living standards, though economic aid may be in order when we have something to gain by it. It is not, of course, proposed that we should assist, or even permit, the nationalist movement of Vietnam to achieve economic health and political stability. On the contrary, a State Department policy statement of September 1948 had explained that it is an unpleasant fact that Communist Ho Chi Minh is the strongest and perhaps the ablest figure in Indochina, and that any suggested solution which excludes him is an expedient of uncertain outcome, a serious problem, since plainly we must seek to exclude him in pursuit of the fifth freedom. 7. Political stability under his leadership was not what was. 226. The Essential Chomsky. Contemplated. Rather, stability is a code word for obedience. Those familiar with the peculiar terminology of U.S. ideological discourse will understand that it is no contradiction when James Chase, editor of Foreign Affairs, cites our efforts to destabilize a freely elected Marxist government in Chile as an illustration of the efforts of Nixon Kissinger Realpolitik to seek stability. 8. Destabilization in the interest of stability makes perfect sense in the age of Orwell. The problem, when noted, is placed under the rubric of irony in mainstream commentary, including much scholarship. 9. NSC 48-1 proceeds to develop the conventional explanation found in secret documents of the period for U.S. participation in the French war against Indochina, then the U.S. takeover of that war. The reasoning, which extends directly to Latin America, merits attention. Despite references by Eisenhower and others to Vietnam's resources, Indochina was not of major concern in itself. Rather, its importance derived from the context of the domino theory. This theory has two versions. One, invoked when there is a need to frighten the public, warns that if we don't stop them there, they land in California and take all we have. As expressed by President Lyndon Johnson at the height of U.S. aggression in Vietnam. There are 3 billion people in the world and we have only 200 million of them. We are outnumbered 15-1. If might did make right, they would sweep over the United States and take what we have. We have what they want. If we are going to have visits from any aggressors or any enemies, Johnson said in a speech in Alaska, I would rather have that aggression take place out 10,000 miles from here than take place here in Anchorage, referring to the aggression of the Vietnamese against U.S. forces in Vietnam. Therefore, as he had warned 20 years earlier, we must maintain our military strength, particularly air power. Without superior air power, America is a bound and throttled giant, impotent and easy prey to any yellow dwarf with a pocket knife. 10. The sense that we will be a pitiful, helpless giant unless we act forthrightly in defense against the overwhelming power of our third world adversaries, in the terms used later by President Nixon in announcing the invasion of Cambodia, is a common refrain in U.S. political discourse, reminiscent of a rich and spoiled child who whines that he does not have everything, though to render the image more accurate, we should place a squadron of stormtroopers at the child's command. This version of the domino theory is undoubtedly believed at some level of consciousness, and expresses in a vulgar way the concerns over maintaining the disparity outlined in more sophisticated terms by Kennan at the time. Planning for global hegemony. 227. When Lyndon Johnson was voicing his fears about the yellow dwarfs, this crude domino theory is, however, regularly dismissed with scorn if things go sour and policy must be revised. But there is also a rational version of the domino theory, the operative version, which is rarely questioned and has considerable plausibility, Adopting the terminology of the planners, we might call it the rotten apple theory. The rotten apple theory was outlined by D. Nixon when he concocted a remarkable series of fabrications concerning alleged Soviet pressure on Greece, Turkey, and Iran in February 1947 in a successful effort to convince reluctant congressional leaders to support the Truman Doctrine, an incident that he cites with much pride in his memoirs. Like apples in a barrel infected by one rotten one, the corruption of Greece would infect Iran and all to the east and would carry infection to Asia Minor, Egypt, and Africa, as well as Italy and France, which were threatened by communist participation in democratic politics. 11 This adroit and cynical invocation of a fabricated Russian threat to prepare the way for measures to prevent infection from spreading has been imitated with great efficacy since. The prime concern throughout is that if there is one rotten apple in the barrel, then the rot will spread, namely, the rot of successful social and economic development of a form that would constrain the fifth freedom. This might have a demonstration effect. To cite another case, Kissinger's aides recalled that he was far more concerned over Allende in Chile than over Castro because Allende was a living example of democratic social reform in Latin America, and Allende's success within the democratic process might cause Latin America to become unraveled with effects as far as Europe, where Euro-communism, operating within parliamentary democracy, scared him no less. Allende's success would send the wrong message to Italian voters, Kissinger feared. The contagious example of Chile would infect not only Latin America but also Southern Europe, Kissinger stated, using the conventional imagery. 12 Soon, we might find that the grand area is beginning to erode. These concerns are persistent. The CIA warned in 1964 that Cuba's experiment with almost total state socialism is being watched closely by other nations in the hemisphere, and any appearance of success there would have an extensive impact on the statist trend elsewhere in the area, to the detriment of the fifth freedom. 13 Hence the appearance of success must be aborted by a major terrorist war, including repeated attempts to assassinate Castro, bombing of petrochemical and other installations, sinking of fishing boats, shelling of hotels, crop and livestock poisoning, destruction of civilian airlines in flight, etc. We might observe that none of this counts as terrorism, by definition, since the United States or its associates are the perpetrators. In fact, it is a staple of Western propaganda that the communist bloc is immune to terrorist. 228. The Essential Chomsky Acts show proof that they are responsible for this scourge of the modern age. Walter Lacre, for example, writes that Claire Sterling, who pioneered this concept to much acclaim, has provided ample evidence that terrorism occurs almost exclusively in democratic or relatively democratic countries. As examples of such multinational terrorism, he cites Polisario in the Western Sahara. Its defense of its territory counts as terrorism, since it is fighting a takeover by Morocco, a U.S. ally, and also terrorism in some Central American countries, referring, as the context makes clear, to the guerrilla forces, not the state terrorism of El Salvador and Guatemala, which are apparently relatively democratic countries, like Morocco, and being U.S. clients, by definition cannot be engaged in terrorism. Similarly, the London Economist notes sagely in reviewing Sterling's terror network that no terrorist has ever attempted anything against the Soviet-controlled regimes. Many others also chimed in, and the point is now a cliché of learned discourses on the topic. 14 In the real world, Cuba has been the major target of international terrorism, narrowly construed to exclude the U.S. proxy war against Nicaragua. Returning to the rotten apple theory, the State Department warned in 1959 that a fundamental source of a danger we face in the Far East derives from Communist China's rate of economic growth, while the Joint Chiefs added that the dramatic economic improvements realized by Communist China over the past 10 years impress the nations of the region greatly and offer a serious challenge to the free world. Similar fears were expressed concerning North Vietnam and North Korea. The conclusion drawn was that the United States must do what it can to retard the economic progress of the communist Asian states. 15. The larger concern was Japan, the superdomino as John Dower called it. Japan, it was recognized, would become again the workshop of Asia that requires access to raw materials and markets. We must therefore guarantee Japan such access, so that the entire region can be incorporated within the grand area instead of developing as part of a new order with Japan as its industrial center, from which the United States might be excluded. Concern over this prospect was a factor in the complex interactions that led to the Japanese-American War. But, it was feared, social and economic development in Indochina in terms that might be meaningful to the Asian poor might cause the rot to spread through Southeast and South Asia, leading Japan to associate itself with a bloc of nations independent of the Grand Area, or even worse, to accommodate to the Soviet bloc. A 1949 report of the State Department Policy Planning Staff urged that Washington should develop the economic interdependence between Southeast Asia, as a supplier of raw materials, and Japan, Western Europe and India as suppliers of finished goods, so that the region could begin to fulfill its major function as a source of raw material. Planning for global hegemony. 229. ALS and a market for Japan and Western Europe. 16. In this context, Vietnam gained a significance as a rotten apple that it did not have for American planners on its own. Such thinking is not original to American planners. Similar concerns had been evoked, for example, by the American Revolution. A few days before the Monroe Doctrine was announced, the Tsar of Russia warned. Too many examples demonstrate that the contagion of revolutionary principles is arrested by neither distance nor physical obstacles. It crosses the seas, and often appears with all the symptoms of destruction which characterize it, in places where not even any direct contact, any relation of proximity might give ground for apprehension. France knows with what facility and promptitude a revelation can be carried from America to Europe. Metternich feared that the Monroe Doctrine would lend new strength to the apostles of sedition, and reanimate the courage of every conspirator. If this flood of evil doctrines and pernicious examples should extend over the whole of America, what would become of our religious and political institutions, of the moral force of our governments, and of that consecutive system which has saved Europe from complete dissolution? One of the Tsar's diplomats warned that we must work to prevent or defer this terrible revolution, and above all to save and fortify the portion of the Christian world which may escape the contagion and the invasion of vicious principles, namely, the pernicious doctrines of republicanism and popular self-rule. 17. The contemporaries of Metternich and the Tsar are animated by similar fears, and have even adopted similar rhetoric, in Kissinger's case, perhaps with full awareness, as the United States took over the role of the Tsar in the 19th century as the defender of civilization against the yellowed dwarfs and others whose pretensions threaten the disparity. Note, incidentally, that the United States achieved its major objectives in Indochina. It is a mistake to describe the Vietnam War simply as a U.S. defeat, as is commonly done, a fact that became evident as the war reached its peak of violence in the late 1960s. The devastation of Indochina by U.S. violence guarantees that it will not be a model for anyone for a long time to come, if ever. It will be lucky to survive. The harsh and cruel measures undertaken by the United States in the past decade are intended to ensure that this partial victory is maintained. 18 Meanwhile, behind the shield provided by the destruction of South Vietnam, then much of Indochina, the United States worked to buttress the second line of defense by supporting a military coup in Indonesia in 1965 that wiped out hundreds of thousands of landless peasants, a development much applauded by Western liberals as vindication of the war against. 230. The Essential Chomsky. Vietnam, backing the imposition of a Latin American-style terror state in the Philippines in 1972, etc. A further useful consequence of the attack against South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia was to ensure North Vietnamese dominance. It was clear enough by 1970, if not before, that by employing the vast resources of violence and terror at its command, the United States might be able to destroy the NLF in South Vietnam and independent forces in Laos and Cambodia, thus creating a situation in which, indeed, North Vietnam will necessarily dominate Indochina, for no other viable society will remain. 19. This predictable consequence of U.S. savagery is regularly invoked in retrospective justification for it, another ideological victory that would have impressed Orwell. Note that this achievement is a special case of the device discussed earlier. When conquest fails, efforts are made to encourage assimilation to the Soviet bloc, to justify further hostile acts, and to limit the danger that independence and success will infect others. Still another notable achievement of U.S. violence was to ensure control by the harshest elements, those capable of surviving an attack of extraordinary barbarism and destructiveness. People whose homes and families are destroyed by a cruel invader have a way of becoming angry, even brutal, a fact that Westerners profess not to comprehend, having effectively suppressed the memory of their own behavior under far less onerous circumstances. 20. Then their terrible acts can be invoked to justify the attack that helped to create this outcome. With a docile intelligentsia and well-behaved ideological institutions, Western agitprop can achieve quite notable results. The United States is intent on winning its war against Nicaragua in the same way. Nicaragua must first be driven to dependence on the USSR, to justify the attack that must be launched against it to punish it for its violation of the Fifth Freedom. If this attack does not succeed in restoring the country to the happy state of Haiti or the Dominican Republic, or of the Somoza years, then at least it must ensure that no successful social and economic development can take place there. The rotten apple must not be allowed to infect the barrel. It is very hard for a great power with the strength of the United States to be defeated in a conflict with such adversaries, and it rarely is, though a failure to achieve maximal objectives is naturally regarded as a great defeat by those of limitless ambition and aims. Further proof that we are a pitiful, helpless giant at the mercy of yellow dwarfs. The same essentially invariant nexus of principles and assumptions, often internalized to the point of lack of conscious awareness, explains another curious feature of U.S. international behavior, the hysteria evoked by threats to stability in countries of no economic or strategic interest to the United States, such as Laos or Grenada. In the case of Grenada, U.S. hostility was planning for global hegemony. 231. Immediate after the Bishop government took power in 1979. It was seriously maintained that this speck in the Caribbean posed a security threat to the United States. Distinguished military figures and commentators issued solemn pronouncements on the threat posed by Grenada to shipping lanes in the event of a Soviet attack on Western Europe. In fact, in this event, if a Russian toothpick were found on Grenada, the island would be blown away, on the unlikely assumption that such a war would last long enough for anyone to care. Laos, halfway round the world, is perhaps a still more remarkable case. Laos actually had a relatively free election in 1958, despite massive U.S. efforts to subvert it. The election was won by a coalition dominated by the Pathet Lao, the communist-led anti-French guerrillas. The government was immediately overthrown by U.S. subversion in favor of pro-Western neutralists, soon replaced by right-wing military elements so reactionary and corrupt that even the pro-American groups found themselves lined up with the Pathet Lao, and supported by the USSR and China. By 1961, a U.S. organized army of Highland tribesmen, utterly decimated, finally, as a result of their mobilization for U.S. subversion and aggression, was fighting under the leadership of former French collaborators under CIA control. Through the 60s, Pathet-Lao-controlled areas were subjected to the fiercest bombing in history, soon to be exceeded in Cambodia, in an effort to destroy the physical and social infrastructure, in the words of a Senate subcommittee. The government conceded that this bombardment was not related to the war in South Vietnam or Cambodia. This was what is called in American agit-prop secret bombing, a technical term referring to U.S. aggression that is well known but concealed by the media, and later blamed on evil men in the government who have departed from the American way, as also in the case of Cambodia, a fact that is suppressed until today. The purpose of this attack against a country of scattered villages, against people who may not have even known that Laos existed, was to abort a mild revolution-era nationalist movement that was attempting to bring about some reforms and popular mobilization in northern Laos. 21. Why should such great powers as Grenada and Laos evoke this hysteria? The security arguments are too ludicrous to consider, and it is surely not the case that their resources were too valuable to lose, under the doctrine of the Fifth Freedom. Rather, the concern was the domino effect. Under the rotten apple theory, it follows that the tinier and weaker the country, the less endowed it is with resources, the more dangerous it is. If even a marginal and impoverished country can begin to utilize its own limited human and material resources and can undertake programs of development geared to the needs of the domestic population, then others may ask, why not us? The contagion may spread, infecting others, and before long the fifth freedom may be threatened in places that matter. 15. The view beyond, prospects for the study of mind. I began these lectures by posing 4 central questions that arise in the study of language. 1. What do we know when we are able to speak and understand a language? 2. How is this knowledge acquired? 3. How do we use this knowledge? 4. What are the physical mechanisms involved in the representation, i.e., acquisition, and use of this knowledge? The first question is logically prior to the others. We can proceed with the investigation of the questions 2, 3, and 4 to the extent that we have some understanding of the answer to question 1. The task of answering question 1 is basically descriptive. In pursuing it, we attempt to construct a grammar, a theory of a particular language that describes how this language assigns specific mental representations to each linguistic expression, determining its form and meaning. The second and much harder task carries us beyond, to the level of genuine explanation. In pursuing it, we attempt to construct a theory of universal grammar, a theory of the fixed and invariant principles that constitute the human language faculty and. This chapter first appeared in Language and Problems of Knowledge, the Managua Lectures, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1988. 133-70. THEVIEWBEYOND, PROSPECTSFORTHESTUDYOFMIND 233. The parameters of variation associated with them. We can then, in effect, deduce particular languages by setting the parameters in one or another way. Furthermore, given the lexicon, which also satisfies the principles of universal grammar, and with the parameters set in a particular way, we can explain why the sentences of these languages have the form and meaning they do by deriving their structured representations from the principles of universal grammar. Question 2 is the special case of Plato's problem that arises in the study of language. We can solve the problem to the extent that we succeed in constructing the theory of universal grammar, though other factors are also involved, for example, the mechanisms of parameter setting. Other special cases of Plato's problem, in other domains, will have to be addressed in much the same fashion. Language learning, then, is the process of determining the values of the parameters left unspecified by universal grammar, of setting the switches that make the network function, to use the image I mentioned earlier. Beyond that, The language learner must discover the lexical items of the language and their properties. To a large extent, this seems to be a problem of finding what labels are used for pre-existing concepts, a conclusion that is so surprising as to seem outrageous, but that appears to be essentially correct nevertheless. Language learning is not really something that the child does, it is something that happens to the child placed in an appropriate environment, much as the child's body grows and matures in a predetermined way when provided with appropriate nutrition and environmental stimulation. This is not to say that the nature of the environment is irrelevant. The environment determines the way the parameters of universal grammar are set, yielding different languages. In a somewhat similar way, the early visual environment determines the density of receptors for horizontal and vertical lines, as has been shown experimentally. Furthermore, the difference between a rich and stimulating environment and an impoverished environment may be substantial, in language acquisition as in physical growth, or, more accurately, as in other aspects of physical growth, the acquisition of language being simply one of these aspects. Capacities that are part of our common human endowment can flourish or can be restricted and suppressed, depending on the conditions provided for their growth. The point is probably more general. It is a traditional insight, which merits more attention than it receives, that teaching should not be compared to filling a bottle with water, but rather to helping a flower to grow in its own way. As any good teacher knows, the methods of instruction and the range of material covered are matters of small importance as compared with the success in arousing the natural curiosity of the students and stimulating their interest in exploring on their own. What the student learns passively will be quickly for. 234. The Essential Chomsky. Gotten. What students discover for themselves when their natural curiosity and creative impulses are aroused not only will be remembered but will be the basis for further exploration and inquiry and perhaps significant intellectual contributions. A truly democratic community is one in which the general public has the opportunity for meaningful and constructive participation in the formation of social policy, in their own immediate community, in the workplace, and in the society at large. A society that excludes large areas of crucial decision-making from public control, or a system of governance that merely grants the general public the opportunity to ratify decisions taken by the elite groups that dominate the private society and the state, hardly merits the term democracy. Question 3 has two aspects, the perception aspect and the production aspect. Thus we would like to know how people who have acquired a language put their knowledge to use in understanding what they hear and in expressing their thoughts. I have touched on the perception aspect of the question in these lectures, but I have said nothing so far about the production aspect, what I call Descartes' problem, the problem posed by the creative aspect of language use, a normal and commonplace but quite remarkable phenomenon. For a person to understand a linguistic expression, the brain must determine its phonetic form and its words and then use the principles of universal grammar and the values of the parameters to project a structured representation of this expression and determine how its parts are associated. I have given a number of examples to illustrate how this process might take place. Descartes' problem, however, raises other issues that lie beyond anything we have discussed. As for question 4, I have said nothing. Inquiry into this problem is largely a task for the future. Part of the problem in undertaking such inquiry is that experiments with human subjects are excluded for ethical reasons. We do not tolerate experimental study of humans in the manner regarded as legitimate, rightly or wrongly, in the case of animal subjects. Thus children are not raised in controlled environments to see what kind of language would develop under various experimentally devised conditions. We do not permit researchers to implant electrodes in the human brain to investigate its internal operations or to remove parts of the brain surgically to determine what the effects would be, as is done routinely in the case of non-human subjects. Researchers are restricted to nature-S experiments. Injury, disease, and so on. To attempt to discover brain mechanisms under these conditions is extremely difficult. In the case of other systems of the mind, brain, the human visual system, for example, the experimental study of other organisms, cats, monkeys, etc., is highly informative because the visual systems are apparently quite similar. THEVIEWBEYOND PROSPECTSFORTHESTUDYOFMIND 235. Among these species, but as far as we know, the language faculty is a distinctive human possession. Study of the brain mechanisms of other animals tells us little, if anything, about this faculty of the mind, brain. The answers to these 4 questions that we would be inclined to give today, or at least, that we should be inclined to give today, in my view, are quite different from those that were accepted with little controversy as recently as a generation ago. To the extent that these questions were even posed, the answers offered would then have been something like the following. Language is a habit system, a system of dispositions to behavior, acquired through training and conditioning. Any innovative aspects of this behavior are the result of analogy. The physical mechanisms are essentially those involved in catching a ball and other skilled performances. Plato's problem was unrecognized or dismissed as trivial. It was generally believed that language has overly, and the problem is to account for the fact that so much experience and training are needed to establish such simple skills. As for Descartes' problem, it too was unrecognized within academic circles, the applied disciplines, and the intellectual community at large. Attention to the facts quickly demonstrates that these ideas are not simply in error but entirely beyond any hope of repair. They must be abandoned as essentially worthless. One has to turn to the domain of ideology to find comparable instances of a collection of ideas accepted so widely and with so little question, and so utterly divorced from the real world. And, in fact, that is the direction in which we should turn if we are interested in finding out how and why these myths achieved the respectability accorded to them, how they came to dominate such a large part of intellectual life and discourse. That is an interesting topic, one well worth pursuing, but I will not undertake this project here, apart from a few comments later on. Let us return to Descartes' problem, the problem of how language is used in the normal creative fashion, as I described earlier. Notice that I am not concerned here with use of language that has true aesthetic value, with what we call true creativity, as in the work of a fine poet or novelist or an exceptional stylist. Rather, what I have in mind is something more mundane, the ordinary use of language in everyday life, with its distinctive properties of novelty, freedom from control by external stimuli and inner states, coherence and appropriateness to situations, and its capacity to evoke appropriate thoughts in the listener. The history of this problem is of some interest. The issue arose in the context of the mind-body problem, or, more specifically, what was later called the problem of other minds. Descartes developed a mechanical theory of the universe, a major contribution to the physical sciences of his day. He convinced himself that virtually everything that takes place in the universe of our experience can be explained in terms of his me. 236. The Essential Chomsky. Mechanical conceptions, in terms of bodies that interact through direct contact, a contact mechanics we might call it. In these terms he sought to explain everything from the motion of the heavenly bodies to the behavior of animals and much of the behavior and perception of humans as well. He apparently felt that he had largely succeeded in this task and that all that remained was to fill in the details in his overarching conceptions. But not all our experience could be accommodated within this framework. The most striking exception, he suggested, was what I called earlier the creative aspect of language use. This falls entirely beyond the conceptions of mechanics, so Descartes argued. Through introspection, each person can perceive that he or she has a mind, which is quite distinct in its properties from the bodies that constitute the physical world. Suppose now that I want to determine whether another creature also has a mind. The Cartesians proposed that in this case, one should undertake a certain experimental program designed to determine whether this organism exhibits distinctive features of human behavior, the creative aspect of language use being the most striking example and the one most readily investigated. If the organs of the parrot are placed in a certain configuration under given stimulus conditions, the Cartesians argued, what the parrot says is strictly determined, or it may be random. But this is not true of an organism with a mind like ours, and experiment should be able to reveal this fact. Many specific tests were proposed. If these tests convince us that the organism exhibits the creative aspect of language use, then it would be unreasonable to doubt that it has a mind like ours. More generally, as I mentioned earlier, the problem is that a machine is compelled to act in a certain way under fixed environmental conditions and with its parts arranged in a certain way, while a human under these circumstances is only incited and inclined to behave in this fashion. The human may often, or even always, do what it is incited or inclined to do, but each of us knows from introspection that we have a choice in the matter over a large range. And we can determine by experiment that this is true of other humans as well. The difference between being compelled and merely being incited and inclined is a crucial one, the Cartesians concluded, and quite accurately. The distinction would remain crucial even if it were not manifested in actual behavior. If it were not, one could give an accurate description of human behavior in mechanical terms, but it would not be a true characterization of essential features of the human being and of the sources of human behavior. To account for the facts about the world that surpass the possibilities of mechanical explanation, it is necessary to find some extra-mechanical principle, what we might call a creative principle. This principle, the Cartesians argued, belongs to mind, a second substance entirely separate from body. THEVIEWBEYOND PROSPECTSFORTHESTUDYOFMIND 237, which is subject to mechanical explanation. Descartes himself wrote a lengthy treatise in which he laid out the principles of the mechanical world. It was to include a final volume devoted to the mind, but allegedly Descartes destroyed this part of his comprehensive work when he learned of the fate of Galileo before the Inquisition, which compelled him to renounce his beliefs about the physical world. In his preserved writings, Descartes suggests that we may not have intelligence enough to discover the nature of mind, although we are so conscious of the liberty and indifference, absence of strict determination, which exists in us that there is nothing that we comprehend more clearly and perfectly, and it would be absurd to doubt that of which we inwardly experience and perceive as existing within ourselves just because we do not comprehend a matter which from its nature we know to be incomprehensible. For the Cartesians, mind is a single substance, distinct from body. Much of the speculation and debate of the period dealt with the question of how these two substances interact, how the decisions of the mind might lead to actions of the body, for example. There is no such thing as an animal mind because animals are merely machines, subject to mechanical explanation. There is no possibility in this conception of a human mind as distinct from other kinds of mind, or of differently constituted human minds. A creature is either human or it is not. There are no degrees of humanness, no essential variation among humans apart from superficially physical aspects. As the philosopher Harry Bracken has pointed out, racism or sexism is a logical impossibility under this dualist conception. The mind, Descartes held, is a universal instrument which can serve for all contingencies. Notice that this claim is not consistent with his belief that we may not have intelligence enough to discover the nature of mind. The conclusion that the mind has intrinsic limits is surely the correct one. The idea that it is a universal instrument might be regarded as one of the ancestors of the widely held belief that the human language faculty, and other cognitive systems, all fall within the bounds of general learning mechanisms that are applicable to every intellectual task. The Cartesian tests for the existence of other minds have been resurrected in a new guise in recent years, most notably by the British mathematician Alan Turing, who devised what is now called the Turing test, to determine whether a machine, for example, a programmed computer, exhibits intelligent behavior. We apply the Turing test to a device by submitting to it a series of questions and asking whether its responses can deceive a human observer who will conclude that the responses are being offered by another human being. In Cartesian terms, this would be a test of whether the device has a mind like ours. How should we respond today to these ideas? Descartes' argument is far from absurd and cannot easily be discounted. If indeed the principles of me. 238. The Essential Chomsky mechanics do not suffice to explain certain phenomena, then we must appeal to something beyond these principles to explain them. So far, that is familiar science. We need not accept the Cartesian metaphysics, which required postulation of a second substance, a thinking substance, res cogitans, undifferentiated, without components or interacting subparts, the seat of consciousness that accounts for the unity of consciousness and the immortality of the soul. All of this is entirely unsatisfying and provides no real answer to any of the problems raised. The problems themselves, however, were quite serious ones, and much as Descartes held, it would be absurd to deny the facts that are apparent to us merely because we can conceive of no way of solving them. It is interesting to observe the fate of the Cartesian version of the mind-body problem and the problem of the existence of other minds. The mind-body problem can be posed sensibly only insofar as we have a definite conception of body. If we have no such definite and fixed conception, we cannot ask whether some phenomena fall beyond its range. The Cartesians offered a fairly definite conception of body in terms of their contact mechanics, which in many respects reflects common sense understanding. Therefore they could sensibly formulate the mind-body problem and the problem of other minds. There was important work attempting to develop the concept of mind further, including studies by British Neoplatonists of the 17th century that explored the categories and principles of perception and cognition along lines that were later extended by Kant and that were rediscovered, independently, in 20th century Gestalt psychology. Another line of development was the general and philosophical grammar, in our terms, scientific grammar, of the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries, which was much influenced by Cartesian conceptions, particularly in the early period. These inquiries into universal grammar sought to lay bare the general principles of language. These were regarded as not essentially different from the general principles of thought, so that language is a mirror of mind, in the conventional phrase. For various reasons, some good, some not, these inquiries were disparaged and abandoned for a century, to be resurrected, again independently, a generation ago, though in quite different terms and without recourse to any dualist assumptions. It is also interesting to see how the Cartesian conception of body and mind entered social thought, most strikingly in the libertarian ideas of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, which were based on strictly Cartesian conceptions of body and mind. Because humans, possessing minds, were crucially distinct from machines, including animals, so Rousseau argued, and because the properties of mind crucially surpass mechanical determinacy, therefore any infringement. THEVIEWBEYOND PROSPECTSFORTHESTUDYOFMIND 239. On human freedom is illegitimate and must be confronted and overcome. Although the later development of such thinking abandoned the Cartesian framework, its origins lay in significant measure in these classical ideas. The Cartesian conception of a second substance was generally abandoned in later years, but it is important to recognize that it was not the theory of mind that was refuted. One might argue that it was hardly clear enough to be confirmed or refuted. Rather, The Cartesian concept of body was refuted by 17th century physics, particularly in the work of Isaac Newton, which laid the foundations for modern science. Newton demonstrated that the motions of the heavenly bodies could not be explained by the principles of Descartes' contact mechanics, so that the Cartesian concept of body must be abandoned. In the Newtonian framework there is a force that one body exerts on another, without contact between them, a kind of action at a distance. Whatever this force may be, it does not fall within the Cartesian framework of contact mechanics. Newton himself found this conclusion unsatisfying. He sometimes referred to gravitational force as a cult and suggested that his theory gave only a mathematical description of events in the physical world, not a true philosophical, in more modern terminology, scientific, explanation of these events. Until the late 19th century it was still widely held that a true explanation must be framed somehow in mechanical or quasi-mechanical terms. Others, notably the chemist and philosopher Joseph Priestley, argued that bodies themselves possess capacities that go beyond the limits of contact mechanics, specifically the property of attracting other bodies, but perhaps far more. Without pursuing subsequent developments further, the general conclusion is that the Cartesian concept of body was found to be untenable. What is the concept of body that finally emerged? The answer is that there is no clear and definite concept of body. If the best theory of the material world that we can construct includes a variety of forces, particles that have no mass, and other entities that would have been offensive to the scientific common sense of the Cartesians, then so be it. We conclude that these are properties of the physical world, but the world of body. The conclusions are tentative, as befits empirical hypotheses, but are not subject to criticism because they transcend some a priori conception of body. There is no longer any definite conception of body. Rather, the material world is whatever we discover it to be, with whatever properties it must be assumed to have for the purposes of explanatory theory. Any intelligible theory that offers genuine explanations and that can be assimilated to the core notions of physics becomes part of the theory of the material world, part of our account of body. If we have such a theory in some domain, we seek to assimilate it to the core notions of physics, perhaps modifying these notions as we carry out this enterprise. In the study 240. The Essential Chomsky of human psychology. If we develop a theory of some cognitive faculty, the language faculty, for example, and find that this faculty has certain properties, we seek to discover the mechanisms of the brain that exhibit these properties and to account for them in the terms of the physical sciences, keeping open the possibility that the concepts of the physical sciences might have to be modified, just as the concepts of Cartesian contact mechanics had to be modified to account for the motion of the heavenly bodies, and as has happened repeatedly in the evolution of the natural sciences since Newton's day. In short, there is no definite concept of body. Rather, there is a material world, the properties of which are to be discovered, with no a priori demarcation of what will count as body. The mind-body problem can therefore not even be formulated. The problem cannot be solved, because there is no clear way to state it. Unless someone proposes a definite concept of body, we cannot ask whether some phenomena exceed its bounds. Similarly, we cannot pose the problem of other minds. We can, and I think should, continue to use mentalistic terminology, as I have done throughout in discussing mental representations and operations that form and modify them in mental computation. But we do not see ourselves as investigating the properties of some second substance, something crucially distinct from body that interacts with body in some mysterious way, perhaps through divine intervention. Rather, we are studying the properties of the material world at a level of abstraction at which we believe, rightly or wrongly, that a genuine explanatory theory can be constructed, a theory that provides genuine insight into the nature of the phenomena that concern us. These phenomena, in fact, are of real intellectual interest, not so much in themselves but in the avenue that they provide for us to penetrate into the deeper workings of the mind. Ultimately, we hope to assimilate this study to the mainstream of the natural sciences, much as the study of genes, of valence and the properties of the chemical elements was assimilated to more fundamental sciences. We recognize, however, that, as in the past, it may turn out that these fundamental sciences must be modified or extended to provide foundations for the abstract theories of complex systems, such as the human mind. Our task, then, is to discover genuine explanatory theories and to use these discoveries to facilitate inquiry into physical mechanisms with the properties outlined in these theories. Wherever this inquiry leads, it will be within the domain of body. Or more accurately, we simply abandon the whole conception of body as possibly distinct from something else and use the methods of rational inquiry to learn as much as we can about the world, what we call the material world, whatever exotic properties it turns out to have. The mind-body problem remains the subject of much controversy, debate, and speculation, and in this regard the problem is still very much alive. But there. THEVIEWBEYOND 241. Discussion seems to me incoherent in fundamental respects. Unlike the Cartesians, we have no definite concept of body. It is therefore quite unclear how we can even ask whether some phenomena lie beyond the range of the study of body, falling within the separate study of mind. Recall the logic of Descartes' argument for the existence of a second substance, res cogitans. Having defined body in terms of contact mechanics, he argued that certain phenomena lie beyond its domain, so that some new principle was required. Given his metaphysics, a second substance must be postulated. The logic is essentially sound. It is, in fact, much like Newton's, when he demonstrated the inadequacy of Cartesian contact mechanics for the explanation of the motion of the heavenly bodies, so that a new principle, the principle of gravitational attraction, had to be postulated. The crucial difference between the Cartesian and the Newtonian enterprises was that the latter offered a genuine explanatory theory of the behavior of bodies, whereas the Cartesian theory offered no satisfactory account of properties such as the creative aspect of language use that lie beyond mechanical explanation in Descartes' view. Therefore Newton's conceptions came to be the scientific common sense of later generations of scientists, while Descartes fell by the wayside. Returning now to Descartes' problem, notice that it still stands, unresolved by these developments in the natural sciences. We still have no way to come to terms with what appears to be a fact, even an obvious fact. Our actions are free and undetermined, in that we need not do what we are incited and inclined to do, and if we do what we are incited and inclined to do, an element of free choice nevertheless enters. Despite much thought and often penetrating analysis, it seems to me that this problem still remains unsolved, much in the way Descartes formulated it. Why should this be so? One possibility, of course, is that no one has yet thought of the right idea that will yield a solution to the problem. That is possible, but it is not the only possibility. Another possibility is the one suggested by Descartes. The problem escapes our intellectual grasp. When we investigate other organisms, we discover that their capacities have a certain scope and certain limits. Thus, a rat can do certain things very well. Suppose that we construct a radial maze, an experimental design consisting of a center with straight paths leading from it much like the spokes of a wheel. Suppose that at the end of each path there is a container with a single pellet of food. A rat placed in the center can quickly learn to obtain the food with maximal efficiency, running through each path only once. This remains true even if the device is rotated, leaving the food containers fixed, so that the rat has to traverse the same physical path more than once. This is no mean accomplishment. It requires rather sophisticated spatial concepts. On the other hand, rats apparently cannot learn to run mazes that involve sequential 242. The essential Chomsky concepts, for example, turn right twice, then turn left twice. Surely, no rat could learn to run a maze that required turning right at every choice point corresponding to a prime number, left elsewhere, thus turn right at the second, third, fifth, seventh, 11th, etc. choice point. A human could presumably solve this problem, though not without difficulty and not without conscious knowledge of arithmetic. Putting particular examples aside, it is obvious that the rat, pigeon, monkey, etc. has fixed capacities, with a definite scope and definite limits. The point is a logical one. If a creature has the capacity to perform certain tasks well, then these very capacities will lead to failure in some other tasks. If we can learn what these capacities are, we can design problems that the creature will be unable to solve, because they fall beyond its capacities. A creature is fortunate if there are problems that it cannot solve, because this means that it has the capacity to solve certain other problems well. The distinction may be one of ease or difficulty, or it may be one of possibility versus literal impossibility. But the distinction must exist, as a matter of logic. The nature of the distinction is a matter of fact. The existence of such distinctions cannot be in doubt. Furthermore, a problem that is readily solved by one organism may be too difficult or impossible for another. We can, for example, easily design a device that will solve the prime number maze and do so instantaneously and without effort or trials, namely, by building the answer into the mechanisms themselves. But this device will not be able to solve what we regard as much simpler mazes. Organisms are not arrayed along a spectrum, with some more intelligent than others, simply capable of solving more complex problems. Rather, they differ in the array of problems that they are capable of addressing and solving. A certain species of wasp, or a pigeon, is designed to find its way home. A human is not designed in the same way and cannot perform similar tasks readily or at all. It is not that a wasp or pigeon is more intelligent than a human, rather, it is different in its biologically determined capacities. Furthermore, there is no clear absolute sense in which problems are simple or difficult. It may be possible to formulate an absolute notion of difficulty that is useful for certain purposes in terms of the mathematical theory of computation, but it is not clear that this notion would be of much interest for psychology or biology, at least in the present context, because what is important for the behavior of an organism is its special design and the array of difficulty of problems that is determined by this special design. We suppose that humans are part of the natural world. They plainly have the capacity to solve certain problems. It follows that they lack the capacity to solve other problems, which will either be far too difficult for them to handle within existing limitations of time, memory, and so on, or will literally be THEVIEWBEYOND. PROSPECTESTUDYOFMIND 243. Beyond the scope of their intelligence in principle. The human mind cannot be in Descartes' terms a universal instrument which can serve for all contingencies. That is fortunate, for if it was such a universal instrument, it would serve equally badly for all contingencies. We could deal with no problems at all with any measure of success. In the case of language, the language faculty, a physical mechanism in the sense already explained, has certain definite properties, not others. These are the properties that the theory of universal grammar seeks to formulate and describe. These properties permit the human mind to acquire a language of a specific type, with curious and surprising features, as we have seen. The same properties exclude other possible languages as unlearnable by the language faculty. Possibly a human could come to understand such a non-human language by using other faculties of the mind, much in the manner in which humans can come to understand many things about the nature of the physical world through an arduous process of controlled inquiry and experimentation extending over many generations and with the intervention of individual genius, whatever that may be. Other such languages would be beyond the bounds of possible human thought. To the extent that we can discover the properties of the language faculty, we can construct unlearnable languages. Languages that cannot be acquired by the language faculty because at every point it will make the wrong choices, the wrong guesses as to the nature of the language. To the extent that we can discover the properties of other faculties of the mind, we can construct languages that can be agreed only with great difficulty, in the manner of scientific inquiry, or, presumably, not at all, and we can design other tasks that are extremely difficult or insoluble for human intelligence. There is nothing particularly mysterious about all of this. Much of what I have just said is a matter of logic. The specific scope and limits of the various faculties of the human mind are matters of fact, matters in principle amenable to human inquiry, unless they transcend the limits of the human mind. We might, someday, even be able to discover that the human mind is so constructed that certain problems, which we can formulate, are beyond the possibility of solution by a human intelligence. Such problems might be quite simple for an intelligence differently constructed, just as the prime number maze would have an obvious solution for a device designed to solve this problem. All of this is transparent in the study of physical growth. Humans are designed to grow arms and legs, not wings. Lacking appropriate nutrition or in an environment that is deficient in other ways, the embryo may fail to grow arms and legs properly, but no change in the environment will lead it to grow wings. If physical growth merely reflected properties of the environment, we 244. The Essential Chomsky would be shapeless, formless creatures, unlike one another, with extremely limited physical capacities. Since our biological endowment is intricate and highly specific, the way we grow does not reflect properties of the physical environment but rather our essential nature. We therefore grow to be complex organisms with quite specific physical properties, very similar to one another in our basic properties, adapted to certain tasks but not to others, walking but not flying, for example. The environment is not irrelevant to growth. Rather, growth is triggered by the environment in numerous ways, stimulated by environmental factors or retarded or distorted if the requisite factors are lacking. But it takes place largely in predetermined ways. We are lucky that we are incapable of becoming birds, because this follows from the fact that we are capable of becoming humans. There is every reason to suppose that much the same is true of mental development. Indeed, this must be so if we are truly part of the physical world. It follows that we can readily deal with certain problems, learning of human language, for example, while others, which are neither harder nor easier in any useful absolute terms, are beyond our reach, some of them forever. We are fortunate that this is so. Let us return again to Descartes' problem. One possible reason for the lack of success in solving it or even presenting sensible ideas about it is that it is not within the range of human intellectual capacities. It is either too difficult, given the nature of our capacities, or beyond their limits altogether. There is some reason to suspect that this may be so, though we do not know enough about human intelligence or the properties of the problem to be sure. We are able to devise theories to deal with strict determinacy and with randomness. But these concepts do not seem appropriate to Descartes' problem, and it may be that the relevant concepts are not accessible to us. A Martian scientist, with a mind different from ours, might regard this problem as trivial, and wonder why humans never seem to hit on the obvious way of solving it. This observer might also be amazed at the ability of every human child to acquire language, something that seems to him incomprehensible, requiring divine intervention, because the elements of the language faculty lie beyond his conceptual range. The same is true of the arts. Work of true aesthetic value follows canons and principles that are only in part subject to human choice. In part, they reflect our fundamental nature. The result is that we can experience deep emotion, pleasure, pain, excitement, and so on, from certain creative work, though how and why remains largely unknown. But the very capacities of mind that open these possibilities to us exclude other possibilities, some forever. The limits of artistic creativity should, again, be a matter of joy, not THEVIEWBEYOND. PROSPECTESTUDYOFMIND 245. Sorrow, because they follow from the fact that there is a rich domain of aesthetic experience to which we have access. The same is true of moral judgment. What its basis may be we do not know, but we can hardly doubt that it is rooted in fundamental human nature. It cannot be merely a matter of convention that we find some things to be right, others wrong. Growing up in a particular society, a child acquires standards and principles of moral judgment. These are acquired on the basis of limited evidence, but they have broad and often quite precise applicability. It is often, though not always, true that people can discover or be convinced that their judgments about a particular case are wrong, in the sense that the judgments are inconsistent with a person's own internalized principles. Moral argument is not always pointless, merely a matter of I assert this and you assert that. The acquisition of a specific moral and ethical system, wide-ranging and often precise in its consequences, cannot simply be the result of shaping and control by the social environment. As in the case of language, the environment is far too impoverished and indeterminate to provide this system to the child, in its full richness and applicability. Knowing little about the matter, we are compelled to speculate, but it certainly seems reasonable to speculate that the moral and ethical system acquired by the child owes much to some innate human faculty. The environment is relevant, as in the case of language, vision, and so on. Thus we can find individual and cultural divergence. But there is surely a common basis, rooted in our nature. The course of our own civilization may offer some insight into the matter. Not long ago, slavery was considered legitimate, even estimable. Slave owners did not characteristically regard what they were doing as wrong but rather saw it as a proof of their high moral values. Their arguments were, furthermore, not absurd, though we now regard them as morally grotesque. Thus, in the early days of industrial capitalism, slave owners could, and did, point out that if you own a piece of machinery, you are likely to treat it with more care than if you merely rent it. Similarly, the slave owner is likely to treat his possession with more care and solicitude than the capitalist who merely rents people for his temporary purposes. Slavery, then, reflects higher moral standards than wage slavery. No sane person would now accept this argument, though it is not entirely absurd by any means. As civilization progressed, it came to be understood that slavery is an infringement on essential human rights. We may look forward to the day when wage slavery and the need to rent oneself to survive may be seen in a similar light, as we come to have better understanding of the moral values rooted in our inner nature. Many of us have experienced something similar during our own lifetimes. Not many years ago, the problems of sexism were barely on the agenda. They. 246. The Essential Chomsky. Are far from overcome, but they are at least recognized, and it is widely understood that they must be addressed. This is a change of moral consciousness, probably irrevocable, like the realization that slavery is an intolerable affront to human dignity. It is not merely a change but an advance toward understanding of our own nature and the moral and ethical principles that derive from it. There may be no end to such discoveries, if civilization survives. A truly decent and honest person will always seek to discover forms of oppression, hierarchy, domination, and authority that infringe fundamental human rights. As some are overcome, others will be revealed that previously were not part of our conscious awareness. We thus come to a better understanding of who and what we are in our inner nature, and who and what we should be in our actual lives. This is an optimistic view, and it would not be difficult to bring forth historical evidence that apparently refutes it, but perhaps it is not unrealistic to adopt this perspective in thinking about our history and the prospects for what lies ahead. Moral thought and discourse may not end with such considerations as these, but such considerations should, nevertheless, inform and enrich it. I mentioned that Rousseau derived libertarian conceptions from Cartesian principles of body and mind. These ideas were developed further in French and German Romanticism, still framed within assumptions about essential human nature. In the libertarian social theory of Wilhelm von Humboldt, who greatly influenced John Stuart Mill, and was also, incidentally, a major figure in linguistics whose ideas are only now coming to be appreciated, it is an essential human right, rooted in the human essence, to be able to carry out productive and creative work under one's own control in solidarity with others. If a person creates some beautiful object under external direction and control, Humboldt argued, we may admire what he does, but we despise what he is, a machine, not a full human being. Marx's theory of alienated labor, the basis of his social thought, developed from these grounds, and in his early work he too formulated these conceptions in terms of a species property that determines certain fundamental human rights, crucially, the right of workers to control production, its nature and conditions. Bakunin argued that humans have an instinct of freedom and that infringement on this essential feature of human nature is illegitimate. The tradition of libertarian socialism developed in much these terms. Its conceptions have yet to be realized except in the most limited ways in existing societies, but in my view, at least, they are essentially correct and capture crucial features of essential human nature and the moral code that should be brought to conscious awareness, reflecting these properties. We might observe that every form of engagement in the social life is based on THEVIEWBEYOND. PROSPECTESTUDYOFMIND 247. Assumptions about human nature, usually only implicit. Adam Smith held that humans are born to truck and barter and, on the basis of this and similar assumptions, developed his justification for free market capitalism. The line of thought I have just briefly indicated was based on very different concepts of human nature. In ordinary everyday life the same is true. Suppose that a person decides to accept the status quo, or to try to change it, whether by reform or revolution. If not base it simply on fear, greed, or other forms of abdication of moral responsibility, the decision is taken in a specific way on the basis of beliefs, explicit or implicit, about what is good and right for human beings, hence ultimately on assumptions about fundamental human nature. It could hardly be otherwise. There is, then, a truth about the matter to be discovered, and it is an intellectually challenging task, and in this case one with profound human implications, to discover the truth about the matter. Still remaining within the realm of speculation, let us return to the study of human cognition in domains that may be more accessible to scientific inquiry. As intellectual history shows, scientists have been able over time to construct a theoretical edifice of remarkable depth in certain areas while other questions remain in much the state they were when raised millennia ago. Why should this be so? There might be some value in approaching this matter along the lines of a schematic account of language acquisition. Recalling the essentials, a child endowed with a human language faculty is presented with certain data and constructs a language, using the data to set the parameters of the language faculty. The language then provides specific interpretations for linguistic expressions over an unbounded range. Suppose that we think of theory construction in similar terms. As part of the human biological endowment, The scientist is endowed with a certain conceptual apparatus, certain ways of formulating problems, a concept of intelligibility and explanation, and so on. Call this the science-forming capacity. As in other cases, it may contain hidden resources that come to be recognized and used as the contingencies of life and experience permit, so access to this endowment may change over time, but we may assume it to be fixed, in the manner of the language faculty. The science-forming capacity is supplemented with certain background assumptions, determined by the state of current scientific understanding. So supplemented, the science-forming capacity addresses a query posed in terms accessible to it, or it formulates a query using its own resources, not at all a trivial task. The science-forming capacity then seeks to construct a theoretical explanation that will respond to this query. Its own internal criteria will determine whether the task has been successfully accomplished. If it is, the background assumptions may change, and the science-forming capacity is now prepared to face other queries, perhaps to formulate others that it will itself proceed to address. To approach the real situation of 248. The Essential Chomsky. Problem solving and theory construction. We must add much more, but let us keep to this schematic account. In the case of language, there is a special faculty that is a central element of the human mind. It operates quickly, in a deterministic fashion, unconsciously and beyond the limits of awareness, and in a manner that is common to the species, yielding a rich and complex system of knowledge, a particular language. For problem solving and theory construction, there is nothing so specific. The problems we face are too varied, and the differences among people who face them are far more striking, though it is worth emphasizing that those who share the same background assumptions can generally understand a proposed theory and evaluate it even if they did not construct it themselves and perhaps lacked whatever special abilities are involved in doing so. In most cases, the science-forming capacity, presented with a query, provides no useful response at all. Most queries are just baffling. Sometimes a small number of intelligible theories are produced. The science-forming capacity, employing its resources, may then undertake a course of experiment to evaluate them. Sometimes the theories produced may be in the neighborhood of the truth, in which case we have potential knowledge, which can be refined by experiment, working at the margins. This partial congruence between the truth about the world and what the human science-forming capacity produces at a given moment yields science. Notice that it is just blind luck if the human science-forming capacity, a particular component of the human biological endowment, happens to yield a result that conforms more or less to the truth about the world. Some have argued that this is not blind luck but rather a product of Darwinian evolution. The outstanding American philosopher Charles Sanders Peirce, who presented an account of science construction in terms similar to those just outlined, argued in this vein. His point was that through ordinary processes of natural selection our mental capacities evolved so as to be able to deal with the problems that arise in the world of experience. But this argument is not compelling. It is possible to imagine that chimpanzees have an innate fear of snakes because those who lack this genetically determined property did not survive to reproduce, but one can hardly argue that humans have the capacity to discover quantum theory for similar reasons. The experience that shaped the course of evolution offers no hint of the problems to be faced in the sciences, and ability to solve these problems could hardly have been a factor in evolution. We cannot appeal to this deus ex machina to explain the convergence of our ideas and the truth about the world. Rather, it is largely a lucky accident that there is such a partial convergence, so it seems. The human science-forming capacity, like other biological systems, has its scope and limits, as a matter of necessity. We can be confident that some THEWEBYOND PROSPECTSFORTHESTUDYOFMIND 249 LEMS will lie beyond the limits. However, the science forming capacity is supplemented by appropriate background information. Descartes' problem may be among them. At least, this would not be surprising, and there is little reason now to suspect otherwise. One might imagine that, by investigating the history of science and by experimentation with human subjects, we might learn something about the nature of the human science-forming capacity. If so, we might also learn something about the kinds of problems that we can and cannot approach by the resources of the science-forming capacity, the methods of the sciences. There is, incidentally, no reason to suppose that all the problems we face are best approached in these terms. Thus it is quite possible, overwhelmingly probable, one might guess, that we will always learn more about human life and human personality from novels than from scientific psychology. The science-forming capacity is only one facet of our mental endowment. We use it where we can but are not restricted to it, fortunately. Can the study of language, conducted along the lines we have investigated, provide a useful model for other aspects of the study of human cognition? The general line of approach should be just as appropriate elsewhere, but it would be astonishing if we were to discover that the constituent elements of the language faculty enter crucially in other domains. The one other area of cognitive psychology, beyond language, that has made substantial progress in recent years is the study of vision. Here, too, we can ask what are the properties of the human visual faculty. As I mentioned, in this case we can also learn something about the physical mechanisms involved, because of the possibility of experimentation with other organisms with similar capacities. Here, too, we discover that the faculty has definite and specific properties and that some possibilities of variation are determined by visual experience, the density of horizontal and vertical receptors, for example. In this case, experiment reveals that the growth of the faculty to its mature state observes critical periods. Specific aspects of the faculty must develop within a certain time frame of general maturation, or else they will not develop properly or at all. Certain kinds of visual experience are necessary to trigger development during these critical periods. Pattern stimulation in early infancy, for example. The visual system is unlike the language faculty in many crucial ways. It does not yield a system of knowledge, for example, but is strictly a processing system. But there are some similarities in the way the problems can be addressed. The human visual system observes certain principles, just as the language faculty does. One of these, recently discovered, is a certain rigidity principle. Under a wide range of conditions, the eye-brain interprets the phenomena presented to it as rigid objects in motion. Thus, if I were to have in my hands a plane figure, say in the shape of a circle, and were to present it to you. 250. The Essential Chomsky. Perpendicular to the line of the sight, you would see a circular figure. If I were to rotate it 90 degrees so that it finally disappeared, you would see a circular figure rotating. The visual information reaching your eye is consistent with the conclusion that what you saw was a plane figure shrinking and changing its shape until it becomes a line and disappears. But under a wide range of conditions, what you will see is a rigid plane figure rotating. The eye-brain imposes this interpretation on what it sees, because of the way it is constructed. In this case, the physiology of the matter is understood to some degree as well. To take another case, suppose that you look at a television screen with a large dot at one end. Suppose the dot disappears and another dot of the same size, shape, and color appears at the other end of the screen. If the timing and distance are properly chosen, what you will see is a dot moving from one position to the other, a phenomenon called apparent motion. The properties of apparent motion are quite remarkable. Thus, if a horizontal line is present in the middle of the screen and the experiment is repeated, what you will see under appropriate conditions is motion of the dot from one end of the screen to the other, not in a straight line but moving around the barrier. If the disappearing dot is red and the appearing one blue, you will see a red dot moving across the screen, becoming blue at a certain point and continuing to its final location, and so on, under a variety of other conditions. All these phenomena reflect the structure of the visual mechanisms. The visual mechanisms of other organisms operate quite differently. Thus, in a series of classical experiments about 25 years ago, it was demonstrated that the eye of a frog is designed, in effect, to see a fly in motion. If there is a certain kind of motion, similar to that of a fly, the eye brain will see it, but a dead fly placed in the line of sight will not trigger the visual mechanism and will not be seen. Here also the physiological mechanisms are known. These principles might be regarded as in some sense comparable to the principles of the language faculty. They are, of course, entirely different principles. The language faculty does not include the rigidity principle or the principles that govern apparent motion, and the visual faculty does not include the principles of binding theory, case theory, structure dependence, and so on. The two systems operate in quite different ways, not surprisingly. What is known about the cognitive domain suggests that the same is true elsewhere, though so little is known that one cannot be sure. It seems that the mind is modular, to use a technical term, consisting of separate systems with their own properties. Of course, the systems interact. We can describe what we see, hear, smell, taste, imagine, etc. sometimes. There are thus central systems of some kind, but about these little is understood. The evidence seems compelling, indeed overwhelming, that fundamental aspects of our mental and social life, including language, are determined as THEVIEWBEYOND PROSPECTESTUDYOFMIND 251. Part of our biological endowment, not acquired by learning, still less by training, in the course of our experience. Many find this conclusion offensive. They would prefer to believe that humans are shaped by the environment, not that they develop in a manner that is predetermined in essential respects. I mentioned earlier the remarkable dominance of the behaviorist conception that language and other aspects of our beliefs and knowledge, and of our culture in general, are determined by experience. The Marxist tradition too has characteristically held that humans are products of history and society, not determined by their biological nature. Of course, this is not true of physical properties, such as the possession of arms rather than wings or the property of undergoing puberty at roughly a certain age, but it is held to be true of intellectual, social, and general cultural life. This standard view makes nonsense of the essentials of Marx's own thought, I believe, for reasons already briefly indicated, but let us put that aside. There is no doubt that it is proclaimed as a point of doctrine by many who call themselves Marxists. For several centuries now the dominant intellectual tradition in Anglo-American thought adopted similar conceptions. In this empiricist tradition, it was held that the constructions of the mind result from a few simple operations of association on the basis of contiguity, phenomenal similarity, and so on, perhaps extended by a capacity for induction from a limited class of cases to a larger class of the same type. These resources must then suffice for all intellectual achievements, including language learning and much else. Within this array of doctrines there are some differences, but the similarities are much more striking. One striking feature is that, although they have been widely believed, indeed asserted as virtual doctrinal truths, they are supported by no compelling evidence. In fact, attention to the simplest facts suffices to undermine them, as I have indicated throughout these lectures. If there were any truth to these doctrines, human beings would be miserable creatures indeed, extremely limited in their capacities, unlike one another, mere reflections of some accidental experience. I made the point earlier in connection with physical growth, and the same is true in the domains of intellectual, social, and cultural life. When some doctrine has such a powerful grip on the intellectual imagination over such a broad range, and when it has little in the way of empirical support but is rather in conflict with the evidence at every point, it is fair to ask why the beliefs are so firmly maintained. Why should intellectuals be so wedded to the belief that humans are shaped by the environment, not determined by their nature? In earlier years, environmentalism was held to be a progressive doctrine. It undermined the belief that each person has a natural place fixed by nature, lord, servant, slave, and so on. It is true that if people have no endowments. 252. The Essential Chomsky. Then they are equal in endowments, equally miserable and unfortunate. Whatever appeal such a view may once have had, it is hard to take it seriously today. In fact, it was dubious even then, as noted. The traditional dualism to which it was opposed had deeper and far more persuasive reasons for assuming the essential unity of the human species and the lack of significant variation within it in any of these respects. Such arguments for environmentalism are often heard today in connection with the debates over race and IQ and the like. Again, it is true that if humans have no biologically determined intellectual endowments, then there will be no correlation between IQ, a socially determined property, and anything else, race, sex, or whatever. Again, though the motivation can be appreciated, it is difficult to take the argument seriously. Let us pretend for the moment that race and IQ are well-defined properties, and let us suppose that some correlation is found between them. Perhaps a person of a particular race, on the average, is likely to have a slightly higher IQ than a person of another race. Notice first that such a conclusion would have essentially null scientific interest. It is of no interest to discover a correlation between two traits selected at random, and if someone happens to be interested in this odd and pointless question, it would make far more sense to study properties that are much more clearly defined, say, length of fingernails and eye color. So the interest of the discovery must lie in the social domain. But here, it is clear that the discovery is of interest only to people who believe that each individual must be treated not as what he or she is but rather as an example of a certain category, racial, sexual, or whatever. To anyone not afflicted with these disorders, it is of zero interest whether the average value of IQ for some category of persons is such and such. Suppose we were to discover the height has a slight correlation with ability to do higher mathematics. Would that imply that no one under a certain height should be encouraged to study higher mathematics, or would it mean that each person should be considered as an individual, encouraged to study higher mathematics if their talents and interests so indicate? Obviously the latter, even though it would then turn out that a slightly higher percentage of taller people would end up pursuing this path. Since we do not suffer from the social disease of heightism, the issue interests no one. Surely people differ in their biologically determined qualities. The world would be too horrible to contemplate if they did not. But discovery of the correlation between some of these qualities is of no scientific interest and of no social significance, except to racists, sexists, and the like. Those who argue that there is a correlation between race and IQ, and those who deny this claim are contributing to racism and other disorders, because what they are saying is based on the assumption that the answer to the question makes a difference. It does not, except to racists, sexists, and the like. THEVIEWBEYOND PROSPECTESTUDYOFMIND 253. Case by case, it is difficult to take seriously the idea that environmentalism is somehow progressive and should therefore be adopted as doctrine. Furthermore, the issue is irrelevant, because the question is one of truth, not doctrine. Questions of fact cannot be resolved on the basis of ideological commitment. As I have observed throughout, we should be delighted that environmentalism is utterly misconceived, but the question of truth or falsity is not resolved by a preference for one or another outcome of inquiry. Although factual questions are not resolved by doctrines of faith, it sometimes makes sense to inquire into the relation between ideological commitments and scientific beliefs. This is particularly appropriate in a case such as the one under discussion, a case in which beliefs about matters of fact are held by the intellectual community over such a broad range, over such a long period, and with such passion and intensity, in the face of rather obvious considerations of fact and logic. Why do these environmentalist ideas have such appeal to intellectuals? One possible answer lies in the role that intellectuals characteristically play in contemporary, and not so contemporary, society. Since intellectuals are the ones who write history, we should be cautious about the alleged lessons of history in this regard. It would not be surprising to discover that the version of history presented is self-serving, and indeed it is. Thus, the standard image is that the intellectuals are fiercely independent, honest, defenders of the highest values, opponents of arbitrary rule and authority, and so on. The actual record reveals a different story. Quite typically, intellectuals have been ideological and social managers, serving power or seeking to assume power themselves by taking control of popular movements of which they declare themselves to be the leaders. For people committed to control and manipulation, it is quite useful to believe that human beings have no intrinsic moral and intellectual nature, that they are simply objects to be shaped by state and private managers and ideologues, who, of course, perceive what is good and right. Concern for intrinsic human nature poses moral barriers in the way of manipulation and control, particularly if this nature conforms to the libertarian conceptions that I have briefly reviewed. In accordance with these conceptions, human rights are rooted in human nature, and we violate fundamental human rights when people are forced to be slaves, wage slaves, servants of external power, subjected to systems of authority and domination, manipulated and controlled for their own good. I rather suspect that these speculations about the otherwise quite surprising appeal of environmentalist views has more than a little truth to it. It is sometimes argued that even if we succeed in explaining properties of human language and other human capacities in terms of an innate biological endowment, nothing has really been achieved because it remains to explain. 254. The Essential Chomsky. How the biological endowment developed, the problem is simply displaced, not solved. This is a curious argument. By the same logic, we might argue that nothing is explained if we demonstrate that a bird does not learn to have wings but rather develops them because it is so constructed by virtue of its genetic endowment. The problem is only displaced because it remains to explain how the genetic endowment evolved. It is perfectly correct that in each case new problems are raised. This is typically the case when we solve some problem, giving rise to others. But it would be absurd to argue that nothing has been achieved when we learn that birds grow wings by virtue of their genetic endowment, not by learning, or that humans undergo the processes of puberty because that is the way they are designed, not by observing others and deciding to do the same. True. It remains to account for the evolution of language, wings, etc. The problem is a serious one, but it belongs to a different domain of inquiry. Can the problem be addressed today? In fact, little is known about these matters. Evolutionary theory is informative about many things, but it has little to say, as of now, about questions of this nature. The answers may well lie not so much in the theory of natural selection as in molecular biology, in the study of what kinds of physical systems can develop under the conditions of life on Earth and why, ultimately because of physical principles. It surely cannot be assumed that every trait is specifically selected. In the case of such systems as language or wings, it is not easy even to imagine a course of selection that might have given rise to them. A rudimentary wing, for example, is not useful for motion but is more of an impediment. Why then should the organ develop in the early stages of its evolution? In some cases, it seems that organs develop to serve one purpose and, when they have reached a certain form in the evolutionary process, became available for different purposes. At which point the processes of natural selection may refine them further for these purposes. It has been suggested that the development of insect wings follows this pattern. Insects have the problem of heat exchange, and rudimentary wings can serve this function. When they reach a certain size, they become less useful for this purpose but begin to be useful for flight, at which point they evolve into wings. Possibly human mental capacities have in some cases evolved in a similar way. Take the human number faculty. Children have the capacity to acquire the number system. They can learn to count and somehow know that it is possible to continue to add one indefinitely. They can also readily acquire the technique of arithmetical calculation. If a child did not already know that it is possible to add one indefinitely, it could never learn this fact. Rather, taught the numerals 1, 2, 3, etc., up to some number n, it would assume that that is the end of the story. It seems that this capacity, like the capacity for language, lies. THEVIEWBEYOND PROSPECTSFORTHESTUDYOFMIND 255. Beyond the intellectual range of otherwise intelligent apes. It was, incidentally, thought for a time that certain birds could be taught to count. Thus it was shown that some birds could be taught that if they are presented with 4 dots, then they can find food in the 4th container in a linear array. The task could be performed up to about 7 items, leading to the conclusion that birds can count. But the conclusion is incorrect. The most elementary property of the number system is that the series of numbers goes on indefinitely. You can always add one more. Birds may have certain limited capacities to match arrays of not too many items, but that has nothing to do with the faculty of number. The ability to count is not more of the same but something entirely different in character. How did the number faculty develop? It is impossible to believe that it was specifically selected. Cultures still exist today that have not made use of this faculty. Their language does not contain a method for constructing indefinitely many number words, and the people of these cultures are not aware of the possibility of counting. But they certainly have the capacity. Adults can quickly learn to count and to do arithmetic if placed in the appropriate environment, and a child from such a tribe, raised in a technological society, could become an engineer or a physicist as readily as anyone else. The capacity is present but latent. In fact, the capacity was latent and unused throughout almost all of human history. It is only recently in evolutionary terms, at a time when human evolution had reached its current stage, that the number faculty was manifested. Plainly, it is not the case that people who could count, or who could solve problems of arithmetic or number theory, were able to survive to produce more offspring, so that the capacity developed through natural selection. Rather, it developed as a byproduct of something else, and was available for use when circumstances called it forth. At this point one can only speculate that it is possible that the number faculty developed as a byproduct of the language faculty. The latter has features that are quite unusual, perhaps unique in the biological world. In technical terms, it has the property of a discrete infinity. To put it simply, each sentence has a fixed number of words, 1, 2, 3, 47, 93, etc., and there is no limit in principle to how many words the sentence may contain. Other systems known in the animal world are quite different. Thus, the system of ape calls is finite. There are a fixed number, say, 40. The so-called bee language, on the other hand, is infinite, but it is not discrete. A bee signals the distance of the flower from the hive by some form of motion. The greater the distance, the more the motion. Between any two signals there is in principle another, signaling a distance in between the first two, and this continues down to the ability to discriminate. One might argue that this system is even. 256. The Essential Chomsky. Richer than human language, because it contains more signals in a certain mathematically well-defined sense. But this is meaningless. It is simply a different system, with an entirely different basis. To call it a language is simply to use a misleading metaphor. Human language has the extremely unusual, possibly unique, property of discrete infinity, and the same is true of the human number faculty. In fact, we might think of the human number faculty as essentially an abstraction from human language, preserving the mechanism of a discrete infinity and eliminating the other special features of language. If so, that would explain the fact that the human number faculty is available though unused in the course of human evolution. This still leaves the question of origin of human language. Here there are some speculations, nothing more, and they do not seem persuasive. It may be that at some remote period a mutation took place that gave rise to the property of discrete infinity, perhaps for reasons that have to do with the biology of cells, to be explained in terms of properties of physical mechanisms, now unknown. Without this capacity it might have been possible to think thoughts of a certain restricted character, but with the capacity in place, the same conceptual apparatus would be freed for the construction of new thoughts and operations such as inference involving them, and it would be possible to express and interchange these thoughts. At that point evolutionary pressures might have shaped the further development of the capacity, at least in part. Quite possibly other aspects of its evolutionary development again reflect the operation of physical laws applying to a brain of a certain degree of the complexity. We simply do not know. This seems to me roughly where things stand today. In particular areas, such as the study of language and vision, there has been substantial progress, and more is sure to come. But many questions lie beyond our intellectual grasp for the present, and perhaps forever. 16. Containing the enemy. In the first chapter of Necessary Illusions, I mentioned 3 models of media organization: 1. Corporate oligopoly, 2. State-controlled, and 3. A democratic communications policy as advanced by the Brazilian bishops. The first model reduces democratic participation in the media to zero, just as other corporations are, in principle, exempt from popular control by workforce or community. In the case of state-controlled media, democratic participation might vary, depending on how the political system functions. In practice, the state media are generally kept in line by the forces that have the power to dominate the state, and by an apparatus of cultural managers who cannot stray far from the bounds these forces set. The third model is largely untried in practice, just as a socio-political system with significant popular engagement remains a concern for the future, a hope or a fear, depending on one's evaluation of the right of the public to shape its own affairs. The model of media as corporate oligopoly is the natural system for capitalist democracy. It has, accordingly, reached its highest form in the most advanced of these societies, particularly the United States, where media concentration is high. Public radio and television are limited in scope, and elements of the radical democratic model exist only at the margins, in such phenomena as listener-supported community radio and the alternative or local press, often with a noteworthy effect on the social and political culture and the sense of empowerment in the communities that benefit from these options. 1. In this respect, the United States represents the form toward which capitalist. This chapter first appeared in Necessary Illusions, Thought Control and Democratic Societies, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1989, 21-43. 258. The Essential Chomsky. Democracy is tending. Related tendencies include the progressive elimination of unions and other popular organizations that interfere with private power, an electoral system that is increasingly stage-managed as a public relations exercise, avoidance of welfare measures such as national health insurance that also impinge on the prerogatives of the privileged, and so on. From this perspective, It is reasonable for Cyrus Vance and Henry Kissinger to describe the United States as a model democracy, democracy being understood as a system of business control of political as well as other major institutions. Other Western democracies are generally a few steps behind in these respects. Most have not yet achieved the US system of one political party, with two factions controlled by shifting segments of the business community. They still retain parties based on working people and the poor, which to some extent represent their interests. But these are declining, along with cultural institutions that sustain different values and concerns, and organizational forms that provide isolated individuals with the means to think and to act outside the framework imposed by private power. This is the natural course of events under capitalist democracy, because of what Joshua Cohen and Joel Rogers call the resource constraint and the demand constraint. To the former is straightforward. Control over resources is narrowly concentrated, with predictable effects for every aspect of social and political life. The demand constraint is a more subtle means of control, one whose effects are rarely observed directly in a properly functioning capitalist democracy such as the United States, though they are evident, for example, in Latin America, where the political system sometimes permits a broader range of policy options, including programs of social reform. The consequences are well known: capital flight, loss of business and investor confidence, and general social decline as those who own the country lose the capacity to govern it, or simply a military coup, typically backed by the hemispheric guardian of order and good form. The more benign response to reform programs illustrates the demand constraint, the requirement that the interests of those with effective power be satisfied if the society is to function. In brief, it is necessary to ensure that those who own the country are happy, or else all will suffer, for they control investment and determine what is produced and distributed and what benefits will trickle down to those who rent themselves to the owners when they can. For the homeless in the streets, then, the highest priority must be to ensure that the dwellers in the mansions are reasonably content. Given the options available within the system and the cultural values it reinforces, maximization of short-term individual gain appears to be the rational course, along with submissiveness, obedience, and abandonment of the public arena. The bounds on political action are correspondingly limited. Once the forms of capitalist democracy are in place, they remain very containing the enemy. 259. Stable, whatever suffering ensues, a fact that has long been understood by U.S. planners. One consequence of the distribution of resources and decision-making power in the society at large is that the political class and the cultural managers typically associate themselves with the sectors that dominate the private economy. They are either drawn directly from those sectors or expect to join them. The radical Democrats of the 17th century English Revolution held that it will never be a good world while knights and gentlemen make us laws that are chosen for fear and do but oppress us, and do not know the people's source. It will never be well with us till we have parliaments of countrymen like ourselves, that know our wants. But Parliament and the preachers had a different vision. When we mention the people, we do not mean the confused promiscuous body of the people they held. With the resounding defeat of the Democrats, the remaining question, in the words of a Leveller pamphlet, was whose slaves the poor shall be, the king's or Parliament S.3. The same controversy arose in the early days of the American Revolution. Framers of the state constitutions, Edward Countryman observes, had insisted that the representative assemblies should closely reflect the people of the state itself. They objected to a separate caste of political leaders insulated from the people. But the federal constitution guaranteed that representatives, senators, and the president all would know that exceptional was just what they were. Under the Confederation, artisans, farmers, and others of the common people had demanded that they be represented by men of their own kind. having learned from the revelationary experience that they were as capable as anyone of deciding what was wrong in their lives and of organizing themselves so they could do something about it. This was not to be. The last gasp of the original spirit of the revolution, with all its belief in community and cooperation, came from the Massachusetts farmers during Shays's rebellion in 1786. The resolutions and addresses of the county committees in the year or two before the rebellion said exactly what all sorts of people had been saying in 1776. Their failure taught the painful lesson that the old ways no longer worked, and they found themselves forced to grovel and beg forgiveness from rulers who claimed to be the people's servants. So it has remained. With the rarest of exceptions, the representatives of the people do not come from or return to the workplace, rather, law offices catering to business interests, executive suites, and other places of privilege. 4. As for the media, in England a lively labour-oriented press reaching a broad public existed into the 1960s, when it was finally eliminated through the workings of the market. At the time of its demise in 1964, the Daily Herald had over 5 times as many readers as the Times and almost double the readership of the Times, the Financial Times and the Guardian combined. James Curran. 260. The Essential Chomsky observes, citing survey research showing that its readers were also exceptionally devoted to their paper. But this journal, partially owned by the unions and reaching a largely working-class audience, appealed to the wrong people. Curran continues. The same was true of other elements of the social democratic press that died at the same time, in large part because they were deprived of the same level of subsidy through advertising and private capital as sustained the quality press, which not only reflects the values and interests of its middle-class readers but also gives them force, clarity and coherence and plays an important ideological role in amplifying and renewing the dominant political consensus. 5. The consequences are significant. For the media, Curran concludes, there is a remarkable growth in advertising-related editorial features and a growing convergence between editorial and advertising content reflecting the increasing accommodation of national newspaper managements to the selective needs of advertisers and the business community generally. The same is likely true of news coverage and interpretation. For society at large, Curran continues, the loss of the only social democratic papers with a large readership which devoted serious attention to current affairs, including sectors of the working class that had remained remarkably radical in their attitudes to a wide range of economic and political issues, contributed to the progressive erosion in post-war Britain of a popular radical tradition and to the disintegration of the cultural base that has sustained active participation within the labour movement, which has ceased to exist as a mass movement in most parts of the country. The effects are readily apparent. With the elimination of the selection and treatment of news and relatively detailed political commentary and analysis, that help daily to sustain a social democratic subculture within the working class, there is no longer an articulate alternative to the picture of a world where the subordination of working people is accepted as natural and inevitable, and no continuing expression of the view that working people are morally entitled to a greater share of the wealth they created and a greater say in its allocation. The same tendencies are evident elsewhere in the industrial capitalist societies. There are, then, natural processes at work to facilitate the control of enemy territory at home. Similarly, the global planning undertaken by U.S. elites during and after World War II assumed that principles of liberal internationalism would generally serve to satisfy what had been described as the requirement of the United States in a world in which it proposes to hold unquestioned power. 6. The global policy goes under the name containment. The manufacture of consent at home is its domestic counterpart. The two policies are, in fact, closely intertwined, since the domestic population must containing the enemy. 261. Be mobilized to pay the costs of containment, which may be severe, both material and moral costs. The rhetoric of containment is designed to give a defensive cast to the project of global management, and it thus serves as part of the domestic system of thought control. It is remarkable that the terminology is so easily adopted, given the questions that it begs. Looking more closely, we find that the concept conceals a good deal. 7. The underlying assumption is that there is a stable international order that the United States must defend. The general contours of this international order were developed by U.S. planners during and after World War II. Recognizing the extraordinary scale of U.S. power, they proposed to construct a global system that the United States would dominate and within which U.S. business interests would thrive. As much of the world as possible would constitute a grand area, as it was called, which would be subordinated to the needs of the U.S. economy. Within the grand area, other capitalist societies would be encouraged to develop, but without protective devices that would interfere with U.S. prerogatives. 8. In particular, only the United States would be permitted to dominate regional systems. The United States moved to take effective control of world energy production and to organize a world system in which its various components would fulfill their functions as industrial centers, as markets and sources of raw materials, or as dependent states pursuing their regional interests within the overall framework of order managed by the United States, as Henry Kissinger was later to explain. The Soviet Union has been considered the major threat to the planned international order, for good reason. In part this follows from its very existence as a great power controlling an imperial system that could not be incorporated within the grand area, in part from its occasional efforts to expand the domains of its power, as in Afghanistan, and the alleged threat of invasion of Western Europe, if not world conquest, a prospect regularly discounted by more serious analysts in public and in internal documents. But it is necessary to understand how broadly the concept of defense is construed if we wish to evaluate the assessment of Soviet crimes. Thus the Soviet Union is a threat to world order if it supports people opposing U.S. designs, for example, the South Vietnamese engaging in internal aggression against their selfless American defenders, as explained by the Kennedy liberals, or Nicaraguans illegitimately combating the depredations of the U.S.-run democratic resistance. Such actions prove that Soviet leaders are not serious about it and cannot be trusted, statesmen and commentators soberly observe. Thus, Nicaragua will be a prime place to test the sanguine forecast that Gorbachev is now turning down the heat in the Third World, the Washington. 262. The Essential Chomsky Post editors explain, placing the onus for the U.S. attack against Nicaragua on the Russians while warning of the threat of the Soviet outpost to overwhelm and terrorize its neighbors. 9. The United States will have won the Cold War, from this point of view, when it is free to exercise its will in the rest of the world without Soviet interference. Though containing the Soviet Union has been the dominant theme of U.S. foreign policy only since the United States became a truly global power after World War II, the Soviet Union had been considered an intolerable threat to order since the Bolshevik Revolution. Accordingly, it has been the main enemy of the independent media. In 1920, Walter Lippmann and Charles Murs produced a critical study of New York Times coverage of the Bolshevik Revolution, describing it as nothing short of a disaster. From the point of view of professional journalism, editorial policy, deeply hostile, profoundly and grossly influenced their news columns. For subjective reasons, the Times staff accepted and believed most of what they were told by the U.S. government and the agents and adherents of the old regime. They dismissed Soviet peace offers as merely a tactic to enable the Bolsheviks to concentrate their energies for a renewed drive toward worldwide revolution and the imminent Red invasion of Europe. The Bolsheviks, Lippmann and Murs wrote, were portrayed as simultaneously both cadaver and worldwide menace, and the Red Barrel appeared at every turn to obstruct the restoration of peace in Eastern Europe and Asia and to frustrate the resumption of economic life. When President Wilson called for intervention, the New York Times responded by urging that we drive the Bolsheviki out of Petrograd and Moscow. 10. Change a few names and dates, and we have a rather fair appraisal of the treatment of Indochina yesterday and Central America today by the national media. Similar assumptions about the Soviet Union are reiterated by contemporary diplomatic historians who regard the development of an alternative social model as in itself an intolerable form of intervention in the affairs of others, against which the West has been fully entitled to defend itself by forceful action in retaliation, including the defense of the West by military intervention in the Soviet Union after the Bolshevik Revolution. 11 Under these assumptions, widely held and respected, aggression easily becomes self-defense. Returning to post-World War II policy and ideology, it is, of course, unnecessary to contrive reasons to oppose the brutality of the Soviet leaders in dominating their internal empire and their dependencies while cheerfully assisting such contemporary monsters as the Ethiopian military junta or the neo-Nazi generals in Argentina. But an honest review will show that the primary enemies have been the indigenous populations within the Grand Area. Containing the enemy. 263. Who fall prey to the wrong ideas. It then becomes necessary to overcome these deviations by economic, ideological, or military warfare, or by terror and subversion. The domestic population must be rallied to the cause, in defense against communism. These are the basic elements of containment in practice abroad, and of its domestic counterpart within. With regard to the Soviet Union, the concept has two variants over the years. The doves were reconciled to a form of containment in which the Soviet Union would dominate roughly the areas occupied by the Red Army in the war against Hitler. The hawks had much broader aspirations, as expressed in the rollback strategy outlined in NSC 68 of April 1950, shortly before the Korean War. This crucial document, made public in 1975, interpreted containment as intended to foster the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system and make it possible to negotiate a settlement with the Soviet Union, or a successor state or states. In the early post-war years, the United States supported armies established by Hitler in the Ukraine and Eastern Europe, with the assistance of such figures as Reinhard Gehlen, who headed Nazi military intelligence on the Eastern Front and was placed in charge of the espionage service of West Germany under close CIA supervision, assigned the task of developing a secret army of thousands of SS men to assist the forces fighting within the Soviet Union. So remote are these facts from conventional understanding that a highly knowledgeable foreign affairs specialist at the liberal Boston Globe could condemn tacit U.S. support for the Khmer Rouge by offering the following analogy. As the ultimate absurdity, it is as if the United States had winked at the presence of a Nazi guerrilla movement to harass the Soviets in 1945, exactly what the United States was doing into the early 1950s. And not just twinking. 12. It is also considered entirely natural that the Soviet Union should be surrounded by hostile powers, facing with equanimity major NATO bases with missiles on alert status as in Turkey, while if Nicaragua obtains jet planes to defend its airspace against regular U.S. penetration, this is considered by doves and hawks alike to warrant U.S. military action to protect ourselves from this grave threat to our security, in accordance with the doctrine of containment. Establishment of grand area principles abroad and necessary illusions at home does not simply await the hidden hand of the market. Liberal internationalism must be supplemented by the periodic resort to forceful intervention. 13 At home, the state has often employed force to curb dissent, and there have been regular and quite self-conscious campaigns by business to control the public mind and suppress challenges to private power when implicit controls do not suffice. The ideology of anti-communism has served this purpose since World War I, with intermittent exceptions. In earlier years, the 264. The Essential Chomsky. United States was defending itself from other evil forces, the Huns, the British, the Spanish, the Mexicans, the Canadian papists, and the merciless Indian savages of the Declaration of Independence. But since the Bolshevik Revolution, and particularly in the era of bipolar world power that emerged from the ashes of World War II, a more credible enemy has been the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that seeks to subvert our noble endeavors, in John F. Kennedy's phrase, Ronald Reagan's evil empire. In the early Cold War years, Dean Acheson and Paul Nitz planned to bludgeon the mass mind of top government, as Acheson put it with reference to NSC 68. They presented a frightening portrayal of the communist threat, in order to overcome public, business, and congressional desires for peace, low taxes, and sound fiscal policies, and to mobilize popular support for the full-scale rearmament that they felt was necessary to overcome communist ideology and Western economic vulnerability. William Borden observes in a study of post-war planning. The Korean War served these purposes admirably. The ambiguous and complex interactions that led to the war were ignored in favor of the more useful image of a Kremlin campaign of world conquest. Dean Acheson, meanwhile, remarked that in the Korean hostilities an excellent opportunity is here offered to disrupt the Soviet peace offensive, which is assuming serious proportions and having a certain effect on public opinion. The structure of much of the subsequent era was determined by these manipulations, which also provided a standard for later practice. 14. In earlier years, Woodrow Wilson's Red Scare demolished unions and other dissident elements. A prominent feature was the suppression of independent politics and free speech, on the principle that the state is entitled to prevent improper thought and its expression. Wilson's Greeley Commission, dedicated to creating war fever among the generally pacifist population, had demonstrated the efficacy of organized propaganda with the cooperation of the loyal media and the intellectuals, who devoted themselves to such tasks as historical engineering, the term devised by historian Frederick Paxson, one of the founders of the National Board for Historical Services established by U.S. historians to serve the state by explaining the issues of the war that we might the better win it. The lesson was learned by those in a position to employ it. Two lasting institutional consequences were the rise of the public relations industry, one of whose leading figures, Edward Bernays, had served on the Wartime Propaganda Commission, and the establishment of the FBI as, in effect, a national political police. This is a primary function it has continued to serve, as illustrated, for example, by its criminal acts to undermine the rising crisis of democracy in the 1960s and the surveillance and disruption of popular opposition to U.S. intervention in Central America 20 years later. 15. The effectiveness of the state corporate propaganda system is illustrated. Containing the enemy. 265. By the fate of May Day, a workers' holiday throughout the world that originated in response to the judicial murder of several anarchists after the Haymarket Affair of May 1886, in a campaign of international solidarity with U.S. workers struggling for an 8-hour day. In the United States, all has been forgotten. May Day has become Law Day, a jingoist celebration of our 200-year-old partnership between law and liberty, as Ronald Reagan declared while designating May 1st as Law Day 1984, adding that without law there can be only chaos and disorder. The day before, he had announced that the United States would disregard the proceedings of the International Court of Justice that later condemned the U.S. government for its unlawful use of force and violation of treaties in its attack against Nicaragua. Law Day also served as the occasion for Reagan's declaration of May 1, 1985, announcing an embargo against Nicaragua in response to the emergency situation created by the Nicaraguan government's aggressive activities in Central America, actually declaring a national emergency, since renewed annually, because the policies and actions of the government of Nicaragua constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States, all with the approbation of the Congress, the media, and the intellectual community generally, or, in some circles, embarrassed silence. The submissiveness of the society to business dominance, secured by Wilson's Red Scare, began to erode during the Great Depression. In 1938, the Board of Directors of the National Association of Manufacturers, adopting the Marxist rhetoric that is common in the internal records of business and government documents, described the hazard facing industrialists in the newly realized political power of the masses. Unless their thinking is directed, it warned, we are definitely headed for adversity. No less threatening was the rise of labor organization, in part with the support of industrialists who perceived it as a means to regularize labor markets. But too much is too much, and business soon rallied to overcome the threat by the device of employer mobilization of the public to crush strikes, as an academic study of the 1937 Johnstown steel strike observed. This formula, the business community exulted, was one that business has hoped for, dreamed of, and prayed for. Combined with strontium methods, propaganda campaigns were used effectively to subdue the labor movement in subsequent years. These campaigns spent millions of dollars to tell the public that nothing was wrong and that grave dangers lurked in the proposed remedies of the unions, the La Follette Committee of the Senate observed in its study of business propaganda. 16. In the post-war period, the public relations campaign intensified, employing the media and other devices to identify so-called free enterprise, meaning state-subsidized private profit with no infringement on managerial prerogative. 266. The Essential Chomsky. As the American way, threatened by dangerous subversives. In 1954, Daniel Bell, then an editor of Fortune magazine, wrote that it has been industry's prime concern, in the post-war years, to change the climate of opinion ushered in by the Depression. This free enterprise campaign has two essential aims: to re-win the loyalty of the worker which now goes to the union, and to halt creeping socialism. That is, the mildly reformist capitalism of the New Deal. The scale of businesses' public relations campaigns, Bell continued, was staggering. Through advertising in press and radio and other means. 17 The effects were seen in legislation to constrain union activity, the attack on independent thought often mislabeled McCarthyism, and the elimination of any articulate challenge to business domination. The media and intellectual community cooperated with enthusiasm. The universities, in particular, were purged, and remained so until the crisis of democracy dawned and students and younger faculty began to ask the wrong kinds of questions. That elicited a renewed though less effective purge, while in a further resort to necessary illusion, it was claimed, and still is, that the universities were virtually taken over by left-wing totalitarians, meaning that the grip of orthodoxy was somewhat relaxed. 18. As early as 1947, a State Department public relations officer remarked that smart public relations has paid off as it has before and will again. Public opinion is not moving to the right, it has been moved, cleverly, to the right. While the rest of the world has moved to the left, has admitted labor into government, has passed liberalized legislation, the United States has become anti-social change, anti-economic change, anti-labor. 19. By that time, the rest of the world was being subjected to similar pressures, as the Truman administration, reflecting the concerns of the business community, acted vigorously to arrest such tendencies in Europe, Japan, and elsewhere, through means ranging from extreme violence to control of desperately needed food, diplomatic pressures, and a wide range of other devices. 20. All of this is much too little understood, but I cannot pursue it properly here. Throughout the modern period, measures to control the public mind have been employed to enhance the natural pressures of the free market, the domestic counterpart to intervention in the global system. It is worthy of note that with all the talk of liberal free trade policies, the two major sectors of the U.S. economy that remain competitive in world trade, high technology industry and capital-intensive agriculture, Both rely heavily on state subsidy and a state-guaranteed market. 21 as another in containing the enemy. 267. Industrial societies. The U.S. economy had developed in earlier years through protectionist measures. In the post-war period, the United States grandly proclaimed liberal principles on the assumption that U.S. investors would prevail in any competition, a plausible expectation in the light of the economic realities of the time, and one that was fulfilled for many years. For similar reasons, Great Britain had been a passionate advocate of free trade during the period of its hegemony, abandoning these doctrines and the lofty rhetoric that accompanied them in the interwar period, when it could not withstand competition from Japan. The United States is pursuing much the same course today in the face of similar challenges, which were quite unexpected 40 years ago, indeed until the Vietnam War. Its unanticipated costs weakened the U.S. economy while strengthening its industrial rivals, who enriched themselves through their participation in the destruction of Indochina. South Korea owes its economic takeoff to these opportunities, which also provided an important stimulus to the Japanese economy, just as the Korean War launched Japan's economic recovery and made a major contribution to Europe's. Another example is Canada, which became the world's largest per capita exporter of war materiel during the Vietnam years, while deploring the immorality of the U.S. war to which it was enthusiastically contributing. Operations of domestic thought control are commonly undertaken in the wake of wars and other crises. Such turmoil tends to encourage the crisis of democracy, that is the persistent fear of privileged elites, requiring measures to reverse the thrust of popular democracy that threatens established power. Wilson's Red Scare served the purpose after World War I, and the pattern was reenacted when World War II ended. It was necessary not only to overcome the popular mobilization that took place during the Great Depression, but also to bring people up to the realization that the war isn't over by any means, as presidential advisor Clark Clifford observed when the Truman Doctrine was announced in 1947, the opening gun in this campaign. The Vietnam War and the popular movements of the 1960s elicited similar concerns. The inhabitants of enemy territory at home had to be controlled and suppressed, so as to restore the ability of U.S. corporations to compete in the more diverse world market by reducing real wages and welfare benefits and weakening working-class organization. Young people in particular had to be convinced that they must be concerned only for themselves. In a culture of narcissism, every person may know, in private, that the assumptions are not true for them. But at a time of life when one is insecure about personal identity and social place, it is all too tempting to adapt to what the propaganda system asserts to be the norm. Other newly mobilized sectors of the special interests also had to be restrained or dissolved, tasks that sometimes required a 268. The Essential Chomsky degree of force, as in the programs of the FBI to undermine the ethnic movements and other elements of the rising dissident culture by instigating violence or its direct exercise, and by other means of intimidation and harassment. Another task was to overcome the dread Vietnam syndrome, which impeded the resort to forceful means to control the dependencies, as explained by commentary editor Norman Podhoretz. The task was to overcome the sickly inhibitions against the use of military force that developed in revulsion against the Indochina Wars. 22 A problem that was resolved, he hoped, in the glorious conquest of Grenada, when 6,000 elite troops succeeded in overcoming the resistance of several dozen Cubans and some Grenadian militiamen, winning 8,000 medals of honor for their prowess. To overcome the Vietnam syndrome, it was necessary to present the United States as the aggrieved party and the Vietnamese as the aggressors, a difficult task, it might be thought by those unfamiliar with the measures available for controlling the public mind, or at least those elements of it that count. By the late stages of the war, the general population was out of control, with a large majority regarding the war as fundamentally wrong and immoral and not a mistake. as polls reveal up to the present. Educated elites, in contrast, posed no serious problem. Contrary to the retrospective necessary illusion fostered by those who now declare themselves early opponents of the war, in reality there was only the most scattered opposition to the war among these circles, apart from concern over the prospects for success and the rising costs. Even the harshest critics of the war within the mainstream rarely went beyond agonizing over good intentions gone awry, reaching even that level of dissent well after corporate America had determined that the enterprise was proving too costly and should be liquidated, a fact that I have documented elsewhere. The mechanisms by which a more satisfactory version of history was established have also been reviewed elsewhere. 23 But a few words are in order as to their remarkable success. By 1977, President Carter was able to explain in the news conference that Americans have no need to apologize or to castigate ourselves or to assume the status of culpability and do not owe a debt, because our intentions were to defend the freedom of the South Vietnamese by destroying their country and massacring the population, and because the destruction was mutual, a pronouncement that, to my knowledge, passed without comment, apparently being considered quite reasonable. 24 Such balanced judgments are, incidentally, not limited to soulful advocates of human rights. They are produced regularly, evoking no comment. To take a recent case, after the U.S. warship Vincennes shot down an Iranian civilian airliner over Iranian territorial waters, the Boston Globe ran a column by political scientist Jerry Huff of Duke University and the Brookings Institute in which he explained. Containing the enemy. 269. If a disaster in the downing of the Iranian airliner leads this country to move away from its obsession with symbolic nuclear arms control and to concentrate on the problems of warfighting, command and control of the military and limitations on conventional weapons, certainly including the fleet, then 290 people will not have died in vain. An assessment that differs slightly from the media barrage after the downing of Cal 07. A few months later, the Vincennes returned to its home port to a boisterous flag-waving welcome, complete with balloons and a Navy band playing upbeat songs while the ship's loudspeaker blared the theme from the movie Chariots of Fire, and nearby Navy ships saluted with gunfire. Navy officials did not want the ship to sneak into port, a public affairs officer said. 25 So much for the 290 Iranians. A New York Times editorial obliquely took exception to President Carter's interesting moral judgment. Under the heading The Indo-China Debt That Lingers, the editors observed that no debate over who owes whom how much can be allowed to obscure the worst horrors of our involvement in Southeast Asia, referring to the horrors experienced by many of those in flight from the communist monsters, at the time. A small fraction of the many hundreds of thousands fleeing their homes in Asia, including over 100,000 boat people from the Philippines in 1977 and thousands fleeing U.S. backed terror in Timor, not to speak of tens of thousands more escaping the U.S. backed terror states of Latin America, none of whom merited such concern or even more than cursory notice in the news columns. If that. 26 Other horrors in the wreckage of Indochina are unmentioned, and surely impose no lingering debt. A few years later, concerns mounted that the debt to the Indo-Chinese is becoming a fiscal drain, in the words of a Times headline, referring to the moral debt incurred through our involvement on the losing side in Indochina. By the same logic, had the Russians won the war in Afghanistan, they would owe no debt at all. But now our debt is fully paid, a State Department official explained. We had settled the moral account by taking in Vietnamese refugees fleeing the lands we ravaged, one of the largest, most dramatic humanitarian efforts in history, according to Roger Winter, director of the U.S. Committee for Refugees. But despite the pride, Times diplomatic correspondent Bernard Gutzman continues. Some voices in the Reagan administration and in Congress are once again asking whether the war debt has now been paid. 27. It is beyond imagining in responsible circles that we might have some culpability for mass slaughter and destruction, or owe some debt to the millions of maimed and orphaned, or to the peasants who still die from exploding wood. 270. The Essential Chomsky. Nance left from the USS Salt, while the Pentagon, when asked whether there is any way to remove the hundreds of thousands of anti-personnel bomblets that kill children today in such areas as the plain of Jaz in Laos, comments helpfully that people should not live in those areas. They know the problem. The United States has refused even to give its mine maps of Indochina to civilian mine deactivation teams. Ex-Marines who visited Vietnam in 1989 to help remove mines they had laid report that many remain in areas where people try to farm and plant trees, and were informed that many people are still being injured and killed as of January 1989.28. None of this merits comment or concern. The situation is of course quite different when we turn to Afghanistan, where, incidentally, the Soviet-installed regime has released its mine maps. In this case, headlines read, Soviets leave deadly legacy for Afghans. Mines put Afghans in peril on return. US rebukes Soviets on Afghan mine clearing. US to help train refugees to destroy Afghan mines. Mines left by departing Soviets maiming Afghans, and so on. The difference is that these are Soviet mines, so it is only natural for the United States to call for an international effort to provide the refugees with training and equipment to destroy or dismantle them, and to denounce the Russians for their lack of cooperation in this worthy endeavor. The Soviets will not acknowledge the problem they have created or help solve it, Assistant Secretary of State Richard Williamson observed sadly. We are disappointed. The press responds with the usual selective humanitarian zeal. 29. The media are not be satisfied with mutual destruction that effaces all responsibility for major war crimes. Rather, the burden of guilt must be shifted to the victims. Under the heading Vietnam, trying to be nicer, still has a long way to go. Times Asia correspondent Barbara Crossett quotes Charles Prince of Human Rights Advocates International, who said that it's about time the Vietnamese demonstrated some goodwill. Prince was referring to negotiations about the Eurasian children who constitute a tiny fraction of the victims of the US aggression in Indochina. Crossett adds that the Vietnamese have also not been sufficiently forthcoming on the matter of remains of American soldiers. Though their behavior may be improving, there has been progress, albeit slow, on the missing Americans. But the Vietnamese have not yet paid the debt to us, so humanitarian concerns left by the war remain unresolved. 30. Returning to the same matter, Crossett explains that the Vietnamese do not comprehend their relevance to Americans, apart from the moral issues that are still outstanding, specifically, Vietnamese recalcitrance on the issue of American servicemen missing since the end of the war. Dismissing Vietnamese laments about US unwillingness to improve relations, Crossett. Containing the enemy. 271. Quotes an Asian official who said that if Hanoi's leaders are serious about building their country, the Vietnamese will have to deal fairly with the United States. She also quotes the Pentagon statement expressing the hope that Hanoi will take action to resolve this long-standing humanitarian issue of the remains of US servicemen shot down over North Vietnam by the evil communists, the only humanitarian issue that comes to mind, apparently, when we consider the legacy of a war that left many millions of dead and wounded in Indochina and 3 countries in utter ruins. Another report deplores Vietnamese refusal to cooperate in key humanitarian areas, quoting Liberal congressmen on Hanoi's horrible and cruel behavior and Hanoi's responsibility for lack of progress on humanitarian issues, namely, the matter of US servicemen still missing from the Vietnam War. Hanoi's recalcitrance brought back the bitter memories that Vietnam can still evoke among the suffering Americans. 31. The nature of the concern to resolve this long-standing humanitarian issue of the American servicemen missing in action, MEAs, is illuminated by some statistics cited by historian and Vietnam veteran Terry Anderson. The French still have 20,000 MEAs from their war in Indochina, and the Vietnamese list over 200,000. Furthermore, the United States still has 80,000 MEAs from World War II and 8,000 from the Korean War, figures that represent 20 and 15%, respectively, of the confirmed dead in those conflicts. The percentage is 4% for the Vietnam War. 32. The French have established diplomatic relations with Vietnam, as the Americans did with Germany and Japan, Anderson observes, adding, "We won in 1945, of course, so it seems that MEAs only are important when the United States loses the war. The real noble cause for the Reagan administration is not the former war but its emotional and impossible crusade to retrieve all recoverable remains. More precisely, the noble cause is to exploit personal tragedy for political ends, to overcome the Vietnam syndrome at home, and to bleed Vietnam." The influential House Democrat Lee Hamilton writes that almost 15 years after the Vietnam War, Southeast Asia remains a region of major humanitarian, strategic, and economic concern to the United States. The humanitarian concern includes two cases. 1. Nearly 2,400 American servicemen are unaccounted for in Indochina. 2. More than 1 million Cambodians died under Pol Pot's ruthless Khmer Rouge regime. The far greater numbers of Indo-Chinese who died under Washington's ruthless attack, and who still do die, fall below the threshold. We should, Hamilton continues, reassess our relations with Vietnam and seek a new relationship, though not. 272. The Essential Chomsky. Abandoning our humanitarian concerns, this may be an opportune time for policies that mix continued pressure with rewards for progress on missing U.S. servicemen and diplomatic concessions in Cambodia. At the left liberal end of the spectrum, in the Journal of the Center for International Policy, a project of the Fund for Peace, a senior associate of the Carnegie Foundation for International Peace calls for reconciliation with Vietnam, urging that we put aside the agony of the Vietnam experience and the injuries of the past, and overcome the hatred, anger, and frustration caused us by the Vietnamese, though we must not forget the humanitarian issues left over from the war, the MEAs, those qualified to emigrate to the United States, and the remaining inmates of re-education camps. So profound are the humanitarian impulses that guide this deeply moral society that even the right-winged Senator John McCain is now calling for diplomatic relations with Vietnam. He says that he holds no hatred for the Vietnamese even though he is a former Navy pilot who spent 51 years as an unwilling guest in the Hanoi Hilton. Editor David Greenway of the Boston Globe comments, adding that if McCain can put aside his bitterness, so can we all. 33. Greenway knows Vietnam well, having compiled an outstanding record as a war correspondent there. But in the prevailing moral climate, the educated community he addresses would not find it odd to urge that we overcome our natural bitterness against the Vietnamese for what they did to us. In history, Francis Jennings observes, the man in the ruffled shirt and gold-laced waistcoat somehow levitates above the blood he has ordered to be spilled by dirty-handed underlings. 34. These examples illustrate the power of the system that manufactures necessary illusions, at least among the educated elites who are the prime targets of propaganda, and its purveyors. It would be difficult to conjure up an achievement that might lie beyond the reach of mechanisms of indoctrination that can portray the United States as an innocent victim of Vietnam, while at the same time pondering the nation's excesses of self-flagellation. Journalists not subject to the same influences and requirements see a somewhat different picture. In an Israeli mass circulation daily, Amnon Kaplaouk published a series of thoughtful and sympathetic articles on the 1988 visit to Vietnam. One is headlined "Thousands of Vietnamese Still Die from the Effects of American Chemical Warfare." He reports estimates of 250,000 victims in South Vietnam in addition to the thousands killed by unexploded ordnance, 3,700 since 1975 in the Da Nang area alone. Kapliauk describes the terrifying scenes in hospitals in the South with children dying of cancer and hideous birth deformities. It was South Vietnam, of course, that was targeted for chemical warfare, not the North, where these consequences are not found, he reports. There is little hope for amelioration in the coming. Containing the enemy. 273 years, Vietnamese doctors fear, as the effects linger on in the devastated southern region of this bereaved country, with its millions of dead and millions more widows and orphans, and where one hears hair-raising stories that remind me of what we heard during the trials of Eichmann and Demjanjuk from victims who, remarkably, express no hatred against the American people. In this case, of course, the perpetrators are not tried, but are honored for their crimes in the civilized Western world. 35. Here, too, some have been concerned over the effects of the chemical warfare that sprayed millions of gallons of Agent Orange and other poisonous chemicals over an area the size of Massachusetts and South Vietnam, more in Laos and Cambodia. Dr. Grace Ziam, a specialist on chemical exposure and disease who teaches at the University of Maryland Medical School, addressed the topic after a 2-week visit to Vietnam, where she had worked as a doctor in the 1960s. She too described visits to hospitals in the South, where she inspected the sealed transparent containers with hideously malformed babies and the many patients from heavily sprayed areas, women with extremely rare malignant tumors, and children with deformities found far beyond the norm. But her account appeared far from the mainstream, where the story, when reported at all, has quite a different cast and focus. Thus, in an article on how the Japanese are attempting to conceal their World War II crimes, we read that one Japanese apologist referred to U.S. troops who scattered poisons by helicopter, presumably, the reporter explains, he was referring to Agent Orange, a defoliant suspected to have caused birth defects among Vietnamese and the children of American servicemen. No further reflections are suggested in this context. And we can read about the $180 million in chemical companies' compensation to Agent Orange victims. U.S. soldiers, that is, not the Vietnamese civilians whose suffering is vastly greater, and somehow, these matters scarcely arose as indignation swelled in 1988 over alleged plans by Libya to develop chemical weapons. 36. The right turn among elites took political shape during the latter years of the Carter administration and in the Reagan years, when the proposed policies were implemented and extended with a bipartisan consensus. But, as the Reaganite state managers discovered, the Vietnam Syndrome proved to be a tough nut to crack, hence the vast increase in clandestine operations as the state was driven underground by the domestic enemy. As it became necessary by the mid-1980s to face the costs of Reaganite military Keynesian policies, including the huge budget and trade deficits and foreign debt, it was predictable, and predicted, that the evil empire would become less threatening and the plague of international terrorism would subside, not so much because the world was all that different, but because of the new problems faced by the state management. Several years later, the results. 274. The Essential Chomsky are apparent. Among the very ideologues who were ranting about the ineradicable evil of the Soviet barbarians and their minions, the statesmanlike approach is now mandatory, along with symmetry and arms negotiations. But the basic long-term problems remain, and will have to be addressed. Throughout this period of U.S. global hegemony, exalted rhetoric aside, there has been no hesitation to resort to force if the welfare of U.S. elites is threatened by what secret documents describe as the threat of nationalistic regimes that are responsive to popular demands for improvement in the low living standards of the masses and production for domestic needs, and that seek to control their own resources. To counter such threats, high-level planning documents explain, the United States must encourage a political and economic climate conducive to private investment of both foreign and domestic capital, including the opportunity to earn and, in the case of foreign capital, to repatriate a reasonable return. 37. The means, it is frankly explained, must ultimately be force, since such policies somehow fail to gain much popular support and are constantly threatened by the subversive elements called communist. In the Third World, we must ensure the protection of our raw materials, as George Kennan put it, and encourage export-oriented production, maintaining a framework of liberal internationalism, at least insofar as it serves the needs of U.S. investors. Internationally, as at home, the free market is an ideal to be lauded if its outcome accords with the perceived needs of domestic power and privilege. If not, the market must be guided by efficient use of state power. If the media, and the respectable intellectual community generally, are to serve their societal purpose, such matters as these must be kept beyond the pale, remote from public awareness, and the massive evidence provided by the documentary record and evolving history must be consigned to dusty archives or marginal publications. We may speak in retrospect of blunders, misinterpretation, exaggeration of the communist threat, faulty assessments of national security, personal failings, even corruption and deceit on the part of leaders gone astray, but the study of institutions and how they function must be scrupulously ignored, apart from fringe elements or a relatively obscure scholarly literature. These results have been quite satisfactorily achieved. In capitalist democracies of the Third World, the situation is often much the same. Costa Rica, for example, is rightly regarded as the model democracy of Latin America. The press is firmly in the hands of the ultra-right, so there need be no concern over freedom of the press in Costa Rica, and none is expressed. In this case, the result was achieved not by force but rather by the free market assisted by legal measures to control communists, and, it appears, by an influx of North American capital in the 1960s. Containing the enemy. 275. Where such means have not sufficed to enforce the approved version of democracy and freedom of the press, others are readily available and are apparently considered right and proper, so long as they succeed. El Salvador in the past decade provides a dramatic illustration. In the 1970s, there was a proliferation of popular organizations, many sponsored by the church, including peasant associations, self-help groups, unions, and so on. The reaction was a violent outburst of state terror, organized by the United States with bipartisan backing and general media support as well. Any residual qualms dissolved after demonstration elections had been conducted for the benefit of the Home Front, 38 while the Reagan administration ordered a reduction in the more visible atrocities when the population was judged to be sufficiently traumatized and it was feared that reports of torture, murder, mutilation, and disappearance might endanger funding and support for the lower levels of state terror still deemed necessary. There had been an independent press in El Salvador, two small newspapers, La Crónica del Pueblo and El Independiente. Both were destroyed in 1980-81 by the security forces. After a series of bombings, an editor of La Crónica and a photographer were taken from a San Salvador coffee shop and hacked to pieces with machetes. The offices were raided, bombed, and burned down by death squads, and the publisher fled to the United States. The publisher of El Independiente, Jorge Pinto, fled to Mexico when his paper's premises were attacked and equipment smashed by troops. Concern over these matters was so high in the United States that there was not one word in the New York Times news columns and not one editorial comment on the destruction of the journals, and no word in the years since, though Pinto was permitted a statement on the opinion page, in which he condemned the Dati junta for having succeeded in extinguishing the expression of any dissident opinion and expressed his belief that the so-called death squads are nothing more nor less than the military itself, a conclusion endorsed by the Church and international human rights monitors. In the year before the final destruction of El Independiente, the offices were bombed twice. An office boy was killed when the plant was machine-gunned. Pinto's car was sprayed with machine gun fire. There were 2 other attempts on his life, and army troops in tanks and armored trucks arrived at his offices to search for him 2 days before the paper was finally destroyed. These events received no mention. Shortly before it was finally destroyed, there had been 4 bombings of La Cronica in 6 months. One of these, the last, received 40 words in the New York Times. 39. It is not that the U.S. media are unconcerned with freedom of the press in Central America. Contrasting sharply with the silence over the 2 Salvadoran newspapers is the case of the opposition journal La Prensa in Nicaragua. 276. The Essential Chomsky. Media critic Francisco Goldman counted 263 references to its tribulations in the New York Times in 4 years. 40. The distinguishing criterion is not obscure. The Salvadoran newspapers were independent voices stilled by the murderous violence of U.S. clients. La Prensa is an agency of the U.S. campaign to overthrow the government of Nicaragua, therefore a worthy victim, whose harassment calls forth anguish and outrage. We return to further evidence that this is indeed the operative criterion. Several months before his paper was destroyed, Dr. Jorge Napoleon Gonzalez, the publisher of La Cronica, visited New York to plead for international pressure to deter terrorists from destroying his paper. He cited right-wing threats and what his paper calls government repression, the Times noted judiciously. He reported that he had received threats from a death squad that undoubtedly enjoys the support of the military, that 2 bombs had been found in his house, that the paper's offices were machine-gunned and set afire, and his home surrounded by soldiers. These problems began, he said, when his paper began to demand reforms in land holdings, angering the dominant classes. No international pressure developed, and the security forces completed their work. 41. In the same years, the church radio station in El Salvador was repeatedly bombed and troops occupied the archdiocese building, destroying the radio station and ransacking the newspaper offices. Again, this elicited no media reaction. These matters did not arise in the enthusiastic reporting of El Salvador's free elections in 1982 and 1984. Later, we were regularly informed by Times Central America correspondent James Lemoyne that the country enjoyed greater freedom than enemy Nicaragua, where nothing remotely comparable to the Salvadoran atrocities had taken place, and opposition leaders and media that are funded by the U.S. government and openly support its attack against Nicaragua complain of harassment, but not terror and assassination. Nor would the Times Central America correspondents report that leading church figures who fled from El Salvador, including a close associate of the assassinated Archbishop Romero, well-known Salvadoran writers, and others who are by no stretch of the imagination political activists, and who are well known to Times correspondents, cannot return to the death squad democracy they praise and protect, for fear of assassination. Times editors call upon the Reagan administration to use its pressure on behalf of peace and pluralism in Nicaragua, where the government had a dreadful record of harassing those who dared to exercise free speech, and where there had never been a free, contested election. 42. No such strictures apply to El Salvador. In such ways, the free press labors to implant the illusions that are necessary to contain the domestic enemy. 17. Introduction to the Minimalist Program. This work is motivated by 2 related questions. 1. What are the general conditions that the human language faculty should be expected to satisfy? And 2. To what extent is the language faculty determined by these conditions, without special structure that lies beyond them? The first question in turn has two aspects. What conditions are imposed on the language faculty by virtue of a. its place within the array of cognitive systems of the mind/brain, and b. general considerations of conceptual naturalness that have some independent plausibility, namely, simplicity, economy, symmetry, non-redundancy, and the like. Question B is not precise, but not without content. Attention to these matters can provide guidelines here, as in rational inquiry generally. Insofar as such considerations can be clarified and rendered plausible, we can ask whether a particular system satisfies them in one or another form. Question A, in contrast, has an exact answer, though only parts of it can be surmised in the light of current understanding about language and related cognitive systems. To the extent that the answer to question 2 is positive, language is something like a perfect system, meeting external constraints as well as can be done, in one of the reasonable ways. The minimalist program for linguistic theory seeks to explore these possibilities. This chapter first appeared in the Minimalist Program, Cambridge, MA, MIT Press, 1995, 1-11. 278. The Essential Chomsky. Any progress toward this goal will deepen a problem for the biological sciences that is already far from trivial. How can a system such as human language arise in the mind, brain, or for that matter, in the organic world, in which one seems not to find anything like the basic properties of human language? That problem has sometimes been posed as a crisis for the cognitive sciences. The concerns are appropriate, but their locus is misplaced. They are primarily a problem for biology and the brain sciences, which, as currently understood, do not provide any basis for what appear to be fairly well-established conclusions about language. One much of the broader interest of the detailed and technical study of language lies right here, in my opinion. The Minimalist Program shares several underlying factual assumptions with its predecessors back to the early 1950s, though these have taken somewhat different forms as inquiry has proceeded. One is that there is a component of the human mind, brain dedicated to language, the language faculty, interacting with other systems. Though not obviously correct, this assumption seems reasonably well established, and I will continue to take it for granted here, along with the further empirical thesis that the language faculty has at least two components, a cognitive system that stores information, and performance systems that access that information and use it in various ways. It is the cognitive system that primarily concerns us here. Performance systems are presumably at least in part language-specific, hence components of the language faculty. But they are generally assumed not to be specific to particular languages. They do not vary in the manner of the cognitive system, as linguistic environments vary. This is the simplest assumption, and is not known to be false, though it may well be. Knowing of no better ideas, I will keep to it, assuming language variation to be restricted to the cognitive system. I also borrow from earlier work the assumption that the cognitive system interacts with the performance systems by means of levels of linguistic representation, in the technical sense of this notion. To a more specific assumption is that the cognitive system interacts with just two such external systems, the articulatory perceptual system AP and the conceptual intentional system CI. Accordingly, there are two interface levels, phonetic form, PF, at the AP interface and logical form, LF, at the CI interface. This double interface property is one way to express the traditional description of language as sound with a meaning, traceable at least back to Aristotle. Though commonly adopted, at least tacitly, these assumptions about the internal architecture of the language faculty and its place among other systems of the mind, brain are not at all obvious. Even within the general framework, the idea that articulation and perception involve the same interface representation is controversial, and arguably incorrect in some fundamental. Introduction to the Minimalist Program. 279. Way.3 problems relating to the CI interface are still more obscure and poorly understood. I will keep to these fairly conventional assumptions, only noting here that if they turn out to be correct, even in part, that would be a surprising and hence interesting discovery. The leading questions that guide the minimalist program came into focus as the principles and parameters, P&P, model took shape about 15 years ago. A look at recent history may be helpful in placing these questions in context. Needless to say, these remarks are schematic and selective, and benefit from hindsight. Early generative grammar faced two immediate problems: to find a way to account for the phenomena of particular languages, descriptive adequacy, and to explain how knowledge of these facts arises in the mind of the speaker, explanatory adequacy. Though it was scarcely recognized at the time, this research program revived the concerns of a rich tradition, of which perhaps the last major representative was Otto Jespersen. For Jespersen recognized that the structures of language come into existence in the mind of a speaker by abstraction from experience with utterances, yielding a notion of their structure that is definite enough to guide him in framing sentences of his own, crucially free expressions that are typically new to speaker and hearer. We can take these properties of language to set the primary goals of linguistic theory, to spell out clearly this notion of structure and the procedure by which it yields free expressions, and to explain how it arises in the mind of the speaker, the problems of descriptive and explanatory adequacy, respectively. To attain descriptive adequacy for a particular language L, the theory of L, its grammar, must characterize the state attained by the language faculty, or at least some of its aspects. To attain explanatory adequacy, a theory of language must characterize the initial state of the language faculty and show how it maps experience to the state attained. Jespersen held further that it is only with regard to syntax that we expect that there must be something in common to all human speech. There can be a universal, or general, grammar, hence a perhaps far-reaching account of the initial state of the language faculty in this domain, though no one ever dreamed of a universal morphology. That idea too has a certain resonance in recent work. In the modern period, these traditional concerns were displaced, in part by behaviorist currents, in part by various structuralist approaches, which radically narrowed the domain of inquiry while greatly expanding the database for some future inquiry that might return to the traditional, and surely valid, concerns. To address them required a better understanding of the fact that language involves infinite use of finite means, in one classic formulation. Advances in the formal sciences provided that understanding, making it 280. The Essential Chomsky. Feasible to deal with the problems constructively. Generative grammar can be regarded as a kind of confluence of long-forgotten concerns of the study of language and mind, and new understanding provided by the formal sciences. The first efforts to approach these problems quickly revealed that traditional grammatical and lexical studies do not begin to describe, let alone explain, the most elementary facts about even the best-studied languages. Rather, they provide hints that can be used by the reader who already has tacit knowledge of language, and of particular languages. The central topic of inquiry was, in substantial measure, simply ignored. Since the requisite tacit knowledge is so easily accessed without reflection, traditional grammars and dictionaries appear to have very broad coverage of linguistic data. That is an illusion, however, as we quickly discover when we try to spell out what is taken for granted, the nature of the language faculty, and its state in particular cases. This is hardly a situation unique to the study of language. Typically, when questions are more sharply formulated, it is learned that even elementary phenomena had escaped notice, and that intuitive accounts that seem simple and persuasive are entirely inadequate. If we are satisfied that an apple falls to the ground because that is its natural place, there will be no serious science of mechanics. The same is true if one is satisfied with traditional rules for forming questions, or with the lexical entries in the most elaborate dictionaries, none of which come close to describing simple properties of these linguistic objects. Recognition of the unsuspected richness and complexity of the phenomena of language created a tension between the goals of descriptive and explanatory adequacy. It was clear that to achieve explanatory adequacy, a theory of the initial state must allow only limited variation. Particular languages must be largely known in advance of experience. The options permitted in universal grammar, UG, must be highly restricted. Experience must suffice to fix them one way or another, yielding a state of the language faculty that determines the varied and complex array of expressions, their sound and meaning, and even the most superficial look reveals the chasm that separates the knowledge of the language user from the data of experience. But the goal of explanatory adequacy receded still further into the distance as generative systems were enriched in pursuit of descriptive adequacy, in radically different ways for different languages. The problem was exacerbated by the huge range of the phenomena discovered when attempts were made to formulate actual rule systems for various languages. This tension defined the research program of early generative grammar, at least the tendency within it that concerns me here. From the early 1960s, its central objective was to abstract general principles from the complex rule sys. Introduction to the Minimalist Program. 281. Terms devised for particular languages, leaving rules that are simple, constrained in their operation by these UG principles. Steps in this direction reduce the variety of language-specific properties, thus contributing to explanatory adequacy. They also tend to yield simpler and more natural theories, laying the groundwork for an eventual minimalist approach. There is no necessity that this be the case. It could turn out that an uglier, richer, and more complex version of UG reduces permissible variety, thus contributing to the primary empirical goal of explanatory adequacy. In practice, however, the two enterprises have proven to be mutually reinforcing and have proceeded side by side. One illustration concerns redundant principles, with overlapping empirical coverage. Repeatedly, it has been found that these are wrongly formulated and must be replaced by non-redundant ones. The discovery has been so regular that the need to eliminate redundancy has become a working principle in inquiry. Again, this is a surprising property of a biological system. These efforts culminated in the P&P model. 5. This constituted a radical break from the rich tradition of thousands of years of linguistic inquiry, far more so than early generative grammar, which could be seen as a revival of traditional concerns and approaches to them, perhaps the reason why it was often more congenial to traditional grammarians than to modern structural linguists. In contrast, the P&P approach maintains that the basic ideas of the tradition, incorporated without great change in early generative grammar, are misguided in principle. In particular, the idea that a language consists of rules for forming grammatical constructions, relative clauses, passives, etc. The P&P approach held that languages have no rules in anything like the familiar sense, and no theoretically significant grammatical constructions except as taxonomic artifacts. There are universal principles and a finite array of options as to how they apply, parameters, but no language particular rules and no grammatical constructions of the traditional sort within nor across languages. For each particular language, the cognitive system, we assume, consists of a computational system CS and a lexicon. The lexicon specifies the elements that CS selects and integrates to form linguistic expressions, PF, LF, pairings, we assume. The lexicon should provide just the information that is required for CS, without redundancy and in some optimal form, excluding whatever is predictable by principles of UG or properties of the language in question. Virtually all items of the lexicon belong to the substantive categories, which we will take to be noun, verb, adjective, and particle, putting aside many serious questions about their nature and interrelations. The other categories he will call functional, tense, complementizer, etc., a term that need not be made more precise at the outset, and that we will refine as we proceed. 282. The Essential Chomsky. Within the P&P approach, the problems of typology and language variation arise in somewhat different form than before. Language differences and typology should be reducible to choice of values of parameters. A major research problem is to determine just what these options are, and in what components of language they are to be found. One proposal is that parameters are restricted to formal features with no interpretation at the interface. 6. A still stronger one is that they are restricted to formal features of functional categories. 7. Such theses could be regarded as a partial expression of Jesperson's intuition about the syntax-morphology divide. I will assume that something of the sort is correct, but without trying to be very clear about the matter, since too little is understood to venture any strong hypotheses, as far as I can see. In this context, language acquisition is interpreted as the process of fixing the parameters of the initial state in one of the permissible ways. A specific choice of parameter settings determines a language in the technical sense that concerns us here, an I language, 8, where I is understood to suggest internal, individual, and intentional. This way of formulating these issues within the P&P model brings out clearly a crucial inadequacy in the characterization of language as a state of the language faculty. The latter can hardly be expected to be an instantiation of the initial state with parameter values fixed. Rather, a state of the language faculty is some accidental product of varied experience, of no particular interest in itself, no more so than other collections of phenomena in the natural world, which is why scientists do experiments instead of recording what happens in natural circumstances. My personal feeling is that much more substantial idealization is required if we hope to understand the properties of the language faculty. 9. But misunderstandings and confusion engendered even by limited idealization are so pervasive that it may not be useful to pursue the matter today. Idealization, it should be noted, is a misleading term for the only reasonable way to approach a grasp of reality. The P&P model is in part a bold speculation rather than a specific hypothesis. Nevertheless, its basic assumptions seem reasonable in the light of what is currently at all well understood, and they do suggest a natural way to resolve the tension between descriptive and explanatory adequacy. In fact, this departure from the tradition offered the first hope of addressing the crucial problem of explanatory adequacy, which had been put aside as too difficult. Earlier work in generative grammar sought only an evaluation measure that would select among alternative theories of a language, grammars, that fit the format prescribed by Euge and are consistent with the relevant data. Beyond that, nothing seemed conceivable apart from some notion of feasibility, left imprecise. 10 But if something like the P&P concept of I language proves to be Introduction to the Minimalist Program. 283. Accurate, capturing the essential nature of the concept of language that is presupposed in the study of performance, acquisition, social interaction, and so on, then the question of explanatory adequacy can be seriously raised. It becomes the question of determining how values are set by experience for finitely many universal parameters. Not a trivial problem by any means, but at least one that can be constructively pursued. If these ideas prove to be on the right track, there is a single computational system CHL for human language and only limited lexical variety. Variation of language is essentially morphological in character, including the critical question of which parts of a computation are overtly realized, a topic brought to the fore by Jean-Roger Vergnaud's theory of abstract case and James Huang's work on typologically varied interrogative and related constructions. This account of the P&P approach overstates the case. Further variation among languages would be expected insofar as data are readily available to determine particular choices. There are several such domains. One is peripheral parts of the phonology. Another is Sauterian arbitrariness, that is, the sound meaning pairing for the substantive part of the lexicon. I put these matters aside, along with many others that appear to be of limited relevance to the computational properties of language that are the focus here, that is, that do not seem to enter into CHL, among them, variability of semantic fields, selection from the lexical repertoire made available in UG, and non-trivial questions about the relation of lexical items to other cognitive systems. Like the earliest proposals in generative grammar, formulation of the P&P model led to discovery and at least partial understanding of a vast range of new empirical materials, by now from a wide variety of typologically different languages. The questions that could be clearly posed and the empirical facts with which they deal are novel in depth and variety, a promising and encouraging development in itself. With the tension between descriptive and explanatory adequacy reduced and the latter problem at least on the agenda, the tasks at hand become far harder and more interesting. The primary one is to show that the apparent richness and diversity of linguistic phenomena is illusory and epiphenomenal, the result of interaction of fixed principles under slightly varying conditions. The shift of perspective provided by the P&P approach also gives a different cast to the question of how simplicity considerations enter into the theory of grammar. As discussed in the earliest work in generative grammar, these considerations have two distinct forms, an imprecise but not vacuous notion of simplicity that enters into rational inquiry generally must be clearly distinguished from a theory internal measure of simplicity that selects among languages. 11 The former notion of simplicity has nothing special to do with the study of language, but the theory internal notion is a component of UG. 284. The Essential Chomsky. Part of the procedure for determining the relation between experience and language, its status is something like that of a physical constant. In early work, the internal notion took the form of an evaluation procedure to select among proposed grammars, in present terms, languages, consistent with a permitted format for rule systems. The P&P approach suggests a way to move beyond that limited though non-trivial goal and to address the problem of explanatory adequacy. With no evaluation procedure, there is no internal notion of simplicity in the earlier sense. Nevertheless, rather similar ideas have resurfaced, this time in the form of economy considerations that select among derivations, barring those that are not optimal in the theory internal sense. The external notion of simplicity remains unchanged, operative as always, even if only imprecisely. At this point still further questions arise, namely, those of the minimalist program. How perfect is language? One expects imperfections in morphological formal features of the lexicon and aspects of language induced by conditions at the AP interface, at least. The essential question is whether, or to what extent, these components of the language faculty are the repository of departures from virtual conceptual necessity, so that the computational system CHL is otherwise not only unique but in some interesting sense optimal. Looking at the same problem from a different perspective, we seek to determine just how far the evidence really carries us toward attributing specific structure to the language faculty, requiring that every departure from perfection be closely analyzed and well motivated. Progress toward this further goal places a huge descriptive burden on the answers to the questions A and B, the effect of the interface conditions, and the specific formulation of general considerations of internal coherence, conceptual naturalness, and the like, simplicity, in the external sense. The empirical burden, already substantial in any P&P theory, now becomes far more severe. The problems that arise are therefore extremely interesting. It is, I think, of considerable importance that we can at least formulate such questions today, and even approach them in some areas with a degree of success. If recent thinking along these lines is anywhere near accurate, A rich and exciting future lies ahead for the study of language and related disciplines. 18. New horizons in the study of language and mind. The study of language is one of the oldest branches of systematic inquiry, tracing back to classical India and Greece, with a rich and fruitful history of achievement. From a different point of view, it is quite young. The major research enterprises of today took shape only about 40 years ago, when some of the leading ideas of the tradition were revived and reconstructed, opening the way to what has proven to be very productive inquiry. That language should have exercised such fascination over the years is not surprising. The human faculty of language seems to be a true species property, varying little among humans and without significant analogue elsewhere. Probably the closest analogues are found in insects, at an evolutionary distance of 1 billion years. There is no serious reason today to challenge the Cartesian view that the ability to use linguistic signs to express freely formed thoughts marks the true distinction between man and animal or machine, whether by machine we mean the automata that captured the imagination of the 17th and 18th century, or those that are providing a stimulus to thought and imagination today. Furthermore, the faculty of language enters crucially into every aspect of human life, thought, and interaction. It is largely responsible for the fact that alone in the biological world, humans have a history, cultural evolution, and diversity of any complexity and richness, even biological success in the tech. This chapter first appeared in New Horizons in the Study of Language and Mind, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003-18. 286. The Essential Chomsky. Nichols sense that their numbers are huge. A Martian scientist observing the strange doings on Earth could hardly fail to be struck by the emergence and significance of this apparently unique form of intellectual organization. It is even more natural that the topic, with its many mysteries, should have stimulated the curiosity of those who seek to understand their own nature and their place within the wider world. Human language is based on an elementary property that also seems to be biologically isolated, the property of a discrete infinity, which is exhibited in its purest form by the natural numbers 1, 2, 3. Children do not learn this property unless the mind already possesses the basic principles. No amount of evidence could provide them. Similarly, no child has to learn that there are 3 and 4 word sentences, but no 3 and a half word sentences, and that they go on forever. It is always possible to construct a more complex one, with a definite form and meaning. Such knowledge must come to us from the original hand of nature, in David Hume's phrase, as part of our biological endowment. 1. This property intrigued Galileo, who regarded the discovery of a means to communicate our most secret thoughts to any other person with 24 little characters as the greatest of all human inventions. 2. The invention succeeds because it reflects the discrete infinity of the language that these characters are used to represent. Shortly after, the authors of the Port Royal Grammar were struck by the marvelous invention of a means to construct from a few dozen sounds an infinity of expressions that enable us to reveal to others what we think and imagine and feel. From a contemporary standpoint, not an invention but no less marvelous as a product of biological evolution, about which virtually nothing is known, in this case. The faculty of language can reasonably be regarded as a language organ in the sense in which scientists speak of the visual system, or immune system, or circulatory system, as organs of the body. Understood in this way, an organ is not something that can be removed from the body, leaving the rest intact. It is a subsystem of a more complex structure. We hope to understand the full complexity by investigating parts that have distinctive characteristics, and their interactions. Study of the faculty of language proceeds in the same way. We assume further that the language organ is like others in that its basic character is an expression of the genes. How that happens remains a distant prospect for inquiry, but we can investigate the genetically determined initial state of the language faculty in other ways. Evidently, each language is the result of the interplay of two factors, the initial state and the course of experience. We can think of the initial state as a language acquisition device that takes experience as input and gives the language as an output that is internally represented in the mind, brain. The input and their new horizons in the study of language and mind. 287. Output are both open to examination. We can study the course of experience and the properties of the languages that are acquired. What is learned in this way can tell us quite a lot about the initial state that mediates between them. Furthermore, there is strong reason to believe that the initial state is common to the species. If my children had grown up in Tokyo, they would speak Japanese, like other children there. That means that evidence about Japanese bears directly on the assumptions concerning the initial state for English. In such ways, it is possible to establish strong empirical conditions that the theory of the initial state must be satisfied, and also to pose several problems for the biology of language. How do the genes determine the initial state? And what are the brain mechanisms involved in the initial state and the later states it assumes? These are extremely hard problems, even for much simpler systems where direct experiment is possible, but some may be at the horizons of inquiry. The approach I have been outlining is concerned with the faculty of language, its initial state, and the states it assumes. Suppose that Peter's language organ is in state L. We can think of L as Peter's internalized language. When I speak of a language here, that is what I mean. So understood, the language is something like the way we speak and understand, one traditional conception of language. Adapting a traditional term to a new framework, we call the theory of Peter's language the grammar of his language. Peter's language determines an infinite array of expressions, each with its sound and meaning. In technical terms, Peter's language generates the expressions of his language. The theory of his language is therefore called a generative grammar. Each expression is a complex of properties, which provide instructions for Peter's performance systems, his articulatory apparatus, his modes of organizing his thoughts, and so on. With his language and the associated performance systems in place, Peter has a vast amount of knowledge about the sound and meaning of expressions, and a corresponding capacity to interpret what he hears, express his thoughts, and use his language in a variety of other ways. Generative grammar rose in the context of what is often called the cognitive revolution of the 1950s, and was an important factor in its development. Whether or not the term revolution is appropriate, there was an important change of perspective, from the study of behavior and its products, such as texts, to the inner mechanisms that enter into thought and action. The cognitive perspective regards behavior and its products not as the object of inquiry, but as data that may provide evidence about the inner mechanisms of mind and the ways these mechanisms operate in executing actions and interpreting experience. The properties and patterns that were the focus of attention in structural linguistics find their place, but as phenomena to be. 288. The Essential Chomsky. Explained along with innumerable others, in terms of the inner mechanisms that generate expressions. The approach is mentalistic, but in what should be an uncontroversial sense. It is concerned with mental aspects of the world, which stand alongside its mechanical, chemical, optical, and other aspects. It undertakes to study a real object in the natural world, the brain, its states, and its functions, and thus to move the study of the mind towards eventual integration with the biological sciences. The cognitive revolution renewed and reshaped many of the insights, achievements, and quandaries of what we might call the first cognitive revolution of the 17th and 18th century, which was part of the scientific revelation that so radically modified our understanding of the world. It was recognized at the time that language involves the infinite use of finite means, in Wilhelm von Humboldt's phrase, but the insight could be developed only in limited ways, because the basic ideas remained vague and obscure. By the middle of the 20th century, advances in the formal sciences had provided appropriate concepts in a very sharp and clear form, making it possible to give a precise account of the computational principles that generate the expressions of a language, and thus to capture, at least partially, the idea of infinite use of finite means. Other advances also opened the way to investigation of traditional questions with greater hope of success. The study of language change had registered major achievements. Anthropological linguistics provided a far richer understanding of the nature and variety of languages, also undermining many stereotypes. And certain topics, notably the study of sound systems, had been much advanced by the structural linguistics of the 20th century. The earliest attempts to carry out the program of generative grammar quickly revealed that even in the best studied languages, elementary properties had passed unrecognized, that the most comprehensive traditional grammars and dictionaries only skim the surface. The basic properties of languages are presupposed throughout, unrecognized and unexpressed. That is quite appropriate if the goal is to help people to learn a second language, to find the conventional meaning and pronunciation of words, or to have some general idea of how languages differ. But if our goal is to understand the language faculty and the states it can assume, we cannot tacitly presuppose the intelligence of the reader. Rather, this is the object of inquiry. The study of language acquisition leads to the same conclusion. A careful look at the interpretation of expressions reveals very quickly that from the earliest stages, the child knows vastly more than experience has provided. That is true even of simple words. At peak periods of language growth, a child is acquiring words at a rate of about 1 an hour, with extremely limited exposure under highly ambiguous conditions. The words are understood in New Horizons in the Study of Language and Mind. 289. Delicate and intricate ways that are far beyond the reach of any dictionary, and are only beginning to be investigated. When we move beyond single words, the conclusion becomes even more dramatic. Language acquisition seems much like the growth of organs generally. It is something that happens to a child, not that the child does. And while the environment plainly matters, the general course of development and the basic features of what emerges are predetermined by the initial state. But the initial state is a common human possession. It must be, then, that in their essential properties and even down to fine detail, languages are cast to the same mold. The Martian scientist might reasonably conclude that there is a single human language, with differences only at the margins. As languages were more carefully investigated from the point of view of generative grammar, it became clear that their diversity had been underestimated as radically as their complexity and the extent to which they are determined by the initial state of the faculty of language. At the same time, we know that the diversity and complexity can be no more than superficial appearance. These were surprising conclusions, paradoxical but undeniable. They pose in a stark form what has become the central problem of the modern study of language. How can we show that all languages are variations on a single theme, while at the same time recording faithfully their intricate properties of sound and meaning, superficially diverse? A genuine theory of human language has to satisfy two conditions, descriptive adequacy and explanatory adequacy. The grammar of a particular language satisfies the condition of a descriptive adequacy insofar as it gives a full and accurate account of the properties of the language, of what the speaker of the language knows. To satisfy the condition of explanatory adequacy, a theory of language must show how each particular language can be derived from a uniform initial state under the boundary conditions set by experience. In this way, it provides an explanation of the properties of languages at a deeper level. There is a serious tension between these two research tasks. The search for descriptive adequacy seems to lead to ever greater complexity and variety of rule systems, while the search for explanatory adequacy requires that language structure must be invariant, except at the margins. It is this tension that has largely set the guidelines for research. The natural way to resolve the tension is to challenge the traditional assumption, carried over to early generative grammar, that a language is a complex system of rules, each specific to particular languages and particular grammatical constructions, rules for forming relative clauses in Hindi, verb phrases in Swahili, passives in Japanese, and so on. Considerations of explanatory adequacy indicate that this cannot be correct. 290. The Essential Chomsky. The central problem was to find general properties of rule systems that can be attributed to the faculty of language itself, in the hope that the residue will prove to be more simple and uniform. About 15 years ago, these efforts crystallized in an approach to language that was a much more radical departure from the tradition than earlier generative grammar had been. This principles and parameters approach, as it has been called, rejected the concept of rule and grammatical construction entirely. There are no rules for forming relative clauses in Hindi, verb phrases in Swahili, passives in Japanese, and so on. The familiar grammatical constructions are taken to be taxonomic artifacts, useful for informal description perhaps, but with no theoretical standing. They have something like the status of terrestrial mammal or household pet. And the rules are decomposed into general principles of the faculty of language, which interact to yield the properties of expressions. We can think of the initial state of the faculty of language as a fixed network connected to a switch box. The network is constituted of the principles of language, while the switches are the options to be determined by experience. When the switches are set one way, we have Swahili. When they are set another way, we have Japanese. Each possible human language has identified as a particular setting of the switches, a setting of parameters, in technical terminology. If the research program succeeds, we should be able literally to deduce Swahili from one choice of settings, Japanese from another, and so on through the languages that humans can acquire. The empirical conditions of language acquisition require that the switches can be set on the basis of the very limited information that is available to the child. Notice that small changes in switch settings can lead to great apparent variety in output, as the effects proliferate through the system. These are the general properties of language that any genuine theory must capture somehow. This is, of course, a program, and it is far from a finished product. The conclusions tentatively reached are unlikely to stand in their present form, and, needless to say, one can have no certainty that the whole approach is on the right track. As a research program, however, it has been highly successful, leading to a real explosion of empirical inquiry into languages of a very broad typological range, to new questions that could never even have been formulated before, and to many intriguing answers. Questions of acquisition, processing, pathology, and others also took new forms, which have proven very productive as well. Furthermore, whatever its fate, the program suggests how the theory of language might satisfy the conflicting conditions of descriptive and explanatory adequacy. It gives at least an outline of a genuine theory of language, really for the first time. Within this research program, the main task is to discover and clarify the principles and parameters and the manner of their interaction, and to extend new horizons in the study of language and mind. 291. The framework to include other aspects of language and its use. While a great deal remains obscure, there has been enough progress to at least consider, perhaps to pursue, some new and more far-reaching questions about the design of language. In particular, we can ask how good the design is. How close does language come to what some super-engineer would construct, given the conditions that the language faculty must be satisfy? The questions have to be sharpened, and there are ways to proceed. The faculty of language is embedded within the broader architecture of the mind-brain. It interacts with other systems, which impose conditions that language must satisfy if it is to be usable at all. We might think of these as legibility conditions, in the sense that other systems must be able to read the expressions of the language and use them as instructions for thought and action. The sensory motor systems, for example, have to be able to read the instructions having to do with sound, that is the phonetic representations generated by the language. The articulatory and perceptual apparatus have specific design that enables them to interpret certain phonetic properties, not others. These systems thus impose legibility conditions on the generative processes of the faculty of language, which must provide expressions with the proper phonetic form. The same is true of conceptual and other systems that make use of the resources of the faculty of language. They have their intrinsic properties, which require that the expressions generated by the language have certain kinds of semantic representations, not others. We may therefore ask to what extent language is a good solution to the legibility conditions imposed by the external systems with which it interacts. Until quite recently, this question could not seriously be posed, even formulated sensibly. Now it seems that it can, and there are even indications that the language faculty may be close to perfect in this sense. If true, this is a surprising conclusion. What has come to be called the minimalist program is an effort to explore these questions. It is too soon to offer a firm judgment about the project. My own judgment is that the questions can now profitably be placed on the agenda, and that early results are promising. I would like to say a few words about the ideas and the prospects, and then to return to some problems that remain at the horizons. The minimalist program requires that we subject conventional assumptions to careful scrutiny. The most venerable of these is that language has sound and meaning. In current terms, that translates in a natural way to the thesis that the faculty of language engages other systems of the mind, brain at two interface levels, one related to sound, and the other to meaning. A particular expression generated by the language contains a phonetic representation that is legible to the sensory motor systems, and a semantic representation that is legible to conceptual and other systems of thought and action. 292. The Essential Chomsky. One question is whether there are levels other than the interface levels. Are the levels internal to the language, in particular, the levels of deep and surface structure that have been postulated in modern work? 3. The minimalist program seeks to show that everything that has been accounted for in terms of these levels has been misdescribed, and he is as well or better understood in terms of legibility conditions at the interface. For those of you who know the technical literature, that means the projection principle, binding theory, case theory, the chain condition, and so on. We also try to show that the only computational operations are those that are unavoidable on the weakest assumptions about interface properties. One such assumption is that there are word-like units. The external systems have to be able to interpret such items as Peter and tall. Another is that these items are organized into larger expressions, such as Peter is tall. A third is that the items have properties of sound and meaning. The word Peter begins with closure of the lips and is used to refer to persons. The language therefore involves three kinds of elements. The properties of sound and meaning, called features, the items that are assembled from these properties, called lexical items, and the complex expressions constructed from these atomic units. It follows that the computational system that generates expressions has two basic operations. One assembles features into lexical items, the second forms larger syntactic objects out of those already constructed, beginning with lexical items. We can think of the first operation as essentially a list of lexical items. In traditional terms, this list, called the lexicon, is the list of exceptions, arbitrary associations of sound and meaning and particular choices among the inflectional properties made available by the faculty of language that determine how we indicate that nouns and verbs are plural or singular, that nouns have nominative or accusative case, and so on. These inflectional features turn out to play a central role in computation. Optimal design would introduce no new features in the course of computation. There should be no indices or phrasal units and no bar levels, hence no phrase structure rules or X-bar theory. For we also try to show that no structural relations are invoked other than those forced by legibility conditions or induced in some natural way by the computation itself. In the first category, we have such properties as adjacency at the phonetic level, and argument structure and quantifier variable relations at the semantic level. In the second category, we have very local relations between features, and elementary RELA. New horizons in the study of language and mind. 293. Relations between two syntactic objects joined together in the course of computation. The relation holding between one of these and the parts of the other is the relation of C-command. As Samuel Epstein V has pointed out, this is a notion that plays a central role throughout language design and had been regarded as highly unnatural, though it falls into place in a natural way from this perspective. That we exclude government, binding relations internal to the derivation of expressions, and a variety of other relations and interactions. As anyone familiar with recent work will be aware, there is ample empirical evidence to support the opposite conclusion throughout. Worse yet, a core assumption of the work within the principles and parameters framework, and its fairly impressive achievements, is that everything I have just proposed is false. That language is highly imperfect in these respects, as might well be expected. So it is no small task to show that such apparatus is eliminable as unwanted descriptive technology, or even better, that descriptive and explanatory force are extended if such excess baggage is shed. Nevertheless, I think that work of the past few years suggests that these conclusions, which seemed out of the question before that, are at least plausible, and quite possibly correct. Languages plainly differ, and we want to know how. One respect is in choice of sounds, which vary within a certain range. Another is in the association of sound and meaning, which is essentially arbitrary. These are straightforward and need not detain us. More interesting is the fact that languages differ in inflectional systems, case systems, for example. We find that these are fairly rich in Latin, even more so in Sanskrit or Finnish, but minimal in English and invisible in Chinese. Or so it appears. Considerations of explanatory adequacy suggest that sheer to appearance may be misleading, and in fact, recent work 6 indicates that these systems vary much less than appears to be the case from the surface forms. Chinese and English, for example, may have the same case system as Latin, but the phonetic realization is different. Furthermore, it seems that much of the variety of language can be reduced to properties of inflectional systems. If this is correct, then language variation is located in a narrow part of the lexicon. Legibility conditions impose a three-way division among the features assembled into lexical items. 1. Semantic features, interpreted at the semantic interface. 2. Phonetic features, interpreted at the phonetic interface. And 3. Features that are not interpreted at either interface. In a perfectly designed language, each feature would be semantic or phonetic, not merely a device to create a position or to facilitate computation. If so. 294. The Essential Chomsky. There are no uninterpretable formal features. That is too strong a requirement, it seems. Such prototypical formal features as structural case, Latin nominative and accusative, for example, have no interpretation at the semantic interface, and need not be expressed at the phonetic level. And there are other examples as well within inflectional systems. In the syntactic computation, there seems to be a second and more dramatic imperfection in language design, at least an apparent one. The displacement property that is a pervasive aspect of language. Phrases are interpreted as if they were in a different position in the expression, where similar items sometimes do appear and are interpreted in terms of natural local relations. Take the sentence Clinton seems to have been elected. we understand the relation of elect and Clinton as we do when they are locally related. In the sentence it seems that they elected Clinton. Clinton is the direct object of elect, in traditional terms, though displaced to the position of subject of seems. The subject and verb agree in inflectional features in this case, but have no semantic relation. The semantic relation of the subject is to the remote verb elect. We now have two imperfections, uninterpretable features, and the displacement property. On the assumption of optimal design, we would expect them to be related, and that seems to be the case. Uninterpretable features are the mechanism that implements the displacement property. The displacement property is never built into the symbolic systems that are designed for special purposes, called languages or formal languages in a metaphoric usage, the language of arithmetic, or computer languages, or the languages of science. These systems also have no inflectional systems, hence no uninterpreted features. Displacement and inflection are special properties of human language, among the many that are ignored when symbolic systems are designed for other purposes, which may disregard the legibility conditions imposed on human language by the architecture of the mind, brain. The displacement property of human language is expressed in terms of grammatical transformations or by some other device, but it is always expressed somehow. Why language should have this property is an interesting question, which has been discussed since the 1960s without resolution. My suspicion is that part of the reason has to do with phenomena that have been described in terms of surface structure interpretation. Many of these are familiar from traditional grammar, topic comment, specificity, new and old information, the agentive force that we find even in displaced position, and so on. If that is correct, then the displacement property is, indeed, forced by legibility conditions. It is motivated by interpretive requirements that are externally imposed by our systems of thought, which have these special properties. New horizons in the study of language and mind. 295. So the study of language use indicates. These questions are currently being investigated in interesting ways, which I cannot go into here. From the origins of generative grammar, the computational operations were assumed to be of two kinds. Phrase structure rules that form larger syntactic objects from lexical items, and transformational rules that express the displacement property. Both have traditional roots, but it was quickly found that they differ substantially from what had been supposed, with unsuspected variety and complexity. The research program sought to show that the complexity and variety are only apparent, and that the two kinds of rules can be reduced to simpler form. A perfect solution to the problem of variety of phrase structure rules would be to eliminate them entirely in favor of the irreducible operation that takes two objects already formed and attaches one to the other, forming a larger object with just the properties of the target of attachment. The operation we can call merge. Recent work indicates that this goal may well be attainable. The optimal computational procedure consists, then, of the operation merge and operations to construct the displacement property, transformational operations or some counterpart. The second of the two parallel endeavors sought to reduce the transformational component to the simplest form, though unlike phrase structure rules, it seems to be ineliminable. The end result was the thesis that for a core set of phenomena, there is just a single operation move, basically, move anything anywhere, with no properties specific to languages or particular constructions. How it applies is determined by general principles interacting with a specific parameter choices, switch settings, that determine a particular language. The operation merge takes two distinct objects x and y and attaches y to x. The operation move takes a single object, x, and an object y that is part of x, and merges y to x. The next problem is to show that it is, indeed, the case that uninterpretable features are the mechanism that implements the displacement property, so that the two basic imperfections of the computational system reduce to one. If it turns out that the displacement property is motivated by legibility conditions imposed by external systems of thought, as I just suggested, then the imperfections are eliminated completely and language design turns out to be optimal. After all, uninterpreted features are required as a mechanism to satisfy a legibility condition imposed by the general architecture of the mind-brain. The way this unification proceeds is quite simple, but to explain it coherently would go beyond the scope of these remarks. The basic intuitive idea is that uninterpretable features have to be erased to satisfy the interface Kundi. 296. The essential Chomsky and erasure requires a local relation between the offending feature and a matching feature that can erase it. Typically, these two features are remote from one another for reasons having to do with the way semantic interpretation proceeds. For example, in the sentence Clinton seems to have been elected, semantic interpretation requires that elect and Clinton be locally related in the phrase elect Clinton from the construction to be properly interpreted, as if the sentence were actually seems to have been elected Clinton. The main verb of the sentence, seems, has inflectional features that are uninterpretable. It is singular, third person, masculine, properties that add nothing independent to the meaning of the sentence, since they are already expressed in the noun phrase that agrees with it, and are ineliminable there. These offending features of seems therefore have to be erased in a local relation, an explicit version of the traditional descriptive category of agreement. To achieve this result, the matching features of the agreeing phrase Clinton are attracted by the offending features of the main verb seems, which are then erased under local matching. But now the phrase Clinton is displaced. Note that only the features of Clinton are attracted. The full phrase moves for reasons having to do with the sensory motor system, which is unable to pronounce or hear isolated features separated from the phrase in which they belong. However, if for some reason the sensory motor system is inactivated, then the features alone raise, and alongside of such sentences as an unpopular candidate seems to have been elected, with overt displacement, we have sentences of the form seems to have been elected an unpopular candidate. Here the remote phrase an unpopular candidate agrees with the verb seems, which means that its features have been attracted to a local relation with seem while leaving the rest of the phrase behind. The fact that the sensory motor system has been inactivated is called covert movement, a phenomenon with quite interesting properties. In many languages, Spanish for example, there are such sentences. English has them too, though it is necessary for other reasons to introduce the semantically empty element there, giving the sentence the seems to have been elected an unpopular candidate, and also, for quite interesting reasons, to carry out an inversion of order, so it comes out there seems to have been an unpopular candidate elected. These properties follow from specific choices of parameters, which have effects through the languages generally and interact to give a complex array of phenomena which are only superficially distinct. In the case we are looking at, all reduced to the simple fact that uninterpretable formal features must be erased in a local relation with a matching feature, yielding the displacement property required for semantic interpretation at the interface. There is a fair amount of hand-waving in this brief description, filling in new horizons in the study of language and mind. 297. The blanks yields a rather interesting picture, with many ramifications in typologically different languages. But to go on would take us well beyond the scope of these remarks. I'd like to finish with at least brief reference to other issues, having to do with the ways the internalist study of language relates to the external world. For simplicity, let's keep to simple words. Suppose that book is a word in Peter's lexicon. The word is a complex of properties, phonetic and semantic. The sensory motor systems use the phonetic properties for articulation and perception, relating them to external events, motions of molecules, for example. Other systems of mind use the semantic properties of the word when Peter talks about the world and interprets what others say about it. There is no far-reaching controversy about how to proceed on the sound side, but on the meaning side there are profound disagreements. Empirically oriented studies seem to me to approach problems of meaning rather in the way they study sound, as in phonology and phonetics. They try to find the semantic properties of the word book, that it is nominal not verbal, used to refer to an artifact not a substance like water or an abstraction like health, and so on. One might ask whether these properties are part of the meaning of the word book or of the concept associated with the word. On current understanding, there is no good way to distinguish these proposals, but perhaps someday an empirical issue will be unearthed. Either way, some features of the lexical item book that are internal to it determine modes of interpretation of the kind just mentioned. Investigating language use, we find that words are interpreted in terms of such factors as material constitution, design, intended and characteristic use, institutional role, and so on. Things are identified and assigned to categories in terms of such properties, which I am taking to be semantic features, on a par with phonetic features that determine its sound. The use of language can attend in various ways to these semantic features. Suppose the library has 2 copies of Tolstoy's War and Peace. Peter takes out one, and John the other. Did Peter and John take out the same book, or different books? If we attend to the material factor of the lexical item, they took out different books. If we focus on its abstract component, they took out the same book. We can attend to both material and abstract factors simultaneously, as when we say that the book that he is planning will weigh at least 5 pounds if he ever writes it, or his book is in every store in the country. Similarly, we can paint that white and walk through it, using the pronoun it to refer ambiguously to figure and ground. We can report that the bank was blown up after it raised the interest rate, or that it raised the rate to keep from being blown up. Here the pronoun it, and the empty category that is the subject of being blown up, simultaneously adopt both the material and institutional factors. 298. The Essential Chomsky. The facts about such matters are often clear, but not trivial. Thus referentially dependent elements, even the most narrowly constrained, observe some distinctions but ignore others, in ways that vary for different types of words in curious ways. Such properties can be investigated in many ways: language acquisition, generality among languages, invented forms, etc. What we discover is surprisingly intricate, and, not surprisingly, known in advance of any evidence, hence shared among languages. There is no a priori reason to expect that human language will have such properties. Martian could be different. The symbolic systems of science and mathematics surely are. No one knows to what extent the specific properties of human language are a consequence of general biochemical laws applying to objects with general features of the brain, another important problem at a still distant horizon. An approach to semantic interpretation in similar terms was developed in interesting ways in 17th and 18th century philosophy, often adopting Hume's principle that the identity which we ascribe to things is only a fictitious one, established by the human understanding. 7. Hume's conclusion is very plausible. The book on my desk does not have these strange properties by virtue of its internal constitution, rather, by virtue of the way people think, and the meanings of the terms in which these thoughts are expressed. The semantic properties of words are used to think and talk about the world in terms of the perspectives made available by the resources of the mind, rather in the way phonetic interpretation seems to proceed. Contemporary philosophy of language follows a different course. It asks to what a word refers, giving various answers. But the question has no clear meaning. The example of book is typical. It makes little sense to ask to what thing the expression Tolstoy's War and Peace refers, when Peter and John take identical copies out of the library. The answer depends on how the semantic features are used when we think and talk, one way or another. In general, a word, even of the simplest kind, does not pick out an entity of the world, or of our belief space. Conventional assumptions about these matters seem to me very dubious. I mentioned that modern generative grammar has sought to address concerns that animated the tradition, in particular, the Cartesian idea that the true distinction made between humans and other creatures or machines is the ability to act in the manner they took to be most clearly illustrated in the ordinary use of language, without any finite limits, influenced but not determined by internal state, appropriate to situations but not caused by them, coherent and evoking thoughts that the hearer might have expressed, and so on. The goal of the work I have been discussing is to unearth some of the factors that enter into such normal practice. Only some of these, however. Generative grammar seeks to discover the mechanisms that are used, thus. New horizons in the study of language and mind. 299. Contributing to the study of how they are used in the creative fashion of normal life. How they are used is the problem that intrigued the Cartesians, and it remains as mysterious to us as it was to them, even though far more is understood today about the mechanisms that are involved. In this respect, the study of language is again much like that of other organs. Study of the visual and motor systems has uncovered mechanisms by which the brain interprets scattered stimuli as a cube and the arm reaches for a book on the table. But these branches of science do not raise the question of how people decide to look at a book on the table or to pick it up, and speculations about the use of the visual or motor systems, or others, amount to very little. It is these capacities, manifested most strikingly in language use, that are at the heart of traditional concerns. For Descartes in the early 17th century, they are the noblest thing we can have and all that truly belongs to us. Half a century before Descartes, the Spanish philosopher-physician Juan Harty observed that this generative faculty of ordinary human understanding and action is foreign to beasts and plants 9, though it is a lower form of understanding that falls short of true exercise of the creative imagination. Even the lower form lies beyond our theoretical reach, apart from the study of mechanisms that enter into it. In a number of areas, language included, a lot has been learned in recent years about these mechanisms. The problems that can now be faced are hard and challenging, but many mysteries still lie beyond the reach of the form of human inquiry we call science, a conclusion that we should not find surprising if we consider humans to be part of the organic world, and perhaps one we should not find distressing either. 19. Intentional ignorance and its uses. The 20th century ended with terrible crimes and reactions by the great powers that were widely heralded as opening a remarkable new era in human affairs, marked by dedication to human rights and high principle with no historical precedent. The torrent of self-adulation, which may well have been unprecedented in scale and quality, was not merely a display of millenarian rhetorical flourishes. Western leaders and intellectuals assured their audiences emphatically that the new era was very real, and of unusual significance. The new phase in human history opened with NATO's bombing of Serbia on March 24, 1999. The new generation draws the line, Tony Blair proclaimed, fighting for values, for a new internationalism where the brutal repression of whole ethnic groups will no longer be tolerated and those responsible for such crimes have nowhere to hide. NATO has unleashed the first war in history fought in the name of principles and values, Václav Havel declared, signaling the end of the nation-state, which will no longer be the culmination of every national community's history and its highest earthly value. The enlightened efforts of generations of Democrats, the terrible experience of 2 world wars, and the evolution of civilization have finally brought humanity to the recognition that human beings are more important than the state. 1. The new generation is to carry out its good works under the guiding hand of an idealistic new world bent on ending inhumanity, joined by its British partner. In the lead article in Foreign Affairs, a legal scholar with a distinct This chapter first appeared in A New Generation Draws the Line, Kosovo, East Timor and the Standards of the West, London, Verso, 2000, 1-47. Intentional Ignorance and ITS Uses. 301. Gisht Record in Defending Human Rights explained that the enlightened states, freed at last from the shackles of restrictive old rules and archaic concepts of world order, may now use force when they believe it to be just, obeying modern notions of justice that they fashion as they discipline the defiant, the indolent, and the miscreant, the disorderly elements of the world, with a nobility of purpose so evident that it requires no evidence. 2. The grounds for membership in the Club of Enlightened States, the international community, as they conventionally describe themselves, are also self-evident. Past and current practice are boring old tales that may be dismissed under the doctrine of change of course, which has been regularly invoked when needed in recent years. Praising NATO troops in Macedonia for their achievement in opening the new era, President Clinton propounded a Clinton doctrine of military intervention, Bob Davis reported in the Wall Street Journal. The doctrine amounts to the following: tyrants beware. In the president's own words, if somebody comes after innocent civilians and tries to kill them en masse because of their race, their ethnic background or their religion, and it's within our power to stop it, we will stop it. Where we can make a difference, we must try, and that is clearly the case in Kosovo. There are times when looking away simply is not an option, the president explained to the nation. We can't respond to every tragedy in every corner of the world, but that doesn't mean that we should do nothing for no one. 3. Well before the dawn of the new era, Clinton's neo-Wilsonianism had convinced observers that American foreign policy had entered a noble phase with a saintly glow, though some saw dangers from the outset, warning that by granting idealism an exclusive hold on our foreign policy we might neglect our own interests in the service of others. Clinton's open-ended embrace of humanitarian intervention in 1999 also has worried foreign policy experts inside the administration and out, Davis reported. Senator John McCain derided it as foreign policy as social work. Others agreed. To alleviate such concerns, Clinton's national security advisor Sandy Berger underscored the fact that ethnic cleansing, which happens in dozens of countries around the world, cannot be the occasion for intervention. In Kosovo, U.S. national interest was at stake. Intervention involved bolstering the credibility of NATO and making sure Kosovo refugees didn't overwhelm neighboring countries as they did shortly after the NATO bombing commenced, eliciting the massive ethnic cleansing that was an anticipated consequence. We are left, then, with bolstering the credibility of NATO as the surviving justification. 4. Washington's official version, which has remained fairly constant throughout, was reiterated in January 2000 by Secretary of Defense William 302. The Essential Chomsky Cohen and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Henry Shelton, in a lengthy summary of the war provided to Congress. The United States and NATO had three primary interests: ensuring the stability of Eastern Europe, thwarting ethnic cleansing, and ensuring NATO's credibility. Prime Minister Blair adopted the same stance. 5. The bottom line was we couldn't lose. If we lost, it's not just that we would have failed in our strategic objective, failed in terms of the moral purpose. We would have dealt a devastating blow to the credibility of NATO, and the world would have been less safe as a result of that. Let us put aside until later a closer look at the official positions, and ask how the world outside the international community understands NATO's efforts to assure its safety. Some insight into the matter was provided in April 2000 at the South Summit of G77, accounting for 80% of the world's population. The meeting, in Havana, was of unusual significance, the first meeting ever of G77, now 133 nations, at the level of heads of state, prepared shortly before by a summit of foreign ministers in Cartagena, Colombia. They issued the declaration of the South Summit, declaring that we reject the so-called right of humanitarian intervention, along with other forms of coercion that the summit also sees as traditional imperialism in a new guise, including the specific forms of corporate-led international integration called globalization in Western ideology. 6. The most respected voices of the South joined in condemnation of NATO's operative principles. Visiting England in April 2000, Nelson Mandela accused their British government of encouraging international chaos, together with America, by ignoring other nations and playing policeman of the world, saying that he resented the behavior of both Britain and America in riding roughshod over the United Nations and launching military actions against Iraq and Kosovo. Such disregard for international conventions was more dangerous to world peace than anything that was currently happening in Africa, Mr. Mandela said. In his own words, what they are doing is far more serious than what is happening in Africa, especially the US and Britain. It is proper for me to say that. 7. While in progress a year earlier, NATO's bombing of Yugoslavia had been bitterly condemned in the world's largest democracy, and even in Washington's most loyal and dependent client state. Highly regarded strategic analysts regarded the operation with considerable skepticism. Amos Skilboa described NATO's reversion to the colonial era in the familiar cloak of moralistic righteousness as a danger to the world, warning that it would lead to proliferation of weapons of mass destruction for deterrence. Others simply took intentional ignorance and ITS uses. 303. It to be a precedent for resort to force when deemed appropriate. If the need arises, military historians have commented, Israel will do to Lebanon what NATO did to Kosovo. Israeli forces are being restructured for quick and destructive air war, relying particularly on the Kosovo precedent. Similar attitudes were expressed in the semi-official press of the second leading recipient of US aid, and elsewhere. 8. Among East European dissidents, the one most prominently featured in the West was Václav Havel, with his welcome appreciation for the high moral purpose of Western leaders. Long before, he had achieved top rank among the West's favorites, particularly in 1990, when he addressed the joint session of Congress, receiving a standing ovation and rapturous acclaim from commentators who were deeply moved by his praise for his audience as the defender of freedom who understood the responsibility that flowed from power. A few weeks before, the responsibility had been demonstrated once again when armed state terrorists fresh from renewed US training blew out the brains of 6 leading Latin American dissident intellectuals in the course of yet another paroxysm of terror supervised by the defender of freedom. One can imagine the reaction to a similar performance in the Duma by a Latin American dissident, had the situation been reversed. The reaction in the West in this case is instructive, and not without import. 9. There once was a dissident intellectual named Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was also highly respected when he had the right things to say. But not in 1999. He saw the new era rather in the manner of the South Summit, Mandela, and others outside of the circles of enlightenment. The aggressors have kicked aside the UN, opening a new era where might is right. There should be no illusions that NATO was aiming to defend the Kosovars. If the protection of the oppressed was their real concern, they could have been defending, for example, the miserable Kurds. For example, because that is only one case, though a rather striking one. 10. Solzhenitsyn remains a man whom many see as the country's voice of conscience, admired for his elegant and reasoned style when he condemns government corruption in Russia. 11. But not when he provides the wrong interpretation of the new era. In this case, he received the same treatment as the South Summit, and others who do not see the light. Though unwanted world opinion has scarcely been reported, it has been watched with concern by more perceptive analysts. University of Chicago political scientist John Mearsheimer observed that the Gulf War of 1991 and the Kosovo War of 1999 hardened India's determination to possess nuclear weapons as a deterrent to U.S. violence. Harvard government professor. 304. The Essential Chomsky. Samuel Huntington warned that in the eyes of many countries he indicates, the United States is becoming the rogue superpower, perceived as the single greatest external threat to their societies. He quotes a British diplomat who says, "One reads about the world's desire for American leadership only in the United States, while, everywhere else, one reads about American arrogance and unilateralism, which will lead to consolidation of the counterforces," Huntington suggests. 5 years earlier, shortly after publicity about a possible North Korean nuclear arsenal, the Japanese named the United States as the biggest threat to world peace, followed by Russia and only then by North Korea, Chairman Johnson recalls. During the Kosovo War, strategic analyst and former NATO planner Michael McCquire writes, "The world at large saw a political military alliance that took unto itself the role of judge, jury and executioner, which claimed to be acting on behalf of the international community and was ready to slight the UN and skirt international law in order to enforce its collective judgment. But the world saw an organization given to moralistic rhetoric, one no less economical with the truth than others of its kind, a grouping of Western states with an unmatched technical capacity to kill, maim, and destroy, that was limited only by their unwillingness to put their warriors at risk. That seems a fair assessment, judging by the information available. 12 The world at large does not seem to be overly impressed by the exploits and moral purpose of the new generation, or reassured by its commitment to make the world safe by establishing the credibility of NATO. If evidence is deemed relevant, we may ask which evaluation of the new era is more credible, the flattering self-image with its visionary promise, or the skepticism of those outside who see more of the same. The matter should be examined carefully, at least by those who are concerned about the likely future, and who feel bound by moral truisms. Among these, several might be mentioned as particularly pertinent. 1. People are responsible for the anticipated consequences of their choice of action, or inaction, a responsibility that extends to the policy choices of one's own state to the extent that the political community allows a degree of influence over policy formation. 2. Responsibility is enhanced by privilege, by the opportunity to act with relative impunity and a degree of effectiveness. 3. For profession of high principles to be taken seriously, the principles must first and foremost be applied to oneself, not only to official enemies or others designated as unworthy in the prevailing political culture. Intentional ignorance and its uses. 305. Let us assume the truisms to be true. It is, however, hard to miss the fact that throughout history, and in virtually all societies, they are commonly honored in the breach. A fair question, then, is whether the familiar pattern was exhibited once again in the terminal year of the 20th century, as most of the world seems to believe, or whether a new era has really dawned, as the new generation and its admirers declare. One question that instantly comes to mind is how often, and how carefully, the inquiry is undertaken. Rarely, to my knowledge, the conclusions are taken to be self-evident. No inquiry is needed, and even to undertake it is considered dishonorable. It is clear how such an inquiry should proceed. To determine who has the stronger case, those who hail the new era or the skeptics, we should examine how the new generation responds to circumstances in the world where we can make a difference and therefore must try, as Clinton phrased the matter in propounding the Clinton Doctrine. We therefore consider various measures of U.S. involvement in the world. One criterion is foreign aid. The world's richest and most privileged state would surely be able to make a difference by helping those in need. The political leadership has taken up this challenge by compiling the most miserly record in the industrial world, even if we include the major component, aid to a rich country, Israel, and to Egypt because of its association with Israel. As the new era dawns, the record is becoming still worse. The foreign aid bill passed by the Senate in June 2000 provided only $75 million for the world's poorest countries, a reduction from the administration's $252 million request, a shameful pittance. 13 in comparison. The bill provides $1.3 billion from the Colombian Army, a matter to which we return. Without proceeding by this criterion, the evaluation of the skeptics is confirmed, with no contest. Perhaps this criterion is irrelevant for some unclear reason. Let us put it aside, then, and turn to the next natural criteria, military aid and response to atrocities. The top-ranking recipient of U.S. military aid through the Clinton years has been Turkey, 14, the home of 15 million of Solzhenitsyn's miserable Kurds. That seems an appropriate place to begin. At the peak of enthusiasm over our dedication to principles and values, in April 1999, NATO commemorated its 50th anniversary. It was not a celebration, rather, a somber occasion, under the shadow of vicious atrocities and ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. It was agreed that the modern notions of justice crafted by the enlightened states do not permit such horrors so close to the borders of NATO. Only within the borders of NATO, here large-scale atrocities and ethnic cleansing are not only tolerable, but it is furthermore our duty to expedite them. We must not merely stand by and watch the systematic state-directed murder of other people, but must go on to make an essential. 306. The Essential Chomsky contribution to ensuring that it reaches proper heights of terror and destruction, while directing our gaze with laser-like intensity to the evil work of official enemies. It took considerable discipline at the NATO anniversary for participants and commentators not to notice that some of the worst ethnic cleansing of the 1990s was taking place within NATO itself, in a southeastern Turkey, and furthermore, that these massive atrocities relied on a huge flow of arms from the West, overwhelmingly from the United States, which provided about 80% of Turkey's arms as the atrocities peaked by the mid-1990s. As a strategic ally and military outpost, Turkey had received a substantial flow of U.S. arms throughout the post-World War II era. Arms transfers increased sharply in 1984, as Turkey initiated a military campaign against its miserably oppressed Kurdish population. Military, police, and paramilitary operations increased in intensity and violence in the 1990s, along with atrocities and U.S. arms and military training. Turkey set two records in 1994. Correspondent Jonathan Randall observed, 1994 was the year of the worst repression in the Kurdish provinces, and the year when Turkey became the biggest single importer of American military hardware and thus the world's largest arms purchaser, including advanced armaments, all of which were eventually used against the Kurds, along with extensive co-production and other cooperation with Turkey's military and its military industry. In the year 1997 alone, arms from the Clinton administration surpassed the entire period from 1950 to 1983.15. Thanks to the steady supply of heavy armaments, military training, and diplomatic support, Turkey was able to crush Kurdish resistance, leaving tens of thousands killed, 2 to 3 million refugees, and 3,500 villages destroyed, 7 times Kosovo under NATO bombing. In this case, responsibility is easy to determine. Oppression of the Kurds, and Turks who called for justice, has been outrageous since the founding of the modern Turkish state. The brutality of the counterinsurgency war has been amply recorded by highly credible sources. There is not the slightest question about the contribution of the idealistic New World bent on ending inhumanity. Presumably, It is the impossibility of conjuring up a pretext of even minimal plausibility that accounts for the virtual suppression of these atrocities and Washington's role in implementing them. 16. On the rare occasions when the matter breaks through the silence, the typical reaction is that the American failure to protect Kurds in Turkey is inconsistent with its self-declared intention to protect Kosovars, in the words of Thomas Cushman. Or, according to Ariane Nair, that the United States tolerated the abuses suffered by the Kurds. 17. These regrettable lapses show that we are sometimes inconsistent and look away because of the limits of intentional ignorance and its uses. 307. Our capacity to stop injustice, according to a common theme, articulated by the leader of the enlightened states in the manner quoted above. Such reactions constitute a particularly sharp rejection of the moral truisms mentioned earlier. They are cynical apologetics for major atrocities for which one shares direct responsibility. There was no looking away in the case of Turkey and the Kurds. Washington looked right there, as did its allies, saw what was happening, and acted decisively to intensify the atrocities, particularly during the Clinton years. The United States did not fail to protect the Kurds or tolerate the abuses they suffered, any more than Russia fails to protect the people of Grozny or tolerates their suffering. The new generation drew the line by consciously putting as many guns as possible into the hands of the killers and torturers, not just guns, but jet planes, tanks, helicopter gunships, all the most advanced instruments of terror, sometimes in secret, because arms were sent in violation of the congressional legislation. At no point was there any defensive purpose, nor any relation to the Cold War. That should come as no surprise. Much the same has been true elsewhere as well through the Cold War years. This we learn from close attention to the historical events and internal planning record, though great power confrontations were always in the background and provided useful pretexts for the resort to force, terror, and economic warfare. Furthermore, the charge of inconsistency requires proof, not mere assertion. It is necessary to demonstrate, not merely proclaim, that other actions are humanitarian in intent, a posture that accompanies virtually every resort to force throughout history. A more realistic interpretation is given by Tim Judah in his account of the conflict in Kosovo. Western countries may well sympathize with the plight of the Kurds or Tibetans, or the victims of Russian bombing in Chechnya, but realpolitik means that there is little they are willing, or able, to do to help them. 18. In the case of Tibetans and Chechens, helping them might lead to a major war. In the case of the Kurds, helping them would interfere with U.S. power interests. Accordingly, we cannot help them but must rather join in perpetrating atrocities against them, and responsible intellectuals must keep the truth hidden under a veil of silence, apologetics, and deceit while hailing their leaders, and themselves, for their unique devotion to principles and values. One of the regions most devastated by the U.S. Turkish assault was Tunceli, north of the Kurdish capital of Diyarbakir, where 1/3 of the villages were destroyed and vast tracts were set aflame by U.S. supplied helicopters and jets. The terror in Tunceli is state terror, a Turkish minister conceded in 1994. Reporting that village burning and terror had already driven 2 million people from their homes, left without even a tent to protect them. On April 1, 2000, 10,000 Turkish troops began a new sweep of the area, while 5,000 to 7,000 troops with helicopter gunships crossed into Iraq to attack Kurds. 308. The Essential Chomsky. There once again, in a no-fly zone, where Kurds are protected by the U.S. Air Force from their, temporarily, wrong oppressor. 19. Recall that in Serbia, NATO was fighting because no decent person can stand by and watch the systematic state-directed murder of other people, as Václav Havel puts it. While, according to Tony Blair, The new generation of leaders was enforcing a new internationalism where the brutal repression of whole ethnic groups will no longer be tolerated, and those responsible for such crimes have nowhere to hide. And, in the words of President Clinton, if somebody comes after innocent civilians and tries to kill them en masse because of their race, their ethnic background or their religion, and it's within our power to stop it, we will stop it. But it is not within our power to stop our own enthusiastic participation in systematic state-directed murder and brutal repression of whole ethnic groups, and those responsible for such crimes have no need to hide. Rather, they enjoy the accolades of the educated classes, who marvel at the saintly glow of their deeds and the high ideals that inspire them. Furthermore, decent people are expected to understand that NATO powers are not only entitled to oppress and terrorize their own populations with our lavish assistance, but also to invade other countries at will. The same prerogative extends to non-NATO client states, notably Israel, which occupied South Lebanon for 22 years in violation of Security Council orders, but with U.S. authorization and assistance, and during those years killed tens of thousands of people, repeatedly driving hundreds of thousands from their homes and destroying civilian infrastructure, again in early 2000, always with U.S. support and arms. Virtually none of this had to do with self-defense, as is well recognized within Israel and by human rights organizations, though different stories are preferred in the U.S. Information System. 20. In June 2000, Israel did at last withdraw from Lebanon, or more accurately, was driven out by Lebanese resistance. The UN General Assembly voted to provide almost $150 million for UN, UNIFIL, monitors to ensure security in southern Lebanon and facilitate reconstruction of the devastated region. The resolution passed 110 to 2. The United States and Israel voted against it because it also called upon Israel to pay the United Nations some $1.28 million in compensation for its attack on a UN compound, killing over 100 civilians who had taken refuge there during its 1996 invasion of Lebanon. 21. The achievements of Western terror are highly regarded. Just as Turkey was launching new military campaigns in its southeast region and across the border on April 1, 2000, Secretary of Defense William Cohen addressed the American-Turkish Council Conference in a festive event with much laughter and applause. He praised Turkey for taking part in the humanitarian bombing of Serbia and announced that Turkey would participate in developing their intentional ignorance and ITS uses. 309. Pentagon's Advanced Joint Strike Fighter, just as it was producing the F-16s that it has been using to such good effect in approved forms of ethnic cleansing and other atrocities, within NATO, not near its borders. This is an exciting time to really not only be alive, but to be in positions of public service, Cohen continued, as we have entered, with a turn of the century, a brave new world with so much creative opportunity out there that all of us can take advantage of, symbolized by the U.S. Turkey jet fighter project that will put Turkey in the forefront and leadership of building a secure and stable Middle East along with its close Israeli ally. Shortly after, the State Department released its latest annual report describing the administration's efforts to combat terrorism, Judith Miller reported. The report singled out Turkey for praise for its positive experiences in showing how tough counter-terrorism measures plus political dialogue with non-terrorist opposition groups can overcome the plague of violence and atrocities, reported without a trace of embarrassment. 22. The first case study strongly confirms the evaluation of the new era by the skeptics. Perhaps it even gives some insight into the moral purpose that inspires us. A gross injustice had been done to people, right on the doorstep of the European Union, which we were in a position to prevent and reverse, and we had to do that. In the words of Tony Blair. 23, Blair is not referring to righteous terror and ethnic cleansing that his government and its allies helped to implement within NATO, but rather the atrocities that were being carried out by an official enemy under NATO's bombs. In 1999, Turkey relinquished its position as the leading recipient of U.S. military aid, replaced by Colombia. 24 We therefore have the second natural case study for the inquiry into the alternative evaluations of the new era. Colombia has had the worst human rights record in the Western Hemisphere through the 1990s and has also been the hemisphere's leading beneficiary of U.S. military aid and training, a long-standing correlation. 25 Colombia receives more than the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean combined, with a threefold increase from 1998 to 1999. The total is scheduled to increase sharply with the U.S. contribution to the $7.5 billion plan Colombia, attributed to Bogotá, though with heavy coaching from the Americans, as the Wall Street Journal puts it, according to non-new.s diplomats. The plan was written in English. Plan Colombia calls for the U.S. to provide over $1 billion in military aid, while others are to fund social, economic, and human rights programs. The military component was put in place during 1999, extending earlier programs. The rest is in abeyance. 26. The shift in rank reflects the fact that Turkey's ethnic cleansing operations and other atrocities through the 1990s largely succeeded, at severe human cost, while state terror in Washington's client state of Colombia is still far. 310. The Essential Chomsky. From having achieved its goals, despite some 3,000 political murders and 300,000 refugees a year, the total by now perhaps approaching 2 million, the third largest population of displaced people in the world after Sudan and Angola. A political party outside the traditional elite power-sharing arrangement was permitted to function in 1985. It was soon annihilated, with over 3,500 members murdered or disappeared, 27 including presidential candidates, mayors, and others, a feat accomplished without tarnishing Colombia's democratic credentials in Washington. The overwhelming mass of atrocities are attributed to paramilitaries, who are closely linked to the military that receives U.S. aid and training, all heavily involved in narco-trafficking. According to the Colombian government and leading human rights groups, the Colombian Commission of Jurists and others, the rate of killings increased by almost 20% in 1999 and the proportion attributed to the paramilitaries rose from 46% in 1995 to almost 80% in 1998, continuing through 1999. The State Department confirms the general picture in its annual human rights reports. Its report covering 1999 concludes that security forces actively collaborated with members of paramilitary groups while government forces continued to commit numerous, serious abuses, including extrajudicial killings, at a level that was roughly similar to that of 1998, when the department attributed to the military and paramilitaries about 80% of atrocities with an identifiable source. Massacres reached over one a day in early 1999, as Colombia displaced Turkey as the leading recipient of U.S. arms. In June to August 1999, 200,000 more people were driven from their homes, according to Colombian and international human rights organizations. The escalating U.S. military aid is under the pretext of a drug war that is taken seriously by few competent observers, for substantial reasons. Quite apart from the matter of plausibility, it is noteworthy that the pretext is based on the remarkable presupposition, virtually unquestioned, that the United States has the right to carry out military actions and chemical and biological warfare in other countries to eradicate a crop it does not like, though presumably modern notions of justice do not entitle Colombia, or Thailand, or China, or many others, to do the same in North Carolina, to eliminate a far more lethal drug, which they have been compelled to accept, along with advertising, under threat of trade sanctions, at a cost of millions of lives. The second case study leads to the same conclusion as the first. The new era is much like earlier ones, including the familiar cloak of moralistic righteousness. Let us turn to a third example, perhaps the most obvious test case for evaluating the conflicting interpretations of the new era. While Colombia replaced Turkey as leading recipient of U.S. military aid, intentional ignorance and ITS uses 311, and the United States and Britain were preparing to bomb Serbia in pursuit of their moral purpose, important events were underway in another part of the world, the scene of one of the worst human rights catastrophes of the late 20th century, East Timor, which in 1999 was subjected to new atrocities, so extreme that they came to rank alongside of Kosovo in the concerns of the new era for human rights, humanitarian intervention, and limits of sovereignty. The modern tragedy of East Timor has unfolded since December 1975, when Indonesia invaded and occupied the former Portuguese colony after it had declared independence, later annexing it. The invasion led to the slaughter of some 200,000 people, almost one-third of the population, and vast destruction, torture, and terror, renewed once again in 1999. To determine how the second major example of 1999 bears on the conflicting interpretations of the new era, we want to determine what has taken place, and how it is depicted. The events of 1999 are reviewed in the January 2000 issue of the American Journal of International Law, offering the standard Western version, that the atrocities in East Timor took place 6 months after Kosovo, that is, after the August 30, 1999, referendum on independence, but that, unlike the case of Kosovo, which preceded the events in East Timor by 6 months, no state, including the United States, advocated a forcible military intervention in East Timor. The apparent reasons for this reluctance were that Indonesia possessed a strong military, that such an intervention was likely to be strongly opposed by nearby China, and that concerned states believed that Indonesia's consent to a multinational force would, in any case, soon be forthcoming. 28. The account is indeed standard. To select another example virtually at random, consider William Shawcross's recent study of the interaction of the three benign forces in the world, the UN, the NGOs, and the liberal democracies, and the malign force of warlords who have dominated the 1990s. Saddam Hussein and Slobodan Milosevic being the two who stand out. 29. Some places were bathed by the light of the West's concern, Bosnia and Kosovo, for example, though others were obscured by our lack of interest. The book ends with a chapter entitled From Kosovo to East Timor, reflecting the perceived order of events in these two major crises of 1999. In both cases, the international community was forced to confront a humanitarian disaster which was in part the product of its own neglect, and had to decide what price it was prepared to pay to right it. Many commentators have described the intervention in Kosovo as a precedent for the dispatch of peacekeeping forces to East Timor. Hence, even Grit. 312. The Essential Chomsky of the NATO bombing agree that it had benign effects. Others point out that the United States does not want to be a global court now any more than it did in the past, sacrificing American resources and lives to the East Timors of the world, as when a UN peacekeeping force entered Indonesian territory. To stop the killing at US Initiative. 30. Virtually none of this is tenable. The truth of the matter, readily established, tells us a good deal about the norms of conduct that are likely to prevail if self-serving doctrine remains immune to critical reflection, and moral truisms are kept at the margins of consciousness. The humanitarian catastrophe in East Timor was not the product of the neglect of the liberal democracies. It was substantially their creation, as in the previous cases discussed. When invading East Timor in 1975, Indonesia relied almost entirely on US alms and diplomatic support, renews as atrocities reached near genocidal levels in 1978 and persisting as violent oppression took its toll at the hands of a criminal who ranks high among the elite of Shawcross's malign force, and was routinely praised as a moderate who is at heart benign, our kind of guy, in the words of the Clinton administration, until he lost control in 1997 and had to be discarded. In 1978, as Suharto's slaughter in East Timor peaked in fury, the United States was joined by Britain, along with France and other powers. U.S. British support and participation continued through the escalating humanitarian catastrophe of 1999 and its consummation after the August 30th referendum on independence. East Timor was Indonesian territory only in that leaders of the liberal democracies effectively authorized the conquest in violation of Security Council directives and a World Court ruling. The order of events in the standard version is crucially reversed. The latest wave of atrocities in East Timor was underway from November 1998. Well before the referendum on independence, atrocities in 1999 alone had reached levels beyond Kosovo prior to the NATO bombing, the relevant standard of comparison. Furthermore, ample public information was available indicating that much worse was to come unless the population submitted to Indonesian terror, and far more was known to Australian and surely US intelligence. Nonetheless, the new generation continued to provide military aid, even to conduct joint military exercises just prior to the referendum, while opposing any move to deter the further atrocities they had every reason to expect. Even after the August 30th referendum, the United States insisted that Indonesia must remain in control of the illegally occupied territory while its forces virtually destroyed the country and drove 750,000 people, 85% of the population, out of their homes. Whatever one thinks of Kosovo, it could not have served as a precedent for humanitarian intervention in East Timor because of the timing alone, and intentional ignorance and its uses. 313. More fundamentally, because humanitarian intervention never took place. There was, in fact, no intervention at all in any serious sense of the term, nor could there have been, if only because there was no question of sovereignty. Even Australia, the one Western country to have granted explicit de jure recognition to the Indonesian annexation, in large measure because of its interest in joint exploitation of Timorese oil, had renounced that stand in January 1999. Indonesia's sovereign rights were comparable to those of Nazi Germany in occupied Europe. They rested solely on great power ratification of aggression and massacre in this Portuguese-administered territory, a UN responsibility. The Russian drive to the west during World War II and the Normandy landing were not interventions, a fortiori. The entry of Australian UN peacekeeping forces after the Indonesian army withdrew does not qualify as intervention. The issue of humanitarian intervention does not even arise, though this is one of the rare cases when it is possible to speak seriously of humanitarian intent, at least on the part of Australia, or, more accurate, its population, who were bitterly critical of their government's failure to act as the toll of victims mounted from early 1999. One element of the standard version is correct: no state advocated military intervention, reasonably enough, since there is little reason to suppose that any form of intervention would have been needed to terminate the atrocities, either those of 1999 or of the preceding decades of horror. There was no need to impose sanctions or to bomb Jakarta. Even the hint of withdrawal of participation in mid-September 1999 sufficed to make it clear to the Indonesian generals that the game was over. The result could very likely have been achieved in similar ways long before, had there been any willingness to interfere with the exploits of the malign force who was so ably serving the interests of Western power and privilege. The standard reasons put forth to distinguish Kosovo from East Timor, just quoted, are not very convincing. Serbia possessed a strong military, the main reason why invasion was never contemplated and bombers kept to a safe distance. More important, Indonesia's army, unlike that of Serbia, is heavily dependent on the United States, as was revealed in mid-September 1999, when Clinton finally gave the signal to desist. Russia strongly opposed the NATO bombing, but that did not deter the United States and its allies. Prior to mid-September, there was no expectation that Indonesia would consent to a multinational force, if only because the concerned states had evinced no serious interest in this outcome, and Indonesia firmly rejected it. The main opponent of even an armed intervention in the earlier months of rising terror had been Washington, and its opposition persisted at the height of the post-referendum atrocities. Washington's principles were outlined succinctly by the highly regarded 314. The Essential Chomsky. Australian diplomat Richard Butler, who transmitted to his fellow countrymen what he had learned from senior American analysts. The United States will act in its own perceived interest, others are to shoulder the burdens and face the costs, unless some power interest is served. 31 That seems a fair rendition of the reality of the new era of enlightenment and high principle, as the case of East Timor dramatically illustrates, adding another informative case study to the list. One of the leading principles of the new era is that sovereignty may now be disregarded in the interest of defending human rights, disregarded by the enlightened states, that is, not by others. Thus, the United States and Britain accord themselves the right to carry out military and economic warfare with the alleged intent of containing Saddam Hussein, but there is no thought of endorsing an Iranian invasion of Iraq to overthrow the tyrant. Though Iran suffered grievously from the Iraqi invasion of Iran, backed by the United States and Britain, among others. The proclaimed principle has merit, or would, if it were upheld in a way that honest people could take seriously. The restriction of agents already undercuts that possibility. The two prime examples brought forth in 1999 suffice to eliminate any further illusions. Indonesia's non-existent claim to sovereignty in East Timor was accorded the most delicate respect under the operative principles of the enlightened states. They insisted that its military forces must be assigned responsibility for security while they were conducting yet another reign of terror. As for Kosovo, the United States and its allies require that it must remain under Serbian sovereignty, probably out of fear of a greater Albania. But the sovereignty that NATO insists upon in Serbia is trumped by its claim that it is defending human rights, unlike East Timor, where non-sovereignty trumps any concern from the human rights that the leaders of NATO are brutally violating. The new era is a dazzling one indeed. The realities that Richard Butler described were well illustrated in East Timor in April 1999, the peak moment of exuberance about the new era. By then massacres organized by the troops armed and trained by the United States and Britain were a regular occurrence, some extraordinary, extensively reported in Australia particularly. On August 6, by coincidence the day of the report on the new Clinton doctrine with its commitment to stop the killing of innocent civilians if it's within our power to do so, the church in East Timor reported that 3,000 to 5,000 people had been killed so far in 1999, about twice the number killed on all sides in Kosovo in the year before the NATO bombing, according to NATO, and under very different circumstances. The East Timorese victims of Western-supported Indonesian intentional ignorance and ITS uses. 315. Aggression were defenseless civilians. There was no active fighting, no takeover of substantial territory by foreign-based guerrillas, no attacks on police and civilians with the avowed goal of eliciting violent retaliation that would lead to Western military intervention. The small resistance forces were confined to isolated mountain areas with virtually no international contact, and the atrocities were almost entirely attributable to the occupying army and its paramilitary associates, and of course to their foreign backers, primarily the United States and Britain, as had been true for 24 years. The situation in Kosovo was different in all of these respects. In East Timor in 1999, the principles and values of the enlightened states dictated the same conclusion as in Turkey and in Colombia, where massacres had reached over one a day. Support the killers. There was also one reported massacre in Kosovo, at Trakak on January 15, 45 killed. That event allegedly inspired such horror among Western humanitarians that it was necessary to bomb Yugoslavia 10 weeks later, with the expectation, quickly fulfilled, that the consequence might be a sharp escalation of atrocities. 32. These examples constitute only a partial sample of the circumstances that evoked the remarkable chorus of self-congratulation about the new era in which Western leaders devote themselves to their moral purpose in the name of the international community, which objects, strenuously and irrelevantly. Putting aside the actual facts about Kosovo, the performance was greatly facilitated by silence or deceit about what would have been highlighted at the same time, if the moral truisms mentioned at the outset could be entertained. The test cases most directly relevant to the conflicting evaluations of the new era are those just briefly reviewed, major atrocities of the current period that could have easily been mitigated or terminated merely by withdrawal of direct and decisive participation, or in the terminology favored by apologists for state violence, atrocities that the United States tolerated while failing to protect the victims. The preferred test cases, however, are Chechnya, Tibet, and others that have the advantage that the current phase of the crimes can be attributed to others. The only questions that arise have to do with our reaction to the other fellows' crimes, a far more comfortable stance. The most extreme examples of this category are the African wars. Putting aside highly relevant history, the atrocities are not directly sponsored by the new generation, as in the examples reviewed. Here, Washington's attitude is very much as outlined by National Security Advisor Sandy Berger and diplomat Richard Butler. There is no perceived gain in assisting the victims of terror, so there is no need to respond, except by sending arms to fuel the conflicts. As plans to bomb Serbia were reaching their final stages in February 316. The Essential Chomsky. Early 1999, Western diplomats described Clinton's policies in Africa as leaving Africa to solve its own crises. European and UN diplomats reported that the United States has actively thwarted efforts by the United Nations to take on peacekeeping operations that might have prevented some of Africa's wars. In the Congo, Clinton's refusal to provide trivial sums for UN peacekeepers torpedoed the UN proposal, according to the UN's senior Africa envoy. Sierra Leone is a striking example. In 1997, Washington dragged out discussions on a British proposal to deploy peacekeepers, then did nothing in the face of mounting horrors. In May 2000, UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan called for military support for the UN peacekeeping forces that were unable to contain the atrocities. But US officials reported that the Clinton administration would not budge from offering only logistical and technical support, which turned out to be a fraud. Clinton offered US planes, but only for an exorbitant fee. When Washington offers support equipment, like planes to fly in other countries' troops, the US offers are usually 3 times the commercial rate, Annan said, and Washington will not put an American officer on the ground. It is difficult for the UN to afford even commercial rates because of the United States' refusal to pay its debt. 33. Again the same conclusions. With a degree of the clarity rare in international affairs, the evaluation of the new era by the skeptic swings hands down. Though without any possible effect, because of the impenetrable cocoon spun by responsible intellectuals, at worst, we tolerate the crimes of others, and we may then proceed to castigate ourselves for failing to react properly to them, thereby revealing our commitment to high moral principles and willingness to acknowledge even our most serious flaws. While elementary considerations suffice to put to rest the triumphalism that accompanied the bombing of Serbia, nonetheless the question of why the decision was made to go to war remains open, as does the question of its legitimacy. It remains possible that there really is an inconsistency, though not of the kind discussed in the apologetic literature. It is possible that in the special case of Kosovo, the new generation was violating standard operating procedure and acting with a moral purpose, as claimed, with considerable passion, but little detectable argument. As noted, the official justifications, which remained fairly constant throughout, were reiterated by Secretary of Defense William Cohen and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Henry Shelton in January 2000. The primary motivating factors were 1. Ensuring the stability of Eastern Europe. 2. Thwarting ethnic cleansing. 3. Ensuring NATO's credibility. Intentional ignorance and ITS uses. 317. Through the second alone would not have sufficed, National Security Advisor Sandy Berger elaborated. National interest must be at stake, the first and third reasons. The third reason is the one that has been most insistently advanced, and it has merit, when properly understood. Credibility of NATO means credibility of US power. The disorderly elements of the world must understand the price they will pay if they do not heed the orders of the master in Washington. 34. The first reason, ensuring stability, also has plausibility, though again terms must be understood properly, not in their literal but in their doctrinal sense. Correctly understood, a region is stable if it is incorporated within the U.S.-dominated global system with approved interests served and the right power centers in charge. In the literal but not the doctrinal sense, Eastern Europe was mostly stable under Kremlin rule. In the doctrinal sense, the regions dominated by Jakarta became stable in 1965 when a military dictatorship was imposed after a Rwanda-style slaughter that destroyed the mass-based party of poor peasants, the PKI, which had won widespread support not as a revolutionary party but as an organization defending the interests of the poor within the existing system, developing a mass base among the peasantry through its vigor in defending the interests of the poor. Concern that the PKI could not be blocked by ordinary democratic means was a primary reason for Washington's clandestine war aiming to dismantle Indonesia in 1958, and when that failed, support for the military, whose goal was to exterminate the PKI. 35. For this reason, along with its pro-China stance, the PKI was a source of instability. U.S.UK participation in subsequent atrocities of the perpetrators of the 1965 slaughter is understandable, given that Indonesia is so central to the stability of the region, as explained once again in September 1999 as Indonesia's assaults mounted in ferocity. Similarly, Washington had to impose a murderous military dictatorship in Guatemala because its first democratic government has become an increasing threat to the stability of Honduras and El Salvador, State Department officials warned. Stability in the doctrinal sense was threatened because Guatemala's agrarian reform is a powerful propaganda weapon. Its broad social program of aiding the workers and peasants in a victorious struggle against the upper classes and large foreign enterprises has a strong appeal to the populations of Central American neighbors where similar conditions prevail. After 40 years of terror, there are no such programs, so Guatemala is not a threat to stability. In the doctrinal sense, it is even possible, without contradiction, to destabilize in order to bring stability. Thus Nixon-Kissinger efforts to destabilize a freely elected Marxist government in 318. The Essential Chomsky. Chile were undertaken because we were determined to seek stability, a leading foreign affairs analyst observed. 36. Understanding terms in their doctrinal sense, it is reasonable to suppose that ensuring the stability of Eastern Europe was a goal of the bombing, along with ensuring NATO's credibility. The second justification, thwarting ethnic cleansing, had little credibility during the war, and that little has diminished considerably in the light of extensive evidence that has since been provided by the United States and other Western sources. Elaborating the second justification, Cohen and Shelton assert that prior to the bombing, the Belgrade regime's cruel repression in Kosovo had created a humanitarian crisis of staggering proportions, and Milosevic's campaign, which he dubbed Operation Horseshoe, would have led to even more homelessness, starvation, and loss of life had his ruthlessness gone unchecked. Before the March 24, 1999, bombing, Milosevic was finalizing this barbaric plan, and on March 21, the day after the withdrawal of the Kosovo Verification Mission, KVM, monitors, Serb forces launched a major offensive, dubbed Operation Horseshoe. Testifying before Congress a few months earlier, Cohen said that now we know, in retrospect, that he had an Operation Horseshoe whereby he was determined he was going to carry out his objectives, and he believed that he could carry them out in a very short period of time, in a week or so, had the bombing not thwarted his plans. 37. Operation Horseshoe has been adduced by many knowledgeable commentators as a justification for the bombing. To mention only one example, Brookings Institution senior fellows Ivo Dalder and Michael O'Hanlon, with experience in and out of government on Balkans-related issues, write that in late 1998, Milosevic approved Operation Horseshoe, a plan of true evil proportions designed to re-engineer Kosovo by pushing much of its civilian population permanently out of the province. Therefore current problems in Kosovo are nothing compared with what would have happened if NATO had not intervened. 38. One fact is unquestioned: the NATO bombing was followed by a rapid escalation of atrocities and ethnic cleansing. But that, in itself, is a condemnation of the bombing, not a justification for it. As for the rest, the picture has several problems. One problem is that the massive documentation provided by Washington, NATO, and other Western sources provides no meaningful evidence of a Serb offensive after the withdrawal of the monitors, though it provides rich evidence of Serb ethnic cleansing operations immediately after the bombing began. We return to this matter, noting, however, that even if a Serb offensive was launched after the withdrawal of the monitors in clear preparation for a military assault, that would hardly serve to justify their withdrawal over a fee. Intentional ignorance and ITS uses. 319. Serbian objection, a fact not yet reported in the mainstream, though it was public knowledge the day before the bombing, 39, and the military attack that it effectively announced. Another problem has to do with the distinction between plans and implementation. The contingency plans of the great powers and their clients, insofar as they are known, are horrendous. Those that are unknown are doubtless worse. 40. That Milosevic had plans of true evil proportions for Kosovo has scarcely been in doubt, even without access to internal records, just as it is a near certainty that Israel has plans to expel much of the Palestinian population, and if under serious threat of bombing and invasion by Iran or Syria, would be preparing to carry them out. It is also hardly in doubt that in March 1999, under constant and highly credible threats of bombing and invasion by the reigning superpower and the military alliance it dominates, Serbian military forces were preparing to carry out such plans in Kosovo. But it is a long step from the existence of plans and preparation to the conclusion that the plans will be implemented unless the planner is subjected to military attack, eliciting the implementation of the plans, which retrospectively justifies the attack by an impressive feat of logic. It is appropriate to be in no doubt that the ethnic cleansing was systematically planned before the NATO bombing. It would be astonishing if that were not true, under the circumstances. But evidence is required to support the statement that Western intelligence confirms ethnic cleansing was already underway before the first NATO airstrikes and before the withdrawal of the monitors. If the evidence is to have any force. 41. It is also necessary to account for Washington's inability to make the evidence public in the extensive documentation it has released, to which we return. Further questions arise with regard to Operation Horseshoe, allegedly discovered by German authorities 2 weeks after the bombing began and known only in retrospect. According to Secretary of Defense Cohen, hence not a motive for the bombing. Curiously, the plan was kept secret from NATO Commanding General Wesley Clark, who, when asked about Operation Horseshoe a month after the bombing began, informed the press that plans for it have never been shared with me. 42 retired German General Heinz Liquai, who works for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, alleges in a new book that the plan was fabricated from run-of-the-mill Bulgarian intelligence reports, as has come to the conclusion that no such operation ever existed. According to the German news weekly Die Woche, the alleged plan was a general analysis by a Bulgarian intelligence agency of Serbian behavior in the war. The journal reports further that maps broadcast around the world as proof of NATO's information were drawn up at the German defense headquarters, and that the Bulgarian 320. The Essential Chomsky report concluded that the goal of the Serbian military was to destroy the Kosovo Liberation Army, and not to expel the entire Albanian population, as was later argued by German Defense Minister Rudolf Scharping and the NATO leadership. Liquai claims further that the German Defense Ministry even coined the name horseshoe. He also notes a fundamental flaw in the German account. It named the operation Potkova, which is the Croatian word for horseshoe, instead of using the Serbian word Potkovica. Liquai's book was favorably received in the German press, which also criticized Scharping's propaganda lies, for example doubling the alleged number of Serbian troops prior to the bombing from 20,000 to 40,000, and his evasion of the charges. 43. Yet another problem is that General Clark also had no knowledge of any plan to thwart ethnic cleansing. When the bombing began on March 24, he informed the press, repeatedly, insistently, forcefully, that brutal Serb atrocities would be an entirely predictable consequence of the bombing, later elaborating that NATO military operations were not designed to block Serb ethnic cleansing or even to wage war against Serbian forces in Kosovo. US government and other sources available at the time lent considerable plausibility to Clark's judgment. Substantial documentation has been released since by the State Department, NATO, the KVM, the OSCE, and other Western and independent sources, much of it produced in an effort to justify NATO's war. This strongly confirms General Clark's analysis, to an extent I found surprising. Even more surprising, the documentation lends little support to the belief that atrocities mounted significantly after withdrawal of the KVM monitors on March 20, contrary to what seemed to me a natural expectation at the time. The conclusions about the anticipated effects of NATO's policy choices do not comport well with the stance of nobility. Accordingly, the preferred account during the bombing, repeated endlessly since, is that its objective was to stem Belgrade's expulsion of ethnic Albanians from Kosovo under Operation Horseshoe, the expulsion apparently precipitated by the bombing, or its virtual announcement, according to the Secretary of Defense, contrary to Washington's official record to which we return, and an objective unknown to the military commander and forcibly denied by him, just as he was unaware of Operation Horseshoe. Similarly, critics of the air war as ineffectual conclude that air power failed to prevent the very ethnic cleansing that prompted Western leaders to act in the first place, a reversal of the chronological of events. At least that much seems reasonably clear, whatever one's judgment about the actions undertaken. In a widely praised book on the war, historian David Fromkin asserts without argument that the United States and its allies acted out of altruism and moral fervor alone, forging anew intentional ignorance and its uses. 321. Kind of approach to the use of power in world politics, as they reacted to the deportation of more than 1 million Kosovars from their homeland by bombing so as to save them from horrors of suffering, or from death. He is referring to those expelled as the anticipated consequence of the bombing. International Affairs and Security Specialist Alan Kuperman writes that in East Timor and Kosovo, the threat of economic sanctions or bombing has provoked a tragic backlash, and Western intervention arrived too late to prevent the wider spread atrocities. In Kosovo, the threat of bombing did not arrive too late to prevent the widespread atrocities, but preceded them, as did the bombing itself if official documents are to be believed. In East Timor, no Western action provoked a tragic backlash. The use of force was not proposed, and even the threat of sanctions was delayed until after the consummation of the atrocities, and there was no Western intervention in any significant sense of the term. 44. We are left with two plausible justifications for the bombing: ensuring stability and the credibility of NATO, both understood in the doctrinal sense. The surviving official reasons will plainly not do as support for the thesis that the new generation was pursuing a moral purpose in the case of Kosovo, let alone the more visionary theses about the new era. Therefore, other arguments have been sought. One, noted earlier, is that the war served as a precedent for humanitarian intervention in East Timor 6 months later. Even if correct, that would not justify the bombing, plainly, but since the conclusion has no basis, the question is academic. A common current version of Western motives for the 1999 bombing of Serbia is that the West was shamed by its failure to act in Bosnia. NATO chose to bomb, Fuad Ajami asserts, against the advice of the pollsters and realists and believers in the primacy of geoeconomics, to prosecute the just war, pulled into Kosovo as they had earlier been into Bosnia by the shame of what they had witnessed, by the image of themselves they had seen in that Balkan mirror. According to Arianalia, what inspired the advocates of humanitarian intervention in Kosovo was that many persons in and out of government were determined not to allow a repetition in Kosovo of what had happened in Bosnia. 45. These claims are presented without argument as self-evident truths, following the norm for justification for state violence. The claims reject the official reasons offered at the time or since. That aside, though offered in justification of the advocates of humanitarian intervention in Kosovo, these claims are, in fact, a severe indictment of them, and of Western political and 322. The Essential Chomsky. Moral culture generally. According to this account, in radical violation of moral truisms, the West is shamed by its image in the Balkan mirror, where it is guilty only of inadequate response to the crimes of others, but not by its image in other mirrors, where the crimes trace right back home, those discussed earlier, for example, where the West did not tolerate atrocities as Nair and others prefer to see it, but participated actively in escalating them. Furthermore, on this interpretation, while the guiding principles and values call for determination not to allow a repetition of crimes committed by an official enemy, they say nothing about repetition of our own comparable or worse crimes, and thus free the agents of humanitarian intervention and the many persons who support them from any concern over these, even a recollection of them. Because of the pairing of Kosovo and East Timor in public discourse in 1999, the latter offers a particularly striking illustration of these conclusions. It should therefore be stressed that the huge slaughter of earlier years in East Timor is, at least, comparable to the terrible atrocities that can plausibly be attributed to Milosevic in the earlier wars in Yugoslavia, and responsibility is far easier to assign, with no complicating factors. If proponents of the repetition of Bosnia thesis intended seriously, they should certainly have been calling for bombing of Jakarta, indeed Washington and London, in early 1999, so as not to allow a repetition in East Timor of the crimes that Indonesia, the United States, and United Kingdom had perpetrated there for a quarter century. And when the new generation of leaders refused to pursue this honorable course, they should have been leading honest citizens to do so themselves, perhaps joining the Bin Laden network. These conclusions follow straightforwardly, if we assume that the thesis is intended as something more than apologetics for state violence. Quite apart from the startling self-indictment, and the lack of even a pretense of evidence, the argument must be one of the most remarkable justifications for state violence on record. According to this doctrine, military force is legitimate if failure to apply it might induce the target of the attack to carry out atrocities, as it did, as anticipated, after the attack and presumably in response to it. By that standard, violent states are free to act as they like, with the acclaim of the educated classes. Another device for evading the consequences of advocacy of humanitarian intervention in Kosovo is to hold that NATO should have invaded outright, not bombed. That is easy to say, and could be taken seriously if accompanied by a reasoned proposal, at the time or since, taking account of the likely consequences of invasion, particularly in the light of U.S. military doctrine, quite aside from non-trivial logistic and other problems. 46.1 will search in vain for that, clearly the minimum that is required to meet the heavy intentional ignorance and ITS uses. 323. Burden of proof that must be borne, always, by advocates of the use of force, whatever the alleged intent. Another useful mode of justification is to invent and refute absurd arguments against the bombing, while ignoring those actually presented. A favorite target is the argument, attributed to unnamed leftists or revisionists, that the United States has no right to intervene because of its disgraceful record. That the record of the state should be taken into account in considering the right of intervention is another truism, accepted by everyone who even pretends to be serious. But the argument that a disgraceful record automatically rescinds that right would be wholly irrational, hence easy to refute. This exercise can only be understood, once again, as a form of tacit recognition of inability to bear the burden of justification for the resort to violence, always heavy though not insuperable in principle, apart from dedicated pacifists. The conclusion becomes even more clear when we inspect the occasional efforts to cite an actual source. This is rare, but there are a few examples. Thus, correspondent Ian Williams, who has compiled a distinguished record on other issues, writes that Edward said, and I looked at the record of inaction by the West, in Palestine, East Timor, Kurdistan and so on, and therefore deduced that any action over Kosovo could not be for good motives and should therefore be opposed. To support the charge, and his ridicule of this excessively theological attitude and moralizing element that was common to leftists across the spectrum, he cites nothing I said and one statement of mine that says nothing even remotely relevant. 47 Even the most cursory reading of what I wrote makes it obvious, without the slightest doubt, that my position was exactly the opposite, even to the extent of reviewing the few examples of military intervention with benign consequences, hence arguably legitimate despite the ugly records of the agents. More striking is the way Williams falls so easily into the common mode of apologetics for state violence. Said, and I did not look at the record of inaction of the West in the cases he mentions, but at the record of quite decisive action, a fact that evidently cannot be assimilated by many Western intellectuals. Again, the only reasonable conclusion is that the burden of justification cannot be met. It takes considerable effort not to recognize the accuracy of the report to the UN Commission on Human Rights in March 2000 by former Czech dissident Jiří Denstbier, now UN Special Investigator for the former Yugoslavia. The bombing hasn't solved any problems, he reported, it only multiplied the existing problems and created new ones. Or the corroborating assessment of Michael M.C.C. Guire that, while Serb forces were clearly the instrument of the unfolding humanitarian disaster, NATO's long-trailered urge to war was undoubtedly a primary cause, and reference to the bombing as humanitarian intervention is really grotesque. 324. The Essential Chomsky. No one questions the underlying good intentions, but one suspects that much of the moralistic rhetoric, the demonizing, the claim to be pioneering a foreign policy based on values as well as interests, was a form of denial. It served to conceal from all of us the unpalatable fact that leaders and their people have to accept their share of the blame for unintended consequences, in this case the humanitarian disaster and the civilian casualties in Serbia, which are, in fact, only part of the disaster. 48 MCC Guire's comments seem realistic, with qualifications about the matter of intentions. The phrase "unintended consequences" obscures the fact that they were anticipated, even if they were not as entirely predictable as the NATO commander felt at the outset, in words that MCC Guire quotes. Furthermore, it is far from true that no one questions the underlying good intentions. They are most definitely questioned by those MCC Guire calls the world at large, as he emphasizes, cp. 304. The conviction about unquestionable good intentions is particularly dubious against the background of the record of past and present practice, including the crucial test cases just reviewed in an effort to evaluate the conflicting interpretations of the new era. Quite generally, it is hard to find significant inconsistency in the practices of the great powers, or in the principles and values that actually guide policy. None of that should be in the least surprising to those who do not prefer what has sometimes been called intentional ignorance. 49. 20. A world without war. I hope you won't mind if I set the stage with a few truisms. It is hardly exciting news that we live in a world of conflict and confrontation. There are lots of dimensions and complexities, but in recent years, lines have been drawn fairly sharply. To oversimplify, but not too much, one of the participants in the conflict is concentrated power centers, state and private, closely interlinked. The other is the general population, worldwide. In old-fashioned terms, it would have been called class war. Concentrated power pursues the war relentlessly, and very self-consciously. Government documents and publications of the business world revealed that they are mostly vulgar Marxists, with values reversed, of course. They are also frightened, back to 17th century England in fact. They realize that the system of domination is fragile, that it relies on disciplining the population by one or another means. There is a desperate search for such means, in recent years. Communism, crime, drugs, terrorism, and others. Pretexts change, policies remain rather stable. Sometimes the shift of pretext along with continuity of policy is dramatic and takes real effort to miss. Immediately after the collapse of the USSR, for example, they naturally grasp every opportunity to press their agenda forward. 9/11 is a typical case. Crises make it possible to exploit fear and concern to demand that the adversary be submissive, obedient, silent, distracted, while the powerful use the window of upper. This chapter is the written version of the opening address of the World Social Forum on January 31, 2002, in Porto Alegre, Brazil, and appeared on SNIT on May 29, 2002, reprinted in C.P. Otero, ed., Radical Priorities, 3rd ed. Oakland, AC Press, 2003, 319-32. 326. The Essential Chomsky. Opportunity to pursue their own favored programs with even greater intensity. These programs vary, depending on the society. In the more brutal states, escalation of repression and terror. In societies where the population has won more freedom, measures to impose discipline while shifting wealth and power even more to their own hands. It is easy to list examples around the world in the past few months. Their victims should certainly resist the predictable exploitation of crisis, and should focus their own efforts, no less relentlessly, on the primary issues that remain much as they were before, among them, increasing militarism, destruction of the environment, and a far-reaching assault against democracy and freedom, the core of neoliberal programs. The ongoing conflict is symbolized right now by the World Social Forum, WSF, here and the World Economic Forum, WEF, in New York. The WEF, to quote the national U.S. press, is a gathering of movers and shakers, the rich and famous, wizards from around the world, government leaders and corporate executives, ministers of state and of God, politicians and pundits who are going to think deep thoughts and address the big problems confronting humankind. A few examples are given. For example, how do you inject moral values into what we do? Or a panel entitled Tell Me What You Eat, led by the reigning prince of the New York gastronomic scene, whose elegant restaurants will be mobbed by forum participants. There is also mention of an anti-forum in Brazil where 50,000 people are expected. These are the freaks who assemble to protest the meetings of the World Trade Organization. One can learn more about the freaks from a photo of a scruffy-looking guy, with face concealed, writing "World Killers" on a wall. At their carnival, as it is described, the freaks are throwing stones, writing graffiti, dancing and singing about a variety of boring topics that are unmentionable, at least in the US, investment, trade, financial architecture, human rights, democracy, sustainable development, Brazilian-African relations, GATS, and other marginal issues. They are not thinking deep thoughts about big problems, that is left to the wizards of Davos in New York. The infantile rhetoric, I presume, is a sign of well-deserved insecurity. The freaks at the anti-forum here are defined as being opposed to globalization, a propaganda weapon we should reject with scorn. Globalization just means international integration. No sane person is anti-globalization. That should be particularly obvious from the labor movement and the left. The term international is not exactly unknown in their history. In fact, the WSF is the most exciting and promising realization of the hopes of the left and popular movements from their modern origins for a true internet. A world without war. 327. Schnell, which will pursue a program of globalization concerned with the needs and interests of people, rather than of illegitimate concentrations of power. These, of course, want to appropriate the term globalization, to restrict it to their peculiar version of international integration, concerned with their own interests, those of people being incidental. With this ridiculous terminology in place, those who seek a sane and just form of globalization can be labeled anti-globalization, derided as primitivists who want to return to the Stone Age, to harm the poor, and other terms of abuse with which we are familiar. The wizards of Davos modestly call themselves the international community, but I personally prefer the term used by the world's leading business journal, the Financial Times, the masters of the universe. Since the masters profess to be admirers of Adam Smith, we might expect them to abide by his account of their behavior, though he only called them the masters of mankind that was before the space age. Smith was referring to the principal architects of policy of his day, the merchants and manufacturers of England, who made sure that their own interests are most peculiarly attended to, however grievous the impact on others, including the people of England. At home and abroad, they pursue the vile maxim of the masters of mankind, all for ourselves and nothing for other people. It should hardly surprise us that today's masters honor the same vile maxim. At least they try, though they are sometimes impeded by the freaks, the great beast, to borrow a term used by the founding fathers of American democracy to refer to the unruly population that did not comprehend that the primary goal of government is to protect the minority of the opulent from the majority, as the leading framer of the Constitution explained in the debates of the Constitutional Convention. I'll return to these matters, but first a few words about the immediate topic of this session, which is closely related, a world without war. We cannot say much about human affairs with any confidence, but sometimes it is possible. We can, for example, be fairly confident that either there will be a world without war or there won't be a world, at least, a world inhabited by creatures other than bacteria and beetles, with some scattering of others. The reason is familiar. Humans have developed means of destroying themselves, and much else, and have come dangerously close to using them for half a century. Furthermore, the leaders of the civilized world are now dedicated to enhancing these dangers to survival, in full awareness of what they are doing, at least if they read the reports of their own intelligence agencies and respected strategic analysts, including many who strongly favor the race to destruction. Still more ominous, The plans are developed and implemented on grounds that are rational within the dominant framework of ideology and 328. The Essential Chomsky values, which ranks survival well below hegemony, the goal pursued by advocates of these programs, as they frankly insist. Wars over water, energy, and other resources are not unlikely in the future, with consequences that could be devastating. For the most part, however, wars have had to do with the imposition of the system of nation-states, an unnatural social formation that typically has to be instituted by violence. That's a primary reason why Europe was the most savage and brutal part of the world for many centuries, meanwhile conquering most of the world. European efforts to impose state systems in conquered territories are the source of most conflicts underway right now, after the collapse of the former colonial system. Europe's own favorite sport of mutual slaughter had to be called off in 1945, when it was realized that the next time the game was played would be the last. Another prediction that we can make with fair confidence is that there won't be a war among great powers. The reason is that if the prediction turns out to be wrong, there will be no one around to care to tell us. Furthermore, popular activism within the rich and powerful societies has had a civilizing effect. The movers and shakers can no longer undertake the kinds of long-term aggression that were options before, as when the US attacked South Vietnam 40 years ago, smashing much of it to pieces before significant popular protest developed. Among the many civilizing effects of the ferment of the 1960s was broad opposition to large-scale aggression and massacre, reframed in the ideological system as unwillingness to accept casualties among the armed forces, the Vietnam Syndrome. That is why the Reaganites had to resort to international terrorism instead of invading Central America directly, on the Kennedy-Johnson model, in their war to defeat liberation theology. As the School of the Americas describes the achievement with pride. The same changes explain the intelligence review of the incoming Bush administration in 1989, warning that in conflicts against much weaker enemies, the only kind it makes sense to confront, the United States must defeat them decisively and rapidly, or the campaign will lose political support, understood to be thin. Wars since have kept to that pattern, and the scale of protest and dissent have steadily increased. So there are changes, of a mixed nature. When pretexts vanish, new ones have to be concocted to control the great beast while traditional policies are continued, adapted to new circumstances. That was already becoming clear 20 years ago. It was hard not to recognize that the Soviet enemy was facing internal problems and might not be a credible threat much longer. That is part of the reason why the Reagan administration, 20 years ago, declared that the war on terror would be the focus of U.S. foreign policy, particularly in Central America and the Middle East, the main source of the plague spread by depraved opponents of civilization. A world without war. 329. Civilization itself in a return to barbarism in the modern age, as administration moderate George Shultz explained, also warning that the solution is violence, avoiding utopian, legalistic means like outside mediation, the World Court, and the United Nations. We need not tarry on how the war was waged in those two regions, and elsewhere, by the extraordinary network of proxy states and mercenaries, an axis of evil, to borrow a more up-to-date term. It is of some interest that in the months since the war was redeclared, with much the same rhetoric, after 9/11, all of this has been entirely effaced, even the fact that the US was condemned for international terrorism by the World Court and Security Council, vetoed, and responded by sharply escalating the terrorist attack it was ordered to terminate, or the fact that the very people who are directing the military and diplomatic components of the redeclared war on terror were leading figures in implementing terrorist atrocities in Central America and the Middle East during the first phase of the war. Silence about these matters is a real tribute to the discipline and obedience of the educated classes in the free and democratic societies. It's a fair guess that the war on terror will again serve as a pretext for intervention and atrocities in coming years, not just by the US. Chechnya is only one of a number of examples. In Latin America, there is no need to linger on what that portends, certainly not in Brazil, the first target of the wave of repression that swept Latin America after the Kennedy administration, in a decision of historic importance, shifted the mission of the Latin American military from hemispheric defense to internal security, a euphemism for state terror directed against the domestic population. That still continues, on a huge scale, particularly in Colombia, well in the lead for human rights violations in the hemisphere in the 1990s and by far the leading recipient of US arms and military training, in accord with a consistent pattern documented even in mainstream scholarship. The war on terror has, of course, been the focus of a huge literature during the first phase in the 1980s and since it was redeclared in the past few months. One interesting feature of the flood of commentary, then and now, is that we are not told what terror is. What we hear, rather, is that this is a vexing and complex question. That is curious. There are straightforward definitions in official US documents. A simple one takes terror to be the calculated use of violence or threat of violence to attain goals that are political, religious, or ideological in nature. That seems appropriate enough, but it cannot be used, for two good reasons. One is that it also defines official policy, called counterinsurgency or low-intensity conflict. Another is that it yields all the wrong answers, facts too obvious to review though suppressed with remarkable efficiency. The problem of finding a definition of terror that will exclude the most. 330. The Essential Chomsky. Prominent cases is indeed vexing and complex. But fortunately, there is an easy solution: define terror as terror that they carry out against us. A review of the scholarly literature on terror, the media, and intellectual journals will show that this usage is close to exceptionless, and that any departure from it elicits impressive tantrums. Furthermore, the practice is probably universal. The generals in South America were protecting the population from terror directed from outside, just as the Japanese were in Manchuria and the Nazis in occupied Europe. If there is an exception, I haven't found it. Let's return to globalization, and the linkage between it and the threat of war, perhaps terminal war. The version of globalization designed by the masters of the universe has very broad elite support, not surprisingly, as do the so-called free trade agreements, what the Wall Street Journal, more honestly, has called free investment agreements. Very little is reported about these issues, and crucial information is simply suppressed. For example, after a decade, the position of the U.S. labor movement on NAFTA, and the conforming conclusions of Congress's own research bureau, the Office of Technology Assessment, OTA, have yet to be reported outside of dissident sources. And the issues are off the agenda in electoral politics. There are good reasons. The masters know well that the public will be opposed if information becomes available. They are fairly open when addressing one another, however. Thus, a few years ago, under enormous public pressure, Congress rejected the fast-track legislation that grants the President authority to enact international economic arrangements with Congress permitted to vote yes, or, theoretically, no, with no discussion, and the public uninformed. Like other sectors of elite opinion, the Wall Street Journal was distraught over the failure to undermine democracy. But it explained the problem. Opponents of these Stalinist-style measures have an ultimate weapon, the general population, which must therefore be kept in the dark. That is very important, particularly in a more democratic society, where dissidents can't simply be jailed or assassinated, as in the leading recipients of U.S. military aid, such as El Salvador, Turkey, and Colombia, to list the recent and current world champions, Israel, Egypt aside. One might ask why public opposition to globalization has been so high for many years. That seems strange, in an era when it has led to unprecedented prosperity, So we are constantly informed, particularly in the US, with its fairy tale economy. Through the 1990s, the US has enjoyed the greatest economic boom in America's history, and the world's. Anthony Lewis wrote in the New York Times a year ago, repeating the standard refrain from the left end of the admissible spectrum. It is conceded that there are flaws. Some have been left behind in the economic miracle, and we good-hearted. A world without war. 331. Folk must do something about that. The flaws reflect a profound and troubling dilemma. The rapid growth and prosperity brought by globalization has as a concomitant growing inequality, as some lack the skills to enjoy the wondrous gifts and opportunities. The picture is so conventional that it may be hard to realize how little resemblance it has to reality, facts that have been well known right through the miracle. Until the brief late 1990s boomlet, which scarcely compensated for earlier stagnation or decline for most people. Per capita growth in the roaring 1990s was about the same as the rest of the industrial world, much lower than in the first 25 post-war years before so-called globalization, and vastly lower than the war years, the greatest economic boom in American history, under a semi-command economy. How then can the conventional picture be so radically different from uncontroversial facts? The answer is simplicity itself. For a small sector of the society, the 1990s really were a grand economic boom. That sector happens to include those who tell others the joyous news. And they cannot be accused of dishonesty. They have no reason to doubt what they are saying. They read it all the time in the journals for which they write, and it accords with their personal experience. It is true of the people they meet in editorial offices, faculty clubs, elite conferences like the one the wizards are now attending, and the elegant restaurants where they dine. It's only the world that is different. Let's have a quick look at the record over a longer stretch. International economic integration, one facet of globalization, in a neutral sense of the term, increased rapidly before World War I, stagnated or declined during the interwar years, and resumed after World War II. Now reaching levels of a century ago by gross measures. The fine structure is more complex. By some measures, globalization was greater before World War I. One illustration is free circulation of labor, the foundation of free trade for Adam Smith, though not his contemporary admirers. By other measures, globalization is far greater now. One dramatic example, not the only one, is the flow of short-term speculative capital, far beyond any precedent. The distinction reflects some central features of the version of globalization preferred by the masters of the universe, to an extent even beyond the norm. Capital has priority, people are incidental. The Mexican border is an interesting example. It is artificial, the result of conquest, like most borders, and has been porous in both directions for a variety of socio-economic reasons. It was militarized after NAFTA by Clinton in order to block the free circulation of labor. That was necessary because of the anticipated effects of NAFTA in Mexico, an economic miracle, which would be a disaster for much of the population who would seek to escape. In the same years, the flow of capital, already very free, was expedited further. 332. The Essential Chomsky. Along with what is called trade, about two-thirds of which is now centrally managed within private tyrannies, up from half before NAFTA. That is trade only by doctrinal decision. The effects of NAFTA on actual trade have not been examined, to my knowledge. A more technical measure of globalization is convergence to a global market, with a single price and wage. That plainly has not happened. With respect to incomes at least, the opposite is more likely true. Though much depends on exactly how it is measured, there is good reason to believe that inequality has increased within and across countries. That is expected to continue. U.S. intelligence agencies, with the participation of specialists from the academic professions and the private sector, recently released a report on expectations for 2015. they expect globalization to proceed on course, its evolution will be rocky, marked by chronic financial volatility and a widening economic divide. That means less convergence, less globalization in the technical sense, but more globalization in the doctrinally preferred sense. Financial volatility implies still slower growth and more crises and poverty. It is at this point that a clear connection is established between globalization in the sense of the masters of the universe and the increasing likelihood of war. Military planners adopt the same projections, and have explained, forthrightly, that these expectations lie behind the vast expansion of military power. Even pre-September 11th, U.S. military expenditures surpassed those of allies and adversaries combined. The terror attacks have been exploited to increase the funding sharply, delighting key elements of the private economy. The most ominous program is militarization of space, also being expanded under the pretext of fighting terror. The reasoning behind these programs has explained publicly in Clinton-era documents. A prime reason is the growing gap between the haves and the have-nots, which is expected to continue, contrary to economic theory but consistent with reality. The have-nots, the great beast of the world, may become disruptive, and must be controlled, in the interests of what is called stability in technical jargon, meaning subordination to the dictates of the masters. That requires means of violence, and having assumed, out of self-interest, responsibility for the welfare of the world capitalist system, the United States must be far in the lead. I'm quoting diplomatic historian Gerald Haynes, also the senior historian of the CIA, describing U.S. planning in the 1940s in a scholarly study. Overwhelming dominance in conventional forces and weapons of mass destruction is not sufficient. It is necessary to move on to the new frontier, militarization of space, undermining the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, so far observed. Recognizing the intent, the UN General Assembly has reaffirmed the treaty several times. The United States has refused to join, in virtual isolation. And Washington has blocked negotiations at there. A World Without War. 333. UN Conference on Disarmament for the past year over this issue, all scarcely reported, for the usual reasons. It is not wise to allow citizens to know of plans that may bring to an end biology's only experiment with higher intelligence. As widely observed, these programs benefit military industry, but we should bear in mind that the term is misleading. Throughout modern history, but with a dramatic increase after World War II, the military system has been used as a device to socialize cost and risk while privatizing profit. The new economy is to a substantial extent an outgrowth of the dynamic and innovative state sector of the U.S. economy. The main reason why public spending in biological sciences has been rapidly increasing is that intelligent right-wingers understand that the cutting edge of the economy relies on these public initiatives. A huge increase is scheduled under the pretext of bioterror, just as the public was deluded into paying for the new economy under the pretext that the Russians are coming, or after they collapsed, by the threat of the technological sophistication of third world countries as the party line shifted in 1990, instantly, without missing a beat and with scarcely a word of comment. That's also a reason why national security exemptions have to be part of international economic agreements. It doesn't help Haiti, but it allows the U.S. economy to grow under the traditional principle of harsh market discipline for the poor and a nanny state for the rich, what's called neoliberalism, though it is not a very good term. The doctrine is centuries old, and would scandalize classical liberals. One might argue that these public expenditures were often worthwhile. Perhaps, perhaps not. But it is clear that the masters were afraid to allow democratic choice. All of this is concealed from the general public, though the participants understand it very well. Plans to cross the last frontier of violence by militarization of space are disguised as missile defense. But anyone who pays attention to history knows that when we hear the word defense, we should think offense. The present case is no exception. The goal is quite frankly stated, to ensure global dominance, hegemony. Official documents stress prominently that the goal is to protect U.S. interests and investments, and control the havenists. Today that requires domination of space, just as in earlier times the most powerful states created armies and navies to protect and enhance their commercial interests. It is recognized that these new initiatives, in which the U.S. is far in the lead, pose a serious threat to survival. And it is also understood that they could be prevented by international treaties. But, as I've already mentioned, hegemony is a higher value than survival, a moral calculus that has prevailed among the powerful throughout history. What has changed is that the stakes are much higher, awesomely so. 334. The Essential Chomsky. The relevant point here is that the expected success of globalization in the doctrinal sense is a primary reason given for the programs of using space for offensive weapons of instant mass destruction. Let us return to globalization, and the greatest economic boom in America's history, and the world's in the 1990s. Since World War II, the international economy has passed through two phases. The Bretton Woods phase to the early 1970s, and the period since, with the dismantling of the Bretton Woods system of regulated exchange rates and controls on capital movement. It is the second phase that is called globalization, associated with the neoliberal policies of the Washington Consensus. The two phases are quite different. The first is often called the golden age of state capitalism. The second phase has been accompanied by marked deterioration in standard macroeconomic measures, rate of growth of the economy, productivity, capital investment, even world trade, much higher interest rates, harming economies, vast accumulation of unproductive reserves to protect currencies, increased financial volatility, and other harmful consequences. There were exceptions, notably the East Asian countries that did not follow the rules. They did not worship the religion that markets know best, as Joseph Stiglitz wrote in a World Bank research publication shortly before he was appointed chief economist, later removed, and winning the Nobel Prize. In contrast, the worst results were found where the rules were rigorously applied, as in Latin America, facts widely acknowledged, among others, by José Antonio Ocampo, Director of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, in an address before the American Economic Association a year ago. The promised land is a mirage, he observed. Growth in the 1990s was far below that of the 3 decades of state-led development in Phase I. He noted that the correlation between following the rules and economic outcomes holds worldwide. Let us return, then, to the profound and troubling dilemma. The rapid growth and great prosperity brought by globalization has brought inequality because some lack skills. There is no dilemma, because the rapid growth and prosperity are a myth. Many international economists regard liberalization of capital as a substantial factor in the poorer outcomes of Phase II. But the economy is a complex affair, so poorly understood that one has to be cautious about causal connections. But one consequence of liberalization of capital is rather clear: it undercuts democracy. That was understood by the framers of Bretton Woods. One reason why the agreements were founded on regulation of capital was to allow governments to carry out social democratic policies, which had enormous popular support. Free capital movement creates what has been called a virtual Senate, with veto power over government decisions. A world without war. 335. Sharply restricting policy options. Governments face a dual constituency, voters and speculators, who conduct moment-by-moment referendums on government policies, quoting technical studies of the financial system. Even in the rich countries, the private constituency prevails. Other components of investor rights globalization have similar consequences. Socio-economic decisions are increasingly shifted to unaccountable concentrations of power, an essential feature of neoliberal reforms, a term of propaganda, not description. Extension of the attack on democracy is presumably being planned, without public discussion, in the negotiations for a General Agreement on Trade in Services, GATS. The term services, as you know, refers to just about anything that might fall within the arena of democratic choice: health, education, welfare, postal and other communications, water and other resources, etc. There is no meaningful sense in which transferring such services to private hands is trade, but the term has been so deprived of meaning that it might as well be extended to this travesty as well. The huge public protests in Quebec last April at the Summit of the Americas, set in motion by the freaks in Porto Alegre a year ago, were in part directed against the attempt to impose the GATS principles in secret within the planned free trade area of the Americas, FTA. Those protests brought together a very broad constituency, North and South, all strongly opposed to what is apparently being planned by trade ministers and corporate executives behind closed doors. The protests did receive coverage, of the usual kind. The freaks are throwing rocks and disrupting the wizards' thinking about the big problems. The invisibility of their actual concerns is quite remarkable. For example, New York Times economics correspondent Anthony De Palma writes that the GATS agreement has generated none of the public controversy that has swirled about WTO attempts to promote merchandise trade, even after Seattle. In fact, it has been a prime concern for years. As in other cases, this is not deceit. De Palma's knowledge about the freaks is surely limited to what passes through the media filter, and it is an iron law of journalism that the serious concerns of activists must be rigidly barred, in favor of someone throwing a rock, perhaps a police provocateur. The importance of protecting the public from information was revealed dramatically at the April summit. Every editorial office in the United States had on its desk two important studies, timed for release just before the summit. One was from Human Rights Watch, the second from the Economic Policy Institute in Washington. Neither organization is exactly obscure. Both studies investigated in depth the effects of NAFTA, which was hailed at the summit as a grand triumph and a model for the FTA, with headlines trumpeting its praises by George Bush and other leaders, all accepted as gospel. 336. The Essential Chomsky. Truth. Both studies were suppressed with near total unanimity. It's easy to see why. HRW analyzed the effects of NAFTA on labor rights, which, it found, were harmed in all three participating countries. The IPA report was more comprehensive. It consisted of detailed analyses of the effects of NAFTA on working people, written by specialists on the three countries. The conclusion is that this is one of the rare agreements that has harmed the majority of the population in all of the participating countries. The effects on Mexico were particularly severe, and particularly significant for the South. Wages had declined sharply with the imposition of neoliberal programs in the 1980s. That continued after NAFTA, with a 24% decline in incomes for salaried workers, and 40% for the self-employed, an effect magnified by the rapid increase in unsalaried workers. Though foreign investment grew, total investment declined, as the economy was transferred to the hands of foreign multinationals. The minimum wage lost 50% of its purchasing power. Manufacturing declined, and development stagnated or may have reversed. A small sector became extremely wealthy, and foreign investors prospered. These studies confirm what had been reported in the business press and academic studies. The Wall Street Journal reported that although the Mexican economy was growing rapidly in the late 1990s after a sharp post-NAFTA decline, consumers suffered a 40% drop in purchasing power. The number of people living in extreme poverty grew twice as fast as the population, and even those working in foreign-owned assembly plants lost purchasing power. Similar conclusions were drawn in a study of the Latin American section of the Woodrow Wilson Center, which also found that economic power had greatly concentrated as small Mexican companies cannot obtain financing. Traditional farming sheds workers, and labor-intensive sectors, agriculture, light industry, cannot compete internationally with what is called free enterprise in the doctrinal system. Agriculture suffered for the usual reasons. Peasant farmers cannot compete with highly subsidized US agribusiness, with effects familiar throughout the world. Most of this was predicted by critics of NIFTA, including the suppressed OTA and labor movement studies. Critics were wrong in one respect, however. Most anticipated a sharp increase in the urban-rural ratio, as hundreds of thousands of peasants were driven off the land. That didn't happen. The reason, it seems, is that conditions deteriorated so badly in the cities that there was a huge flight from them as well to the United States. Those who survive the crossing, many do not, work for very low wages, with no benefits, under awful conditions. The effect is to destroy lives and communities in Mexico and to improve the US economy, where consumption of the urban middle class continues to be subsidized by the impoverishment of farm labor. A World Without War. 337. As both in the United States and Mexico, the Woodrow Wilson Center study points out. These are among the costs of NIFTA, and neoliberal globalization generally, that economists generally choose not to measure. But even by the highly ideological standard measures, the costs have been severe. None of this was allowed to sully the celebration of NIFTA and the FTA at the summit. Unless they are connected to activist organizations, most people know about these matters only from their own lives. And carefully protected from reality by the free press, many regard themselves as somehow failures, unable to take part in the celebration of the greatest economic boom in history. Data from the richest country in the world are enlightening, but I'll skip the details. The picture generalizes, with some variation of course, and exceptions of the kind already noted. The picture is much worse when we depart from standard economic measures. One cost is the threat to survival implicit in the reasoning of military planners, already described. There are many others. To take one, the ILO reported a rising worldwide epidemic of serious mental health disorders, often linked to stress in the workplace, with very substantial fiscal costs in the industrial countries. A large factor, they conclude, is globalization, which brings evaporation of job security, pressure on workers, and a higher workload, particularly in the United States. Is this a cost of globalization? From one point of view, it is one of its most attractive features. When he lauded US economic performance as extraordinary, Alan Greenspan stressed particularly the heightened sense of job insecurity, which leads to subdued costs for employers. The World Bank agrees. It recognizes that labor market flexibility has acquired a bad name as a euphemism for pushing wages down and workers out, but nevertheless, it is essential in all the regions of the world. The most important reforms involve lifting constraints on labor mobility and wage flexibility, as well as breaking the ties between social services and labor contracts. In brief, pushing workers out, pushing wages down, undermining benefits are all crucial contributions to economic health, according to prevailing ideology. Unregulated trade has further benefits for corporations. Much, probably most, trade is centrally managed through a variety of devices, intra-firm transfers, strategic alliances, outsourcing, and others. Broad trading areas benefit corporations by making them less answerable to local and national communities. This enhances the effects of neoliberal programs, which regularly have reduced labor share of income. In the United States, the 1990s were the first post-war period when division of income shifted strongly to owners of capital, away from labor. 338. The Essential Chomsky. Trade has a wide range of unmeasured costs, subsidizing energy, resource depletion, and other externalities not counted. It also brings advantages, though here too some caution is necessary. The most widely hailed is that trade increases specialization, which reduces choices, including the choice to modify comparative advantage, otherwise known as development. Choice and development are values in themselves. Undermining them is a substantial cost. If the American colonies had been compelled to accept the WTO regime 200 years ago, New England would be pursuing its comparative advantage in exporting fish, surely not producing textiles, which survived only by exorbitant tariffs to buy British products, mirroring Britain's treatment of India. The same was true of steel and other industries, right to the present, particularly in the highly protectionist Reagan years, even putting aside the state sector of the economy. There is a great deal to say about all of this. Much of the story is masked in selective modes of economic measurement, though it is well known to economic historians and historians of technology. As everyone here is aware, the rules of the game are likely to enhance deleterious effects for the poor. The rules of the WTO bar the mechanisms used by every rich country to reach its current state of development, while also providing unprecedented levels of protectionism for the rich, including a patent regime that bars innovation and growth in novel ways, and allows corporate entities to amass huge profits by monopolistic pricing of products often developed with substantial public contribution. Under contemporary versions of traditional mechanisms, half the people in the world are effectively in receivership, their economic policies managed by experts in Washington. But even in the rich countries, democracy is under attack by virtue of the shift of decision-making power from governments, which may be partially responsive to the public, to private tyrannies, which have no such defects. Cynical slogans such as trust the people or minimize the state do not, under current circumstances, call for increasing popular control. They shift decisions from governments to other hands, but not the people, rather, the management of collectivist legal entities, largely unaccountable to the public, and effectively totalitarian in internal structure, much as conservatives charged a century ago when opposing the corporatization of America. Latin American specialists and polling organizations have observed for some years that extension of formal democracy in Latin America has been accompanied by increasing disillusionment about democracy, alarming trends, which continue, analysts have observed, noting the link between declining economic fortunes and lack of faith in democratic institutions. Financial Times. As Attilio Boron pointed out some years ago, the new wave of democratization in Latin America coincided with neoliberal economic. A world without war. 339. Reforms, which undermine effective democracy, a phenomenon that extends worldwide, in various forms. To the United States as well. There has been much public clamor about the stolen election of November 2000, and surprise that the public does not seem to care. Likely reasons are suggested by public opinion studies, which revealed that on the eve of the election, 3/4 of the population regarded the process as largely a farce, a game played by financial contributors, party leaders, and the public relations industry, which crafted candidates to say almost anything to get themselves elected so that one could believe little they said, even when it was intelligible. On most issues, citizens could not identify the stance of the candidates, not because they are stupid or not trying, but because of the conscious efforts of the PR industry. A Harvard University project that monitors political attitudes found that the feeling of powerlessness has reached an alarming high, with more than half saying that people like them have little or no influence on what government does, a sharp rise through the neoliberal period. Issues on which the public differs from elites, economic, political, intellectual, are pretty much off the agenda, notably questions of economic policy. The business world, not surprisingly, is overwhelmingly in favor of corporate-led globalization. The free investment agreements called free trade agreements, NAFTA and FTA, GATS, and other devices that concentrate wealth and power in hands unaccountable to the public. Also not surprisingly, the great beast is generally opposed, almost instinctively, even without knowing crucial facts from which they are carefully shielded. It follows that such issues are not appropriate for political campaigns, and did not arise in the mainstream for the November 2000 elections. One would have been hard-pressed, for example, to find discussion of the upcoming summit of the Americas and the FTA, and other topics that involve issues of prime concern for the public. Voters were directed to what the PR industry calls personal qualities, not issues. Among the half the population that votes, heavily skewed toward the wealthy, those who recognize their class interests to be at stake vote for those interests, overwhelmingly, for the more reactionary of the two business parties. But the general public splits its vote in other ways, leading to a statistical tie. Among working people, non-economic issues such as gun ownership and religiosity were primary factors, so that people often voted against their own primary interests, apparently assuming that they had little choice. What remains of democracy is to be construed as the right to choose among commodities. Business leaders have long explained the need to impose on the population a philosophy of the futility and lack of purpose in life, to concentrate human attention on the more superficial things that comprise. 340. The Essential Chomsky. Much of fashionable consumption. Deluged by such propaganda from infancy, people may then accept their meaningless and subordinate lives and forget ridiculous ideas about managing their own affairs. They may abandon their fate to the wizards, and in the political realm, to the self-described intelligent minorities who serve and administer power. From this perspective, conventional in elite opinion, particularly through the last century, the November 2000 elections do not reveal a flaw of U.S. democracy, but rather its triumph. And generalizing, it is fair to hail the triumph of democracy throughout the hemisphere, and elsewhere, even though the populations somehow do not see it that way. The struggle to impose that regime takes many forms, but never ends, and never will as long as high concentrations of effective decision-making power remain in place. It is only reasonable to expect the masters to exploit any opportunity that comes along. At the moment, the fear and anguish of the population in the face of terrorist attacks, a serious matter for the West now that, with new technologies available, it has lost its virtual monopoly of violence, retaining only a huge preponderance. But there is no need to accept these rules, and those who are concerned with the fate of the world and its people will surely follow a very different course. The popular struggles against investor rights globalization, mostly in the South, have influenced the rhetoric, and to some extent the practices, of the masters of the universe, who are concerned and defensive. These popular movements are unprecedented in scale, in range of constituency, and in international solidarity. The meetings here are a critically important illustration. The future to a large extent lies in their hands. It is hard to overestimate what is at stake. 21. Reflections on 9/11. It is widely argued that the September 11th terrorist attacks have changed the world dramatically, that nothing will be the same as the world enters into an age of terror. The title of a collection of academic essays by Yale University scholars and others, which regards the anthrax attack as even more ominous. There is no doubt that the 9/11 atrocities were an event of historic importance, not, regrettably, because of their scale, but because of the choice of innocent victims. It had been recognized for some time that with new technology, the industrial powers would probably lose their virtual monopoly of violence, retaining only an enormous preponderance. No one could have anticipated the specific way in which the expectations were fulfilled, but they were. For the first time in modern history, Europe and its offshoots were subjected, on home soil, to the kind of atrocity that they routinely have carried out elsewhere. The history should be too familiar to review, and though the West may choose to disregard it, the victims do not. The sharp break in the traditional pattern surely qualifies 9/11 as a historic event, and the repercussions are sure to be significant. Several crucial questions arose at once. 1. Who is responsible? 2. What are the reasons? 3. What is the proper reaction? 4. What are the longer-term consequences? This chapter first appeared in Aftonbladet in Sweden, August 2002, reprinted in 9/11, Second ed., New York, 7 Stories Press, 2002, 119-28. 342. The Essential Chomsky. As for 1, it was assumed, plausibly, that the guilty parties were Bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda network. No one knows more about them than the CIA, which, together with its counterparts among U.S. allies, recruited radical Islamists from many countries and organized them into a military and a terrorist force, not to help Afghans resist Russian aggression, which would have been a legitimate objective, but for normal reasons of state, with grim consequences for Afghans after the Mujahideen took control. U.S. intelligence has surely been following the other exploits of these networks closely ever since they assassinated President Sadat of Egypt 20 years ago, and more intensively since the attempt to blow up the World Trade Center and many other targets in a highly ambitious terrorist operation in 1993. Nevertheless, despite what must be the most intensive international intelligence investigation in history, evidence about the perpetrators of 9/11 has been hard to find. 8 months after the bombing, FBI Director Robert Mueller, testifying to Congress, could say only that U.S. intelligence now believes the plot was hatched in Afghanistan, though planned and implemented elsewhere. And long after the source of the anthrax attack was localized to U.S. government weapons laboratories, it has still not been identified. These are indications of how hard it may be to counter acts of terror targeting the rich and powerful in the future. Nevertheless, despite the thin evidence, the initial conclusion about 9/11 is presumably correct. Turning to 2. Scholarship is virtually unanimous in taking the terrorists at their word, which matches their deeds for the past 20 years. Their goal, in their terms, is to drive the infidels from Muslim lands, to overthrow the corrupt governments they impose and sustain, and to institute an extremist version of Islam. More significant, at least for those who hope to reduce the likelihood of further crimes of a similar nature, are the background conditions from which the terrorist organizations arose, and that provide a mass reservoir of sympathetic understanding for at least parts of their message, even among those who despise and fear them. In George Bush's plaintive words, "Why do they hate us?" The question is not new, and answers are not hard to find. 45 years ago, President Eisenhower and his staff discussed what he called the campaign of hatred against us in the Arab world, not by the governments but by the people. The basic reason, the National Security Council advised, is their recognition that the U.S. supports corrupt and brutal governments that block democracy and development, and does so because of its concern to protect its interest in Near East oil. The Wall Street Journal found much the same when it investigated attitudes of wealthy westernized Muslims after 9/11, feelings now exacerbated by specific U.S. policies with regard to Israel, Palestine and Iraq. Reflections on 9/11. 343. Commentators generally prefer a more comforting answer. Their anger is rooted in resentment of our freedom and love of democracy, their cultural failings tracing back many centuries, their inability to take part in the form of globalization, in which they happily participate, and other such deficiencies. More comforting, perhaps, but not wise. What about proper reaction? Question 3. The answers are doubtless contentious, but at least the reaction should meet the most elementary moral standards. Specifically, if an action is right for us, it is right for others, and if wrong for others, it is wrong for us. Those who reject that standard simply declare that acts are justified by power. They can therefore be ignored in any discussion of appropriateness of action, of right or wrong. One might ask what remains of the flood of commentary on question 3, debates about just war, etc., if this simple criterion is adopted. To illustrate with a few uncontroversial cases, 40 years have passed since President Kennedy ordered that the terrors of the earth must be visited upon Cuba until their leadership is eliminated, having violated good form by successful resistance to U.S.-run invasion. The terrors were extremely serious, continuing into the 1990s. 20 years have passed since President Reagan launched a terrorist war against Nicaragua, conducted with barbaric atrocities and vast destruction, leaving tens of thousands dead and the country ruined perhaps beyond recovery, and also leading to condemnation of the U.S. for international terrorism by the World Court and the UN Security Council, in a resolution the U.S. vetoed. But no one believes that Cuba or Nicaragua had the right to set off bombs in Washington or New York, or to assassinate U.S. political leaders. And it is all too easy to add many far more severe cases, up to the present. Accordingly, those who accept elementary moral standards have some work to do to show that the US and Britain were justified in bombing Afghans in order to compel them to turn over people who the US suspected of criminal atrocities, the official war aim, announced by the president as the bombing began, or to overthrow their rulers, the war aim announced several weeks later. The same moral standard holds of more nuanced proposals about an appropriate response to terrorist atrocities. The respected Anglo-American military historian Michael Howard proposed a police operation conducted under the auspices of the United Nations against a criminal conspiracy whose members should be hunted down and brought before an international court, where they would receive a fair trial and, if found guilty, be awarded an appropriate sentence. Guardian, Foreign Affairs. That seems reasonable, though we may ask what the reaction would be to the suggestion that the proposal should be applied universally. That is unthinkable, and if the suggestion were to be made, it would rouse outrage and horror. 344. The Essential Chomsky. Similar questions arise with regard to the Bush doctrine of preemptive strike against suspected threats. It should be noted that the doctrine is not new. High-level planners are mostly holdovers from the Reagan administration, which argued that the bombing of Libya was justified under the UN Charter as self-defense against future attack. Clinton planners advised preemptive response, including nuclear first strike. And the doctrine has earlier precedents. Nevertheless, the bold assertion of such a right is novel, and there is no secret as to whom the threat is addressed. The government and commentators are stressing loud and clear that they intend to apply the doctrine to Iraq. The elementary standard of universality, therefore, would appear to justify Iraqi preemptive terror against the United States. Of course, no one accepts this conclusion. Again, if we are willing to adopt elementary moral principles, obvious questions arise, and must be faced by those who advocate or tolerate the selective version of the doctrine of preemptive response that grants the right to those powerful enough to exercise it with little concern for what the world may think. And the burden of proof is not light, as is always true when the threat or use of violence is advocated or tolerated. There is, of course, an easy counter to such simple arguments: we are good, and they are evil. That useful principle trumps virtually any argument. Analysis of commentary and much of scholarship reveals that its roots commonly lie in that crucial principle, which is not argued but asserted. Occasionally, but rarely, some irritating creatures attempt to confront the core principle with a record of recent and contemporary history. We learn more about prevailing cultural norms by observing the reaction, and the interesting array of barriers erected to deter any lapse into this heresy. None of this, of course, is an invention of the contemporary power centers and the dominant intellectual culture. Nonetheless, it merits attention, at least among those who have some interest in understanding where we stand and what may lie ahead. Let us turn briefly to these last considerations. Question 4. In the longer term, I suspect that the crimes of 9/11 will accelerate tendencies that were already underway. The Bush doctrine, just mentioned, is an illustration. As was predicted at once, Governments throughout the world seized upon 9/11 as a window of opportunity to institute or escalate harsh and repressive programs. Russia eagerly joined the coalition against terror, expecting to receive authorization for its terrible atrocities in Chechnya, and was not disappointed. China happily joined for similar reasons. Turkey was the first country to offer troops for the new phase of the United States war on terror, in gratitude, as the Prime Minister explained, for the U.S. contribution to Turkey's campaign against its miserably repressed Kurdish population, waged with extreme savagery and relying crucially on a huge flow of U.S. arms. Turkey is highly praised for its achievements in these campaigns of Reflections on 9/11. 345. State terror, including some of the worst atrocities of the grisly 1990s, and was rewarded by grant of authority to protect Kabul from terror, funded by the same superpower that provided the military means, and the diplomatic and ideological support, for its recent atrocities. Israel recognized that it would be able to crush Palestinians even more brutally, with even firmer U.S. support. And so on throughout much of the world. More democratic societies, including the United States, instituted measures to impose discipline on the domestic population and to institute unpopular measures under the guise of combating terror, exploiting the atmosphere of the fear and the demand for patriotism, which in practice means, you shut up and I'll pursue my own agenda relentlessly. The Bush administration used the opportunity to advance its assault against most of the population, and future generations, in service to the narrow corporate interests that dominate the administration to an extent even beyond the norm. In brief, initial predictions were amply confirmed. One major outcome is that the United States, for the first time, has major military bases in Central Asia. These are important to position U.S. multinationals favorably in the current great game to control the considerable resources of the region, but also to complete the encirclement of the world's major energy resources in the Gulf region. The U.S. space system targeting the Gulf extends from the Pacific to the Azores, but the closest reliable base before the Afghan war was Diego Garcia. Now that situation is much improved, and forceful intervention, if deemed appropriate, will be greatly facilitated. The Bush administration perceives the new phase of the war on terror, which in many ways replicates the war on terror declared by the Reagan administration 20 years earlier, as an opportunity to expand its already overwhelming military advantages over the rest of the world, and to move on to other methods to ensure global dominance. Government thinking was articulated clearly by high officials when Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia visited the U.S. in April to urge the administration to pay more attention to the reaction in the Arab world to its strong support for Israeli terror and repression. He was told, in effect, that the U.S. did not care what he or other Arabs think. As the New York Times reported, a high official explained that if he thought we were strong in Desert Storm, we're 10 times as strong today. This was to give him some idea what Afghanistan demonstrated about our capabilities. A senior defense analyst gave a simple gloss: others will respect us for our toughness and won't mess with us. That stand too has many historical precedents, but in the post-September 11th world it gains new force. We do not have internal documents, but it is reasonable to speculate that such consequences were one primary goal of the bombing of Afghanistan. 346. The Essential Chomsky warned the world of what the United States can do if someone steps out of line. The bombing of Serbia was undertaken for similar reasons. Its primary goal was to ensure NATO's credibility, as Blair and Clinton explained, not referring to the credibility of Norway or Italy, but of the United States and its prime military client. That is a common theme of statecraft and the literature of international relations, and with some reason, as history amply reveals. Without continuing, the basic issues of international society seem to me to remain much as they were, but 9/11 surely has induced changes, in some cases, with significant and not very attractive implications. 22. language and the brain. The right way to address the announced topic would be to review the fundamental principles of language and the brain and to show how they can be unified, perhaps on the model of chemistry and physics 65 years ago, or the integration of parts of biology within the complex a few years later. But that course I am not going to try to attempt. One of the few things I can say about this topic with any confidence is that I do not begin to know enough to approach it in the right way. With less confidence, I suspect it may be fair to say that current understanding falls well short of laying the basis for the unification of the sciences of the brain and higher mental faculties, language among them, and that many surprises may lie along the way to what seems a distant goal, which would itself come as no surprise if the classical examples I mentioned are indeed a realistic model. This somewhat skeptical assessment of current prospects differs from two prevalent but opposing views. The first holds that the skepticism is unwarranted, or more accurately, profoundly in error, because the question of unification does not even arise. It does not arise for psychology as the study of mind, because the topic does not fall within biology, a position taken to define the computer model of mind, one nor for language, because language has an extra-human object, the standard view within major currents of philosophy of mind and language, and also put forth recently by prominent figures in neuroscience and ethology. At least that is what the words seem to imply. The intentions may be different. I will return to some prominent current examples. This chapter first appeared in On Nature and Language, Cambridge University Press, 2002, 61-91. 348. The Essential Chomsky. A contrasting view holds that the problem of unification does arise, but that the skepticism is unwarranted. Unification of the brain and cognitive sciences is an imminent prospect, overcoming Cartesian dualism. This optimistic assessment is expressed forthrightly by evolutionary biologist D.O. Wilson in a recent publication of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences devoted to the brain, summarizing the state of the art, and seems to be shared rather broadly. Researchers now speak confidently of a coming solution to the brain-mind problem. Too similar confidence has been expressed for half a century, including announcements by eminent figures that the brain-mind problem has been solved. We can, then, identify several points of view with regard to the general problem of unification. 1. There is no issue. Language and higher mental faculties generally are not part of biology. 2. They belong to biology in principle, and any constructive approach to the study of human thought and its expression, or of human action and interaction, relies on this assumption, at least tacitly. Category 2, in turn, has two variants. A. Unification is close at hand. B. We do not currently see how these parts of biology relate to one another, and suspect that fundamental insights may be missing altogether. The last point of view, 2B, seems to me the most plausible. I will try to indicate why, and to sketch some of the terrain that should be covered in a careful and comprehensive overview of these topics. As a framework for the discussion, I would like to select 3 theses that seem to me generally reasonable, and have for a long time. I will quote current formulations by leading scientists, however, not my own versions from past years. The first thesis is articulated by neuroscientist Vernon Mountcastle, introducing the American Academy study I mentioned. A guiding theme of the contributions, and the field generally, he observes, is that things mental, indeed minds, are emergent properties of brains. Through these emergences are not regarded as irreducible but are produced by principles that control the interactions between lower-level events, principles we do not yet understand. The second thesis is methodological. It is presented clearly by ethologist Mark Hauser in his comprehensive study Evolution of the Communication. 3. Following Tinbergen, he argues, we should adopt 4 perspectives in studying communication in the animal kingdom, including human language. To understand some trait, We should. Language and the brain. 349. 1. Seek the mechanisms that implement it, psychological and physiological, the mechanistic perspective. 2. Sort out genetic and environmental factors, which can also be approached at psychological or physiological levels, the ontogenetic perspective. 3. Find the fitness consequences of the trait, its effects on survival and reproduction, the functional perspective. 4. Unravel the evolutionary history of the species so that the structure of the trait can be evaluated in light of ancestral features, the phylogenetic perspective. The third thesis is presented by cognitive neuroscientist C.R. Gallistel.